हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मानक बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा अगस्त सेप्टेम्बर मासर बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर्स। चलते देखा क्वेश्चन गुड़ा। इन अगस्त 2025 वाइस एडमिरल संजय बस्चायन has been appointed as the dash vice chief of the navy 47th. Where was the Meghalaya pineapple festival organized recently? New Delhi. Recently, how many cooperative have announced to start Bharat taxi service to challenge Ola Uber? 8. Recently, rare blue pig gill and shuttlecock mushroom of New Zealand have been discovered in the forest of which state? Telangana. What is the total percentage of the discount that will be given on Indian Railway round trip package on the basic fare of return journey? Only 20%. More than how many crore LPG connections have been provided under the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana (PMUY) till July 2025? 10 crore. India's first indigenous photonic radar has been developed by which organization? DRDO. Recently, India has achieved how many gigawatts of solar PV module manufacturing capacity? 100 gigawatt. Recently, the cabinet has approved the construction of Tatu 2 hydropower project in which state? Arunachal Pradesh. Ulchi Freedom Shield exercise is a cyber warfare and civil security exercise between the US and which country? South Korea. Under Jal Jeevan Mission, more than how many crore rural households have been provided with tap water connection? 15 crore. How many minutes did Prime Minister Narendra Modi address the nation of 79th Independence Day from the rampart of the Red Fort? 103 minutes. The first made in India semiconductor chip will be launched in the market by the end of the which year? 2025. Who has been chosen the mascot of Khelo India Water Sports Festival to be held for the first time in Srinagar? Himalayan Kingfisher. How many slabs have been proposed by the central government under the new goods service tax GST reform? 2 slabs. Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi has called for achieving self-reliance in which sector from Red Fort fertilizer? With more than what percent of users at the present? FASTag has revolutionized the electronic toll collection system in the country. 19%. Which initiative has been launched by the ICMR recently with the aim of inspiring the next generation of health researchers? Sign. Recently, the National Experience Award has been given to retired employees by whom? Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh. Which of the following countries celebrates its Independence Day on 19th August? Afghanistan. By which year does the Government of India plan to send astronauts to moon? Year 2040. In which district has the Ahmedabad-based Torrent Group inaugurated Uttar Pradesh first green hydrogen plant? Muradabad. Recently, Manika Vishwakarma, a resident of which state, has won the Miss Universe India title in 2025? Rajasthan. In July 2025, India's unemployment rate has come down to what percentage? 5.2%. The Ministry of Coal will launch which round of commercial coal mine auction on August 21st, 2025? 16th. Recently, which country has been declared rubella free by the World Health Organization (WHO)? Nepal. Recently, the central government has implemented the Anna Chakra supplies chain optimization measure, the PDS. How many state union territories? 31. The center's gross capital expenditure has increased by 52%. year on year how many trillion rupees in the first quarter financial year 2026? 2.8 trillion. Where will the 20th National Conference on E-Governance be held on 22nd and 23rd September? Visakhapatnam. Recently, who has become the first public sector bank to move its corporate website to the secure.bank.in domain? Punjab National Bank. Indian wrestler Tapasya has won the first dash medal for the country at the Under-20 World Wrestling Championship 2025 held in Bulgaria. Gold. Sports Minister Dr. Mansukh Mandavia urged citizens to devote how many hours of fitness National Sports Day 2025? 1 hour. Recently, the Finance Ministry has removed the 11% import duty on cotton. For how long? 30 September. IBM and which space agency have jointly developed an open source AI model called Surya? NASA. Where was the prize distribution ceremony of 57th Youth Parliamentary Competition 2024-5 recently held? New Delhi. Which state has recently been declared by India's first fully digitally literate state? Kerala. India's installed nuclear capacity as of June 2025 was approximately how many gigawatt? 8.8 gigawatt. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be on the 4-day visit to which country from 29 August to September 1, 2025? Japan and China. According to expert, India's contribution to the world economic growth will be shown approximately 1%, 20%. India has planned to develop how many port clusters into mega port by the year 2047 under the Maritime Amritkal version 2047 6 port. How many chip design projects have been approved by the central government under the Design Linked Incentive Scheme 23? According to a report, household financial savings in India are estimated to be approximately what percent of GDP on average on next decade? 13%. The Union Cabinet has approved the Sports Ministry to bid for the housing of Commonwealth Games in Ahmedabad. In which year? Year 2030. Which country has closed the 3 land ports to India after India's top export? Bangladesh. Which country's Prime Minister Ahmad al-Rawi has died in the recent Israeli airstrike in Yemen? Reliance has committed to ambitious goal of achieving net zero carbon status by which year? Year 2035. By August 2025, horticulture production has increased from 280.7 million ton in 1314 to how many million tons? 367. 280 to 367 million tons increase. Which country has topped in the world in the Global Peace Index 2025? Iceland. After the great response of the textile industry, the government has extended the last date for application for the PLI scheme till when? 30 September 2025. Recently, the uncontrolled crowd of which country set fire to the Parliament House in protest against the huge housing allowance given to the PMs? Indonesia. India's current account deficit was how many billion dollars in the first quarter of the financial year 2025-26? 2.4 billion dollars. Recently, which meeting of GST Council was held in New Delhi under the chairmanship of Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman? 56th. India has announced how many e-scholarships to Afghan citizens for academic year 2025-26? 1,000. Who recently released 2 latest reports titled World Mental Health Today and Mental Health Atlas 2024 WHO? By what percent did FDI in India increase to reach $18.62 billion in April-June 2025, 15%. Which country has recently banned Facebook, X, YouTube, and 23 other social media platforms? Nepal. More than how many crore items have been killed in the India in the financial year 2024-25? 7.8 crore. Who launched the book Operation Sindoor, the untold story of India deep strike inside Pakistan? Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. What percent of the India's gross domestic product (GDP) is contributed by the textile sector? 2%. In which country was the 28th Universal Postal Congress recently held? United Arab Emirates by UAE. RBI announced the issuance of 100 commemorative coins on September 13, 2025 to commemorate birth centenary of whom? Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. According to the NCRB report for 2022, 13,044 students committed suicide, which is what percent of the total suicide death? 7.6%. Where has India lost the world's first digital tribal university, Adi Sanskriti, New Delhi? Recently, which train has become the India's fastest train running at the speed of 160 km/h? Namo Bharat train. Which country has appointed the world's first AI-generated minister to fight corruption? Albania. Where was the first overseas campus of IIM Ahmedabad inaugurated recently? Dubai. Who has been awarded the P.V. Narasimha Rao Memorial Prize of Economic posthumously? Dr. Manmohan Singh. How many important agreements were signed recently between Mauritius and India? 7. How much has the government of India allocated to promote private sector R&D investment? 1 lakh crore. By what percentage did India reduce the emission intensity of its GDP between 2005 and 2020? 36%. How much financial assistance will be provided by the Bihar government to registered labor before Diwali? 5,000. Who has been appointed as India's next ambassador to South Korea? Gaurang Lal Das. Which state government recently decided to convince a special session of the Legislative Assembly to provide relief to flood victims? Punjab. Where did India recently organize a Dandiya in a Garba Ras event? Dhaka. In which African country will India's first Indian defense manufacturing plant to be inaugurated under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative? Morocco. Which state has recently banned the mention of the caste in public places? Uttar Pradesh. Which foundation day was celebrated by the Central Pollution Control Board (CPCB) on September 22nd, 2025 in New Delhi? 51st. Which company recently received final approval from RBI to operate an online payment aggregator, PhonePe? Where will the Indian International Rice Conference 2025 be held on October 30 and 31st? New Delhi. Which national film award was presented by President Draupadi Murmu on September 23rd, 2025? 71st. What is India's rank in the production of rice, wheat, sugarcane, tea, fruits, vegetables, and eggs? 2nd. The tenure of the Chief of the Defence Staff CDS General Anil Chouhan has been extended till 30th May 2026. PM Modi inaugurated development work of Mata Tripura Sundari Temple in which state? Tripura. Which production has more than 50% share in Indian Railways total price mix? Coal. India signed a mutual recognition agreement on organic production with which country on 24 September 2025? Australia. How much package has been approved to revive India's shipbuilding and maritime sector? 69.75 crore. What tariff did US President Donald Trump announce on the banned medicine import from 1st October 2025? 100%. who inaugurated Uttar Pradesh International Trade Show 2025 in Greater Noida? PM Narendra Modi. How many new Atal Thinking Lab have been announced in Jammu Kashmir under AIM 500? What was the India's real GDP growth rate in Q1 April to June 25 to 26? 7.8%. Indian pharma companies export across how much worth of generic medicine to the US annually? $20 million. GST on drones has been reduced to 5%. Where will the annual SAARC Heritage Forum September 2020 to October 2 be held? Sri Lanka. ଆମର ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଅଛି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବେ ଲାଇକ୍ ସେୟାର ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। କିଛି ଯଦି ମେଟେରିଆଲ୍ ଦରକାର ଅଛି ଆପଣମାନେ ଏହି ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଯଦି ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନରେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ମେଟେରିଆଲ୍ ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ଅଛି ଆପଣମାନେ ନେଇପାରିବେ। କିଛି ଡାଉଟ୍ ଥିଲେ ଏହି ନମ୍ବର ଆପଣ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେ। 9937193211 ନମ୍ବର ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ସଆପ୍ କରିପାରିବେ। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସୋ ମଚ୍। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन को आपको बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 1 अक्टोबर रु 10 अक्टोबर मध्य बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर गुड़ा प्रायतः आपंकर जो सब अपकमिंग एग्जाम एसएससी रेलवेज ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओटीपीएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम हेल्पफुल रही। गोटे कथा कहूँ जो मेमोनिक दरकार पड़े मुझे मेमोनिक कहीदेवी जो दरकार ना डायरेक्ट सिनेमा आंसर कहीदे पढ़ेबी। ठीक है, स्टार्ट करिए। Who was recently reappointed as the Attorney General of India for the next 2 years by the President? এটা আপনার জানি आर वेंकटरमणी से ऑलरेडी पुराना है गाड़ी न्यूज अपना मन रखी देते बेटा तक कुछ मेमोनिक्स में कहूनी। नेक्स्ट, अंडर हुज चेयरमैनशिप वाज 16 मीटिंग ऑफ द एम्पावर्ड टास्क फोर्स ऑन गंगा कंजर्वेशन हेल्ड। अच्छा, एडा मध्य आपण मानकर से वाटर वेर ही मंत्री जी अच्छा है, वाटर पावर मिनिस्टर जी अच्छा से ही अच्छा, तेणु गंगा मन पड़े वाटर मिनिस्टर किए अच्छे आप आइडिया है आंसर आसो। नेक्स्ट, हु वाज रिसेंटली इलेक्टेड द न्यू 37th प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ बीसीसीआई? है होचे मिथुन कौन मनहास, मिथुन मनहास है। एटा केन मन रखिए देखो आपनकर अच्छे बीसीसीआई है। देखो दुईटा जिन मुझे कोडिंग करे सीसी अच्छी मिथुन अच्छी एम अच्छी एम एम सीसी। ओके, बुझिपारे मुझे मन रखा चेष्टा कर। नेक्स्ट आसला, the central government has issued a guideline to open approximately how many public EV charging stations under the PME drive scheme? Around 72,300. Next, who recently won India's first gold medal at the World Para Athletic Championship 2025? से होची शैलेश कुमार। शैलेश कुमार कौन करछनी वर्ल्ड पारा एथलेटिक चैंपियनशिप रे फर्स्ट गोल्ड मेडल विन करछनी। नेक्स्ट, which ministry launched the Clean City Jodi initiative on 27 September 2025? Ministry of Home and Urban Affairs जोटा कि MOHUA। अच्छा, नेक्स्ट देखिए, where will PM Narendra Modi attend the centenary celebration of RSS of as chief guest on October 1st 2025? न्यू दिल्ली। अच्छा, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ को है जोटा आपनकर आरएसएस कहते तार जो 100तम सेलिब्रेशन है सेटा को आपनकर न्यू दिल्ली रे से एटा कोन करछन चीफ गेस्ट आकर जाइछन। न्यू दिल्ली एटा मन हेडक्वार्टर न्यू दिल्ली। नेक्स्ट, what percent of the national economy does agriculture currently contribute? 5.5%. According to the recently published NCRB report 2023, how many people died in the 24,678 railway accident in India in 2023? 21,803. Who replaced Lieutenant General Gurbir Pal Singh as the Director General of NCC 1st October 2009? लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल बीरेंद्र बैट्स। अच्छा, देखो किए थे गुरबीर पाल सिंह थे है सी एवं बीरेंद्र बैट्स। अच्छा, देखो गुरु थिले हला गुरु जी थिले हला गुरु जी थिले से पुणी एनसीसी थिले हला तेणु एनसीसी जो अपन देखिए गोटे आप जिन देखिए गोटे सी और सी अच्छे है तेणु एवं जी आसिले सी भी आसिले वीरेंद्र फैट्स एनसीसी सी सी ओके मन गला नेक्स्ट हु inaugurated Asia's largest sewage treatment plant STP in Okla Delhi on September 30 2025 से किए करछे ना अमित शाह करछन्ती कोठी एशियार sewage treatment plant STP जोटा ओकला दिल्ली रे से करछन्ती ओके नेक्स्ट याकू जदि हम करिबा सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट को किसी मन किसी कोडिंग नाही मन रखा पड़ो कि अमित शाह किसी प्रकार कर मन मन रखा पड़ो नेक्स्ट हु हैज रिसेंटली बीन appointed the new chief secretary of Delhi से होचनी राजीव वर्मा अच्छा सेक्रेटरी अच्छा सेक्रेटरी कौन आपन चीफ सेक्रेटरी सी हिचन राजीव वर्मा ओके आगुरी जी एतल तंग मन रखा पड़ो एबी जी एतल मन रखा पड़ो नेक्स्ट शीतल देवी won the gold medal in the archery para championship held in which country सेटा होइछि कोडी आपन साउथ कोरिया शीतल देवी साउथ कोरिया ओके एस फॉर शीतल एस फॉर साउथ कोरिया नेक्स्ट approximately how many voters are included in the recently published vote final voter list of Bihar 74.2 million next where did PM Narendra Modi participate in the Durga Puja celebration at the चित्तरंजन पार्क से होची दिल्ली चित्तरंजन पार्क एठे दिल्ली तो चित्तरंजन मेला वाला टिके कंप्लीट कर दिया अपन कोलकाता बेले नाही एटा अपन घर चित्तरंजन होची कोठी दिल्ली मन लगे when did the Indian European Free Trade Association Trade and Economic Partnership TPA agreement कोन है come into effect कोन है ना October 1st to एटा है ओके नेक्स्ट according to the Hunur India Rich List 2012 the combined wealth of the people of the list has increased how many lakhs crore rupees around 167 lakh crore as per the National Education Policy 2020 how many Kendriya Vidyalaya have been designed by the PM Sri Vidyalayas around 319 913 okay 913 okay next who recently assumed the charge of Director General of CHSL Parveer Ranjan कौन है डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ सीएसएफ ପାଇଁ ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି assume କରାଯାଇଛି ଦେଖିଆ ହେଇ ସାରନ୍ତୁ ତ ପେତେ ଚିନ୍ତା କରିବା ହେଲା next the combined wealth of the 1 2 3 8 people on the Hunur India Rich Index 200 is approximately what percent of the country's GDP around 40%. Which state tourism department was recently awarded the Global Tourism Award 200 Andhra Pradesh ଆମ ପାଖ state ହେଉଛି ଆନ୍ଧ୍ର ପ୍ରଦେଶ ମନେ ରଖିବେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର okay next how many years the pulses self-reliance mission been announced uh, for the for in the 2026 budget around 6 years 6 वर्ष हेगानी pulses self-reliance mission चलची next approximately how many central government employee and pensioners are there in country around 49.1 lakh and 68.72 lakh पहले माने एम्प्लॉय अछंती कम पेंशनर अछने बेसी ओके नेक्स्ट according to the Hunur India Rich List in Rich List 2000 who has became the world's richest actor rupees 12,490 crore के शाहरुख खान richest actor शाहरुख खान okay next who recently became the first person to achieve a net worth of over 500 billion such as Elon Musk okay next the RBI has raised the India's GDP growth forecast for the fiscal year 2026 6.5% to what percentage 6.8%. Which country was recently awarded the prestigious ISSA award 2000 for outstanding achievement in social security? India, Next, which with which country will India join host the first Women T20 Cricket World Cup for the blind to be held from November 11 to 23? ଶ୍ରୀଲଙ୍କାରେ ହେବ ଏଇଟା ଆଚ୍ଛା ବ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଡ ମାନଙ୍କର ହେବ T20 କ୍ରିକେଟ ହେଲା T20 କ୍ରିକେଟ ତ ଏଇଟା କୋଉଠି ହେବ ନା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆମର ଇଣ୍ଡିଆର ତଳ ଦେଶ ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଶ୍ରୀଲଙ୍କା। ନେକ୍ସଟ, the RBI released its monetary policy report October 2025, after which meeting of the monetary policy committee held from September 29 to October 1, 2025, 57th. India's social security coverage has increased from 19% in 2015 to what percent in 2025? 64.3%. The Prime Minister will launch the centrally sponsored scheme PM Setu with an investment of how many crore rupees? Around 60,000 crore rupees. Next, the National Critical Minerals Mission launched by the central government aims to obtain 1,000 patents by when? Around 2023. Next, India's current account deficit has been reduced to what percent of GDP in the first quarter of the fiscal year 2012? 0.2%. Which city has been become India's first slum-free city? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଚଣ୍ଡିଗଡ଼। ଚଣ୍ଡିଗଡ଼ ହେଉଛି city ଯୋଉଟାକି ଆପଣଙ୍କର first slum-free city. Next, according to the Asian Development Bank (ADB), India's GDP is projected to grow by what percent in 2026? 6.7%. Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change Bhupendra Yadav recently laid the foundation stone for Namo Van in the Manesar in which state? এটা হচ্ছে Manesar হচ্ছে Haryana. Okay, next. When did the Reserve Bank of India (RBI) announced a scheme for promptly returning inactive account and unclaimed funds? Around ସେଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କର 1st October 2025. What is the current per capita availability of the milk per day in India? So 471 grams per day. Next, where will the United Nations Conference of Heads of Troop Contributing Countries be hosted? Indian Army from October 14 to 16, New Delhi. ଆଚ୍ଛା ଏଇଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କର କ'ଣ ୟୁନାଇଟେଡ୍ ନେସନ୍ କନଫରେନ୍ସ ଯେଉଁଟା ହେବ ଏଗୁଡ଼ା ସବୁ ପାଖାପାଖି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ୍ ଆର୍ମି ଏଗୁଡ଼ା ସବୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ନ୍ୟୁ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀରେ ହିଁ ମନେ ରଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, ରିସେଣ୍ଟଲି ମିନିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଅଫ୍ ମାଇନ୍ସ ଇସ୍ୟୁଡ୍ ଗାଇଡଲାଇନ୍ for the critical mineral recycling promotion scheme worth how many crore rupees? Around 1500 crore rupees. Okay, next, ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ୍ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସେୟାର ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଓ PSCS ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଷ୍ଟଡି ବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର କିମ୍ବା ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍ ଦରକାର ଆପଣମାନେ କି ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ନ୍ତୁ, QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଓକେ, OSSC ର କିମ୍ବା OSSSC ର ମଧ୍ୟ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଯଦି ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ନ୍ତୁ, QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଷ୍ଟିଲ୍ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ହେଲେ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଚାଲିଛି ତା ତଳେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନରେ 4ଟା ଯାକ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ମୁଁ ଆପଣ ପ୍ରୋଭାଇଡ଼ କରିବି, ଆପଣ ସେଠୁ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିକି ଆପଣମାନେ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଦେଖିପାରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ବାକି ରହିଲା ଷ୍ଟିଲ୍ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି ତଳେ ନମ୍ବର ଦିଆଯାଇଛି 9937193244 ନମ୍ବର ମୋତେ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ସଆପ୍ କରିପାରିବେ। ଓକେ, ତାପରେ ଆସିଲା କେର୍ ଷ୍ଟାମର ହୁ ୱିଲ୍ ବି ଭିଜିଟିଂ India from October 8 to 9, 2025 is the Prime Minister of which country? So, Britain, the Keir Starmer. Okay, Britain, the Prime Minister. Kenman Kada Keir Starmer. According to the Ministry of Labour and Employment in India is expected to increase from 475 million in 2017 to how many crore in 2023-24? Around 643.3 million. Around. Okay, next. Where did Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman launch the nationwide financial awareness campaign Your Capital Your Rights? Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Okay, next. Where does India rank in the world in terms of startups? Around 3rd person. Okay, next. The average daily wage of temporary worker has increased from 294 in July-September 2027 to how many rupees in April-June 2024? Around 433. 297 ଦେଲା ଆପଣଙ୍କ 433 ହେଲାଣି। ନେକ୍ସଟ, in which city was the 11th World Green Economy Summit recently held? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଦୁବାଇ। ଆଚ୍ଛା, ଦୁବାଇ। Next, in which state did Minister of State Sri Pada Naik inaugurated IREDA 55 kilowatt solar CSR project for water supply? ଏଟା ହେଉଛି ଗୋଆରେ କରିଛନ୍ତି. Next, according to the Ministry of External Affairs, directs flight between India and which country will begin by the end of October 2025? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଚାଇନା. ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଆଉ ଚାଇନାରେ ପୁଣି ଚାଲିବ ଫ୍ଲାଇଟ୍. Next, according to the Ministry of Labour, the female labor force participation rate LFPR is projected to increase from 23.3% in 2017 to 18 to how many percent in 2023 to 24? Around 41.7%. In light of the India's rapid expansion in digital payment, the RBI has established a payments regulatory board for how many members? Around 6 members. Next, in which district did Union Environment Minister Mr. Bhupendra Yadav inaugurated Rajasthan's first normal biodiversity park? That was Alwar. Currently, how much percentage does India's dairy sector contribute to the country's economy? Around 5%. Tapre which ministry launched the People's Plan campaign 2025-26 October to 2025? Around Minister Panchayat Raj. Okay, next. How much has the leprosy rate in India declined from 57.2 cases per 1,000 population in 1981 to 20.57 cases in 2025? 0.57. According to the Ministry, Labour and Employment, female workforce participation has increased how much percentage in 2024-25? 41.7%. Where will the Speaker of Lok Sabha lead the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference being held from October 5th to 12th? କ'ଣ ବାର୍ବାଡସରେ କିଏ ସେ ମିଲେ ଯାଇଥିଲେ. Next, where has the establishment of the Nomo Semiconductor Laboratory has been approved to develop an indigenous chip manufacturing pool in India? IIT Bhubaneswar in Odisha perspective mone rakhiba. Next, where has the 2-day international conference on the land administration and disaster management held? ଏଟା ହେଉଛି ଗାନ୍ଧୀନଗର. ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ମାସରେ ଟିକେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଗାନ୍ଧୀନଗର ଗୁଜୁରାଟ, ତାପରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଟିକେ ଗୁଜୁରାଟ ରିଲେଟେଡ୍ ଟିକେ ଜିନିଷ ହେଇଛି ଆଉ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ ରିଲେଟେଡ୍ ଜିନିଷ ହେଇଛି, ମନେ ରଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ. ନେକ୍ସଟ, which city has been ranked as the safest city in India for the 4th consecutive time in the largest NCRB report? Around ସେଟା ହେଉଛି କ'ଣ? এটা পুଣି ରିପୋର୍ଟ ହେଉଛି 2023ର, ସେଟା ଆପଣ କୋଲକାତା ଦିଆଯାଇଛି. ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ, where was the 9th edition of India Mobile Congress 2025, Asia's largest telecommunication media and technology event inaugurated? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ନ୍ୟୁ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ. ନେକ୍ସଟ, according to the Niti Aayog report, what percentage of India's GDP does the automotive industry contribute? 7.1%. Who recently inaugurated the Jananayak Karpuri Thakur Skill University? ହେଉଛି ନରେନ୍ଦ୍ର ମୋଦି. Next, where in India was the world's highest motorable road recently constructed? Ladakh motorable road. Where did Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi launch the PM Setu scheme? New Delhi. PM Setu scheme, New Delhi. Union Minister Sarbanand Sonowal launched India's first large gas carrier VLGC ମନେ ରଖିବେ ଏଟା କ'ଣ ଭେସେଲ, ଯୋଉଟା କ'ଣ ଶିବାଲିକ ଆଟ୍ ହ୍ୱିଚ୍ ପୋର୍ଟ? ଏଟା ହେଉଛି ବିଶାଖାପଟ୍ଟନମ ପୋର୍ଟରେ କରିଛନ୍ତି. କିଏ ଏଟା? ୟୁନିୟନ ମିନିଷ୍ଟର ସର୍ବାନନ୍ଦ ସୋନୱାଲ. ନେକ୍ସଟ, which institution recently released the market study on artificial intelligence competition report? So the competition commission of India, like CCI করছি AI ର CCI কাম করছি AI ର competition ଉପରେ report দেব. Okay, next, recently how many special train has the central government approved for the convenience of travelers on Diwali and Chhath Puja? Around 12,000 trains. Next, which country has launched a coral larva cryobank to conserve the endangered coral reefs? That is Philippines. Next, where was the 7 meeting of India Brazil trade monitoring mechanism held on October 7, 2000 New Delhi. তারপরে আসলে approximately what percent of world's cotton cultivation area does India have? Around 40%. Which state recently officially launched its first private commercial coal mine, the Nampuk project? এটা হচ্ছে অরুণাচল নামপুক ହେଲା ଅରୁଣାଚଳ ପ୍ରଦେଶ ଏଟା କେମିତି ନାମଚିକ୍ ନାମପୁକ ଅରୁଣାଚଳ ପ୍ରଦେଶରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସେମିତି ଦେଖିବେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର କ'ଣ ସେଇ ଟାଇପ୍ର ଟିକେ ଲୋକମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଆସାମରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ମେଘାଳୟରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ବଟ୍ ଅରୁଣାଚଳ ପ୍ରଦେଶ ହେଲା ସେଇ ଟାଇପ୍ର ନା ଟିକେ ନାଁଟା ଟିକେ ଅଲଗା ଅଛି ତେଣୁ ମନେକି ଆପଣ ଅରୁଣାଚଳ ପ୍ରଦେଶ କରିପାରିବେ ନେକ୍ସଟ where was the 69th National School Game formally inaugurated recently? এটা হচ্ছে শ্রীনগরে ହେଇଛି 69th National School Game. তারপরে by when does the central government aim to reach around $350 billion in the country's textile industry? 2030. Which ministry launched the People's Planning Campaign 2026 Sabki Yojana Sabka Vikas campaign on October 2, 2025? Around Minister Panchayat Raj. Okay, next. Who recently inaugurated the first phase of the Navi Mumbai International Airport? Narendra Modi. Which session of the International Solar Alliance ISA Assembly will be held in the Delhi from 27 to 30 October? Upcoming actually important ISA hala 8th session. How many crore rupees did the Panchayat Raj institution of Andhra Pradesh received as the first installment of the 15th Financial Commission grant? Around 410 crore rupees. India's non-petroleum and gas gems and jewelry export increased to how many billion US dollar in April to August 2000? $146 billion. What anniversary did the income tax appellate tribunal recently celebrate? Around 84th anniversary. Okay, next. Who inaugurated the unique tribal art exhibition Silent Conservation from the margins to the center, New Delhi on October 9, 2011? Former President Sri Ramnath Kovind. এটা মনে রাখবে সাইলেন্ট কনজারভেশন কাউন্সিল কিଏ রামনাথ কোবিନ୍ଦ ଓକେ ଆପଣ କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଯଦି ଭଲ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ ଓ PCSର ଯଦି ଦୁଇଟା ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଇବୁକ୍ ଅଛି 0 to 0 ସହିତ ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ କୋଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ନ୍ତୁ QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରିକି ଆପଣ ନେଇପାରିବେ OSSCର ଏବଂ OSSSCର ଯଦି ଇବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣମାନେ QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରି ନେଇପାରିବେ ଷ୍ଟିଲ୍ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଚାଲିଛି ତା ତଳେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନ୍ ଅଛି କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନରେ ଆପଣ ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ଗୁଡ଼ା ପାଇଯିବେ ଆପଣ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିକି ଇବୁକ୍ ଦେଖିପାରିବେ ଓକେ ଆଉ ଯଦି ଆଜି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ ଷ୍ଟିଲ୍ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ହେଲେ 9937193111 ମୋତେ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ସଆପ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन को आपण को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज आम देखा 11 to 28 अक्टोबर मध्य जो सब बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर अवेलेबल अच्छे से विषय आम डिस्कसन करवा यहाँ सब आपण एसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी OSSSC एसएससी जेकोसी एग्जाम कि टीचिंग जो सब अपकमिंग रिक्रुटमेंट आसो आपण को विभिन्न भाव में हेल्प कर चलते स्टार्ट करेंगे प्रथम देखो रिसेंटली मारिया कोरिना लीडर ऑफ व्हिच कंट्री वाज अवार्डेड द नोबेल पीस प्राइज 2025 यार कौन आंसर हम ना सी होचंदी जने वेनेजुएला ओके वेनेजुएला जोठी आपण कोडिंग करिया पड़े म आपण कहिदेबे ओके देखंतु ये सेकंड हला जस्टिस सोमेन सेन वाज रिसेंटली सोन इन as the चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ व्हिच हाई कोर्ट से होचने मेघालय रा हाई कोर्ट अच्छा देखंतु देखंतु मो कोडिंग करछि एटा होछि एमईएन सोमेन हला गोटे मेन माने कोन मेन हेले गोटे कोन एटा आपण मनकर कोन गोटे मेल कैरेक्टर आछि एटी मेघा माने गोटे फीमेल कैरेक्टर आछि मेघालय हला तण मेल फीमेल अछन ये मेल फीमेल तण हम कोडिंग कर देली सोमेन सेन हेले मेघालय हाई कोर्ट कोन जी टिक आईडिया करे आंसर नेक्स्ट व्हिच कंट्री रिसेंटली सक्सेसफुली conducted the world's first live underwater interview सोची पलाव ओके पलाव गोटे कंट्री से करछि हला सेठी कोन हो आपन को अंडर वाटर रेडा इंटरव्यू होइछ नेक्स्ट हाउ मेनी आयुष product will the Dravya portal, an initiative of the Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, list in the first page around 100 Ayush product. Okay. Then asla, how many crore have the combined asset under the management of the National Pension Scheme NPS and Atal Pension Yojana APY reached by October 2025 around 16 lakh. And who recently organized a brainstorming session on providing all weather tap water in the high altitude areas of the Himalayas. এটা কি করিব না নীতি আয়োগ করিব. Next, what inspired the design of the Sabarmati HSR station on the Mumbai Ahmedabad bullet train corridor? से होची महात्मा गांधी spinning wheel जो तांको थिला सेटा को नेकिरा कराजिबो. Text, which state is organized a Swadeshi Mela to promote indigenous product? এটা হচ্ছে উত্তরপ্রদেশ স্বদেশী মেলা ଆଉ ଯଦି ଆମେ ଟିକେ ସ୍ୱଦେଶୀ ବିଷୟରେ ଯଦି ଭାବିବା ତାହେଲେ ଏଠି କିଏ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯୋଗୀ ଆଦିତ୍ୟନାଥ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେ ନିଜେ ଜଣେ ହିନ୍ଦୁ ତେଣୁ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏଇ ସବୁ କାମ ସ୍ୱଦେଶୀ ମେଲା ସ୍ୱଦେଶୀ ଉପରେ ବେଶୀ ପ୍ରମୋଟ କରିବା ଏସବୁ କାମ ଉତ୍ତରପ୍ରଦେଶ ହିଁ କରୁଛି. ନେକ୍ସଟ, where was India's first commercial electric truck battery swapping and charging station established? ଏଟା ହେଉଛି ସୋନିପତରେ ହେଇଛି. ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆକୁ ଟିକେ ମୁଁ କୋଡ଼ିଂ ଯଦି କରିବି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ କ'ଣ ଇଲେକ୍ଟ୍ରିକ ଟ୍ରକ୍ ହେଲା ଟ୍ରକ୍ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଣିଥିବେ ଆପଣ ट्रक प्रायतः अशोक लेलैंड आसूची आपणकर टाटार आसूची प्रायतः अशोक लेलैंड प्रायतः हरियाणा रे फैक्ट्री थाए है तेणु इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक जेहेतु बैटरी स्वैपिंग जिन आसे आप हरियाणा सोनीपत ये पाखापाखि दिल्ली एरिया बुलवा हरियाणा एरिया बुलवा दिल्ली एरिया बुलवा तेणु यहाँ सोनीपत आंसर. ओके, नेक्स्ट, इन व्हिच सिटी डिड प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी रिसेंटली एड्रेस्ड ग्लोबल फिनटेक फेस्ट 2025? मुंबई रे करछन्ती. तीन चार्टा जगह मन रखिथे आपण मैंने गोटे न्यू दिल्ली मुंबई बेंगलुरु विशाखापट्टनम पुणे ना आप महाराष्ट्र ये सब जिनस गुड़ा प्रायतः फ्रिक्वेंटली हुए तेणु आपको लिस्ट डाउन करदे आंसर आप मन रहा पड़ेगा. नेक्स्ट, who recently launched the India's national red list roadmap at the IUCN World Conservation Congress in Abu Dhabi? ये होचनी मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट कीर्तिवर्धन सिंह मन रखिबेडा कहीं ना मुझे क्वेश्चन नहीं रिसेंटली एबे मु ओसीएस देखली आईयूसीएन ऊपर बहुत क्वेश्चन पड़ीला अपकमिंग ए सॉरी भी आसीबो त आपण माने मन रखिबेडा. नेक्स्ट, हु रिसेंटली लॉन्च द प्रधानमंत्री धन ध्यान कृषि योजना विथ एन आउटले ऑफ ₹24,000 crore से होचनी प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी. Next, which new indigenous anti-drone system has been deployed by the Indian Army to detect and take enemy drones? से होची सक्षम तना दिया है. Next, in which country was G20 trade and investment minister meeting recently held? सेटा गुएतमाला रे हिच. देखो G for G20, G for गुएतमाला मन रहा सहजरे जी रे G20 ये गुएतमाला. आ जदि आपण मीटिंग कथा कहबे देखो मिनिस्टर मानकर मीटिंग हेची एठी एम अछि एठी भी एम अछि तेणु बेसी एम्फासिस एम रे जाउछि तेणु को कंट्री रे मु खोजिबे जे एम अछि गुएतमाला रे अछि बुझिबेले. नेक्स्ट, who won India's first Mrs. Universe crown at the Global Beauty Pageant 2025? So Siri C. Okay, the joint military exercise in the 2025 was conducted between India and which country? So Russia. Next, currently approximately what percentage of global GDP to G20 members represent? Around 85%. Who was announced Spark 4.0 to encourage young Ayurveda research in India? से होची Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences. एटा टिके कंफ्यूज है पिला माने आयुष मिनिस्ट्री भी बड़े बड़े भावते सेठी थाए एडिटर कंफ्यूज है तो एटा मन रखिबे Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences Spark 4.0. Okay, which country recently became a member of the International Union for Conservation of Nature IUCN? किए जने आर्मेनिया आइचंती. ओके, मन रखिबेडा ए आयुसीएन ऊपर बहुत क्वेश्चन से नंबर आछि तेणु ऑब्वियसली विभिन्न एग्जाम रे पड़िबो. नेक्स्ट, द कंबाइंड वेल्थ ऑफ द 1238 people on the Hurun Indian rich list 2025 is approximately what percentage of the country's GDP? Around 48%. Which actress has recently been appointed as the India's first mental health ambassador by the Indian Health Ministry? देखो मन कभी तो सब पतला किए से होचने प्रायतः दीपिका पादुकोण. आलिया भट्ट टिके मेरिट कर सारणी से टिके मोटा अछंती तापर आपणकर कौन प्रियंका चोपड़ा भी टे हेल्दी अच्छा विद्या बालन तो अलरेडी हेल्दी तेणु दीपिका बालन पूरा कौन कंटा भाया देखा तेणु आपण मैंने मेंटल हेल्थ माने जो माने बेसी ये अच्छी कौन कहले आंबासडर जो मैंने हैं से बाछी से कथा जो मैंने पब्लिक स्पीकिंग भल रहा मेंटल हेल्थ भल रहा तेणु यहाँ दीपिका पादुकोण को से चूज कर ओके भावे है माने गोटे कनसिडरेशन करेंगे कौ मैंने केमती देखा जाऊँच कहीं नवा से भाविले आइडिया कले आंसर आसो थे पढ़ीदे आंसर आसो नेक्स्ट रिसेंटली द कोंकण 25 exercise was conducted between the navies of India and which countries? Britain. India's first cheetah safari has been started in which national park? Kuno national park. Okay, Kuno national park. The cheetah it already विभिन्न लास्ट 3-4 मास पूर्व ये कौन नेशनल अफेयर थिला बहुत एटा कुनो नेशनल पार्क रिसेंटली पुणे आउथर न्यूज आसला मन रखा इजी हो नेक्स्ट व्हिच रीजन ऑफ इंडिया रिसेंटली गोट्स इज फर्स्ट लाइवस्टॉक आईवीएफ लैबोरेटरी से होची नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया रे फर्स्ट कोन हिची ना लाइवस्टॉक आईवीएफ लैबोरेटरी एस्टैब्लिश हिच नेक्स्ट at present the production of honey in India has increased by how many times as compared to the 2014 around 11 years ago aslan tenu ebe kete percent increase है around 2 times ebe increase है okay kete times पचास सेटा 2 times where was the IUCN World Conservation Congress 2020 recently held कोठी अबू धाबी रे इचना मन के अपन को हला IUCN अबू धाबी अच्छा देखो एमे भी को टेक्निक कोई भी जदी IUCN यू 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 आछि आयु अबू उ अबू आयु पु आयु अबू हला IUCN को आयु अबू करेक्ट आंसर पाई परिबे नेक्स्ट Prime Minister Modi has launched two major agriculture schemes worth how many crore rupees? Around 35,440 crore rupees. Okay, next. Which country's writer Laszlo Karasnahorsky has been awarded the 2025 Nobel Prize in Literature? से होजी हंगेरी रो मन क्या पड़े बड़ा सब की को कंट्री जदि आपण कोडिंग करि परबे आपण माने कोडिंग करंतु बट ताको जदि म कोडिंग करिया पई चाहिबी केन करबी ना देखो से हचने लिटरेचर नोबेल पाइचंती हला लास्टलो ओके लास्टलो रेठी म कोडिंग जदि करबी ताले मते गोटे जिंस मिलुची कोन कहले एठी आछे आपण मानका एठी गोटा होची हंगेरी जे हंगरी थिबो हला हंगरी थिबो जे भोकिला थिबो हला सीए जेमते लेबी कोन लाज्य करिवने से लाज्य करिवने एटा लाज्य हम कहू से भोकिला तो से लाज्य करिवने सब काम कर परिबो सब कार्यता कर परिबो जे हंगरी अछि से लाज्य करिवने सब काम कर परिबो तनो से नोबेल प्राइज पाया पे लिटरेचर रे अवार्ड ले नेक्स्ट What percentage of India total production and export are contributed by micro, small and medium enterprises MSMEs? Around 40%. India's soil security coverage has increased from 19% in 2015 to what percentage 2025? Around 64.3%. Who has recently been appointed as the interim chief executive officer CEO by the board of the Castrol India company? Sugata Basurai. Okay, Sugata Basurai. Next, where has Bannerghatta Biological Park become India's first fully solar powered zoo? एटा होचे बेंगलुरु रे हला बेंगलुरु रे अछि हला तनो ये भी होची बी रो स्टार्ट ए जो बायोलॉजिकल पार्ट ता बी डी ता अछि बेंगलुरु एटी मध्ये बी अछि आपण मन करबे नेक्स्ट Which state recently became the first in India to amend Wildlife Protection Act 1972? एटा होची केरला होची तेणु मैक्सिमम जिन आप करेन्ट पेपर लाड़क आप देखिए लक्ष्य करेंगे केरला बहुत जिन कर एवं आसाम धीरे धीरे आसला है तेणु अन्य आ गोटे कौन यूपी स्टेट है ये मैंने बहुत जिन कर गोटे बेसी गर्ल्स मान किए तेलंगाना कर मन रखिले सिक्वेन्स मन रही नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर पैट्रिक हार्मिनी was recently elected president of which country? होची CHSL से कौन होइछन्ती प्रेसिडेंट होइछन्ती ओके नेक्स्ट In Benseli village of which district of Rajasthan wheat has been grown for the first time on the desert land? Desert land रे कौन है ना गहम होइछि तो सेटा कोठी बेंसली विलेज को राजस्थान कोठी को डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे सेटा होचे अजमेर डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे. ओके नेक्स्ट. Who has recently been appointed by the RBI as new executive director? एटी जी सोनाली सेन गुप्ता सी होचंदी कोन RBI रो executive director. Next. In the year 2026, the Ministry of Defence has utilized over what percent of capital outlay by the end of September 2025? Around 50%. Which country has Maharashtra recently signed an agreement to establish a world-class convention center in Nagpur? So that's Spain. They have a world-class convention center. Whatever, hella. এটা কোন না স্পেন সেট আপ করা হয়েছে. Next. Where did Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav recently participate in the pre-COP30 Ministerial Roundtable? এটা হচ্ছে ব্রাসালিয়ারে সে করছেনটি. Pre-COP30 রে সে পার্টিসিপেট করছেন কি এনভায়রনমেন্ট মিনিস্টার কি ভূপেন্দ্র সিং যাদব. Okay, next. Israel has announced who will be awarded the prestigious Israeli President Medal. କିଏ ନା ଡୋନାଲ୍ଡ ଟ୍ରମ୍ପ. ତାଙ୍କୁ ତ ନୋବେଲ ମିଳିଲାନି ତେଣୁ ଏଇଟା ଜଣେ ଆନାଉନ୍ସ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ଦେଶ ଇସ୍ରାଏଲ ବାଲା, ତେଣୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମିଳିଲା ଡୋନାଲ୍ଡ ଟ୍ରମ୍ପକୁ ପ୍ରେସିଡେନ୍ସିଆଲ ମେଡାଲ. ଓକେ, ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଆଫେୟାର ପାର୍ଟ ଗୁଡ଼ା ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସେୟାର ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ ଆମ ଚ୍ୟାନେଲକୁ. OPSC ଏସର ଯଦି 0 to ହିରୋ ଇବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର କିମ୍ବା ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ କୋଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ଦରକାର, ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଏଇଟା 0 to ହିରୋ ଇବୁକ୍, ଏଇଟା ହେଉଛି ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ କୋଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ଦରକାର. ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ନ୍ତୁ. ଆପଣମାନେ ଯଦି नीड अच्छी ताला अपना मैंने क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करंतु नहीं पारिबे. ओके, यदि आपन को OSSC और SSSC अच्छी ई बुक दरकार अपन डिटेल्स पढंतु आ अपन मैंने क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करी नहीं पारिबे. नेक्स्ट बाकी रहला अपन मन को भाई गोटे नुआ अनाउंसमेंट संडे लाइब्रेरी गोटे हमें इनिशिएटिव स्टार्ट करछु हला, जोते अपन मन जो भुवनेश्वर रहउछन से मन पे गोटे बहुत बड़ अपॉर्चुनिटी अछि. सेठी अपन को ग्रुप सी रू आरंभ करके आईएएस ओएस जेकोसी लेवल पर एग्जाम पे कंपैरेटिव बुक्स सेठी अवेलेबल अछि. फ्री वाईफाई मिलिबो, फुल एसी आपन को कोन गोटा हॉल मिलिबो, सेटा पढा पढी कर परिबे. पार्किंग में भलो व्यवस्था अछि. मैगजीन न्यूज़पेपर मिलिबो. ता सेटा आपन को अफोर्डेबल मेंबरशिप प्लान अराउंड 699 रो आरंभ होइछि. लोकेशन मड दे देछि, कांटेक्ट नंबर दे देछि. आपन माने फोन करके डिटेल्स पूछ पारिबे. आ गोटे बहुत भलो जिंस कि एते बहुत जिनस आपन को धीरे धीरे आपन को मिलिबो हला. जस्ट स्टार्टिंग अछि ना, बट धीरे धीरे आपन को बहुत फुल मिलिबो. आप डिटेल्स पढंतु. जदि आपन नीड अछि भुवनेश्वर रहउछंती आपन लाइब्रेरी रे नीड अछि 699 इज नॉट ए वेरी बिग अमाउंट. गोटे पुनी एसी रूम आपन को मिलुछि, आपन को विभिन्न बुक्स मिलुछि, आपन को विभिन्न स्पेस मिलुछि, एटमॉस्फेयर भलो अछि, पार्किंग स्पेस अछि, मैगजीन मिलुछि, न्यूज़पेपर मिलुछि. तेणु आपण मैंने ये सुजोग हाथछड़ा करंतु नहीं. आपण मैंने नंबर दिया है 9114000110 को कांटेक्ट करंतु. ओके, नेक्स्ट जीवा में जदि आपण मान को ए सब किछि जो आपण को ई बुक विषय कहल जदि आपण किछि असुविधा अछि ताले 9937193111 नंबर व्हाट्सएप करियो. हम आपण ई बुक रो लिंक सेंड कर देबे. नहले ए जो वीडियो देखछन्ती ता तळे गोटे कमेंट सेक्शन अछि, कमेंट सेक्शन में ई बुक रो लिंक दे देछि, सेटा क्लिक करके पाई परबे. नेक्स्ट, where was the semiconductor innovation museum recently inaugurated? हैदराबाद. देखो मु कहि ना 3-4टा सिटी बहुत फेमस थाए. न्यू दिल्ली गोटे मैक्सिमम, न्यू दिल्ली आपण को मुंबई, आपण को विशाखापट्टनम, हैदराबाद, बेंगलुरु, ए सब जिन सिटी आउ आपण को प्राय तो बेसी मन रखिबे. है सब बहुत फ्रीक्वेंटली सेट सब विभिन्न कोन इनागुरेशन हुए, इनोवेशन भी हुए. नेक्स्ट, 5 beaches of which state recently received the international blue flag certification? से होचे महाराष्ट्र. ब्लू फ्लैग सर्टिफिकेशन विषय आप पढ़िबे, पढ़ले आप जानि पारिबे कोन पाइ दिया जाय. नेक्स्ट, what percent of the global production does India, the world's second largest fish producer, contribute to? 8%. What percent of the capital expenditure of the 159,768 crore was utilized by the Ministry of Defence in the last financial year? Around 100%. Which neighboring country of India recently received a 1.2 billion loan from IMF interest multiplier point के पाइछि पाकिस्तान पाइछि हम रिसेंट पाक कंट्री मन के पड़ो India's power planning authority has prepared a transmission plan worth how many billion dollars to transfer more than 76 gigawatts of hydropower, around 77 billion dollars. India's retail inflation fell to what percent in September 2025, the lowest since June 2017, around 1.554%. Which sector in India has seen its growth increase nearly sixfold from 1.9 lakh crore in the 2014-15 to 11.3 lakh crore in 2024-25, around କୋଉଟା ଏଟା ହେଉଛି ଇଲେକ୍ଟ୍ରୋନିକ୍ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନରେ ହେଲା ମନେ ରଖିଥିବା ଏଟା ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ which bank recently announced that it has been named Asia's safest bank by Global Finance ମାନେ ବହୁତ ସେଫ୍ ଅଛି ଏ ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କରେ ଏଟାକୁ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଏସିଆର ଗୋଟେ କ'ଣ ଗ୍ଲୋବାଲ ଫାଇନାନ୍ସରେ ଏଟା ଆନାଉନ୍ସ କରାଯାଇଛି ଏଟା ହେଉଛି DBS ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ଓକେ DBS ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ମନେ ରଖିବା ଏଟା In which year will space technology company Galaxy Eye launch the world's first multi-sensor EO satellite around 2026 एटा मन रखिबे Galaxy Eye विषय OPSC OSSC अराउंड गोटे ए टाइप रो गोटे क्वेश्चन पड़ी थिला बट एटा टिक डिफरेंट क्वेश्चन टा होला तण अपन मन रखिथिबे मे बी ए सो रिपीट करि पारे क्वेश्चन नेक्स्ट who released the book ready relevant and resurgent to shaping a future ready focus written by cities Anil Chauhan on 14 November 2001 एटा किए इनागुरेट करछन ना डिफेंस मिनिस्टर राजनाथ सिंह okay then net direct tax collection has increased to how many lakh crore rupees in the current financial year, around 11.89 lakh crore. What is India's rank in the Henley Passport Index 2025 with visa free travel to 57 countries, around 85th? Okay, India rank to कौन अछि Henley Passport Index 85th अछि. Okay, next. Recently, the central government extended the term of the 16th Finance Commission by how many months? Around 1 month. The first meeting of the Joint Defence Corporation JDC between India and which country was held in New Delhi on October 15, 2012? Ethiopia. Okay. Next. What is India's current rank among the world's largest mobile phone producers? Around second. Second होची India मोबाइल फोन प्रोड्यूसर होची बेसी जनसंख्या बेसी लोकन को मोबाइल फोन आउटडेटेड हे गेले न्यू दरकार पड़छे तेणु नीड अछि. नेक्स्ट वेयर वाज एशिया's largest railway exhibition IREE 2012 held from October 15 to 17 न्यू दिल्ली हे जेटा पुणी मु आपण जहा कहि सेही सेम टेक्निक कहि न्यू दिल्ली बेंगलुरु मुंबई पुणे विशाखापट्टना ए सब कंट्री आपण ए सब आपण प्लेसेस गुडा मन रखिबे ए सब जिंस गुडा आपण प्रायत पडुची. नेक्स्ट for what period has India recently been elected to the United Nations Human Rights Council for the 7th time? केते 2026 to 28 हला. Next who recently became the first Indian to win the Kentron R Miller Award? So Sonali Ghosh. अच्छा एटा मु कोडिंग करिया पई चाहबी फर्स्ट इंडियन से अछंदी केंटन आर मिलर आपन करछि देखंतु जिते बड़े आर देखिबे ना आर एठी ए केंटन आर देखिबे आर पर कोन आसे एस आसे हला आर पर आपन को आर माने आपन को आर माने गोटे जो लेटर टा अछि तापरे एस आसे आपन जहां बे एस जदी सब जगह दैथो ताले आपन कोन करिवे ना आपन मन रखिबे हम पाक स्टेट होचन के पाक स्टेट होचन आपण वेस्ट बेंगल वेस्ट बेंगल जने जने पाइचंती हला से होचन घोष टाइटल नगर और से सोनाली. ओके आर प्रेस ओके. नेक्स्ट according to the government data the employees provident fund organization EPFO has approximately how many lakh crore rupees in funds? Around 28 lakh crore. According to the Ministry of Labour and Employment, the female labor force participation rate in India has increased to approximately how much percentage in 2023 to 24? Around 42%. In which city have Google, Adani Group and Airtel jointly announced plans to build India's largest AI hub and data center. Visakhapatnam Rabada. Google karibo, Adani karibo, Airtel karibo. तीन जन मिसी करछन एटा इंपोर्टेंट मन रखिबे. Next. Recently, what percent of India's GDP growth rate has the IMF projected for the year 2026 or 6.6%? The best, which are three states that topped the recently published State Mining Preparedness Index? Usually, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. MP, Rajasthan, Gujarat. Okay, next. Which status was recently granted to Hindustan Shipyard Limited, Visakhapatnam? Mini Ratna Diastaku. Next. Who recently addressed the conference on the extradition of the fugitives challenge and strategy organized by CBI in New Delhi? Amit Shah. अमित शाह करछंदी पूछुरे तीन चार जन नाम रखे पड़े आपको मोदी राजनाथ सिंह अमित शाह हला आपनकर बेसी ना छछंदी एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्ट्री डाके मन रखिबे बेसी चलछन से ना हला बहुत काम करछन एनवायरनमेंट ऊपर हला ए तीन चारटा लोक जो माने अछन तांको बस बेसी यूज पड़छ. नेक्स्ट. The Reserve Bank of India has allowed Indian banks to lend to customers in Indian rupees in which countries? Pakapaka country, Sri Lanka, Bhutan and Nepal मन रखे. Okay, next. Who recently became the first Indian to climb 9 peaks over 8,000 meters? So भारत थेमिनेनी हला एडा मन रखिबे भारत थेमिनेनी आपण जे फर्स्ट इंडियन से जने इंडियन अर्थ मेनिगल से भारतीय तने भारत थेमिनेनी मन रहि परियो इंडियन से भारत थेमिनेनी. ओके, नेक्स्ट. Where is the 16th annual meeting of the WHO International Regulatory Corporation for Herbal Medicines being held? It is Jakarta. Next. Which private company recently received the permission to build the Kedarnath ropeway project at a cost of 4,000 crore? Which is Adani Group करछि. Next, renowned wildlife conservationist Vivek Menon has been elected the new president of which international organization? IUCN. मन रखिबे सबु IUCN विभिन्न एनवायरनमेंट रिलेटेड आपण कोप 30 सबु जगह मन रखिबे सब पढुछ परीक्षा रे ए सरे 100% पढियो. नेक्स्ट. By when has the central government approved the supply of fortified rice under welfare schemes? Around December 2020. मुझे केबे जल्दी जल्दी सारू जी काई ना एबे मोर माइक रे बहुत कम चार्ज अछि सरी छिबो तणो माइक बंद देखले बेकार वीडियो भी आम परबो. Which meeting of the network planning group NPG was held to evaluate road transport and highway infrastructure project? Around कते आपनकर 100th. तापरे आसला आपनकर the 5th edition of the Kho India University Games KIUG will be begin in which state on the November 24? एटा होचे राजस्थान. India's merchandise trade deficit has increased to approximately how much in September 2011? $32 billion. Who recently became the player of the most assisted in men's national football? Lionel Messi, most famous. Which country recently developed its first indigenous antibiotic naphthalomycin? India. On World Food Day 2012, FAO celebrated how many years of partnership in India? 80 years, 80 वर्ष होलानी partnership. कौन food FAO वाला मन रखिबे. Next. Approximately what percent of the ration cards at the national level have been linked with other numbers? Or 99.9%. Rice is currently the staple food for approximately what percent of India's population? Around 60%. Okay, आज कंटा पेतिकी आपण चैनल भल लागला सब्सक्राइब करंतु. OPCS 0 to hero ebook दरकार किमा आपनको स्मार्ट प्रैक्टिस क्वेश्चन दरकार आपण मान डिटेल्स पढी के आपण क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करके नै परिबे. OSSC और SSSC जदि आपनको ebook दरकार आपण डिटेल्स पढिबे आपण क्यूआर कोड स्कैन कर नै परिबे. तासुटे अनदर अनाउंसमेंट होची संडे लाइब्रेरी गोटे हमर इनिशिएटिव स्टार्ट हेची. आपण माने जदि आपण भुवनेश्वर रहउचंदी निश्चित भाबरे आपण मानको सेठी आपनको फैसिलिटी कोन मिले ना आपनको ग्रुप सी रो आरंभ करके आईएएस ओएस लेवल पर्यंत सब टाइप ऑफ बुक्स अवेलेबल अछि. फ्री वाईफाई अछि. एसी हॉल पूरा अवेलेबल अछि. ता सहित आपनको मेंबरशिप जस्ट अराउंड 699 रे आपनको एतिन से मिलिबो. लोकेशन दिया है आप पढ़ी ने कॉन्टाक्ट नंबर दिया है आप पढ़ी ने ओके जदि आप नोट डाउन कर नंबर नोट डाउन करके कॉल डिटेल्स बुझीपारे ओके आ बाकी रहा किसी भी डाउट अच्छे आप जदि इ बुक किसी पाऊना किसी असुविधा अच्छे ताल मत कौन करेंगे ना आप व्हाट्सएप करेंगे 9937193244 नंबर में जदि किसी फिर किसी असुविधा अच्छे ये जो वीडियो चलते तले गोटे कमेंट सेक्शन अच्छे से लिंक देदेवी आप डिटेल्स पाइपर आज वीडियो केमन लगला निश्चय लाइक सब्सक्राइब करेंगे थैंक यू सो मच। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 21 अक्टोबर रू 31 अक्टोबर पर्यंत बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर गुड़ा जोटा कि आपण मानकर OSSC और SSSC कि OPSC SSC रेलवे टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम हेल्पफुल रहा जोटी मत दरकार पड़ो मेमोनिक्स यूज करने मुझे यूज करी ना मुझे डायरेक्ट आपको आंसर कहीदेवी आप मन रखा पड़ो ओके चलो स्टार्ट करिया। Who recently launched the We-Rise initiative to empower women entrepreneurs? এটা किए करछि ना नीति आयोग देखो एटा हला वुमेन मानकर वुमेन मान भितर है जदि आप क्वेश्चन पढ़ो आप पढ़े टोटाल सब जाक आप मिनिस्टर वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट है मिनिस्टर MSME आला स्टार्टअप इंडिया ये भीतर गोटे लेडीज ना अच्छी नीति है नीति लेडीज ना एग्जांपल होची नीति तो वुमेन को बुझीपारे तेणु नीति बुझीगला वुमेन मान तो नीति कौन कला वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर We-Rise गोटे इनिशिएटिव कला टिके आइडिया कला आंसर देबे बट एटा मन रखिथिबे ए क्वेश्चन रे वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट होबा नाही ओके। नेक्स्ट इंडिया surpassed which country to become the top smartphone exporter to the United States? काकना चाइना को ओवरटेक कर सारे ओके। नेक्स्ट which country recently qualified for the AFC Under-17 Women's Asian Cup 2026 for the first time? And of India. Recently, the central government launched the Cotton Revolution Mission at a cost of how many crore rupees? 600 crore rupees. Who recently became the first Indian archer to win a medal in the women's individual compound event? ज्योति सुरेखा देखिए बेटा के मन रखिए हमको सी कौन है इंडियन आर्चर है इंडियन आर्चर माने आर्चरी माने तीर चालना कर टिके कोडिंग करुचे तीर चालना कर से जन वुमेन अच्छा अच्छा जी आर्चरी कर तार आखिर जदि ज्योति भल थी निश्चित भाव से भल कर तेणु जी ना अच्छी सब आखि तो ज्योति समस्त पचारते कोडिंग कली मु इंडियन आर्चर को ज्योति सहित ज्योति सुरेखा। नेक्स्ट in which city will the 11th edition of the International Science Festival be held in the December 2025? एटा होची आपण चंडीगढ़ एटा मन रखिबे काइना म आपण कहितले अगु दिल्ली मुंबई बेंगलुरु कोलकाता मैक्सिमम टाइम एटा सब पड़े बुझ पाइले इतना टिके चेंज कराई चंडीगढ़ मन रखा। नेक्स्ट हर्ष सांघवी has recently been appointed deputy chief minister of which state? सेटा होची गुजरात है हर्ष सांघवी मन रखा रिसेंटली एबे गुजरात समस्त जो जेती जण मिनिस्टर थिले समस्त इस्तीफा देथिले तापर से माने पुणी आउथरे जो माने सब रिसफल हेतला गवर्नमेंट है मंत्रिमंडल रिसफल हेतला पुणी से भीतर एबे जण अपॉइंटमेंट हेचन डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर भाबरे हर्ष सांघवी ओके। नेक्स्ट how many times has mobile phone export from India increased from 15,000 crore in 2014 to 15 to 2 lakh crore in 2024-25 around 127 times है बढ़िला 2014-15 जेतिकी देला एबे पाखापाखि जो आपणकर 2 लाख कोटी ये 24% पाखापाखि 127 times. Who was elected as the first woman president of the Indian Cricketers Association in October 2012? किए से संथा रंगस्वामी मन संथा रंगस्वामी आपको इन करबा रेडी एटा होची इंडियन क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन रो वुमेन फर्स्ट वुमेन प्रेसिडेंट हला देखंतु एठी ये अछंती स्वामी अछंती स्वामी हला जे बना है जन भल लोक बना है सी मे भी एठी कोन भल काम कर स्वामी अछंती से पुणी संथा रंगस्वामी जन अछन रंगस्वामी हला एले एठी से जने प्रेसिडेंट सब ऊपर उच्च लोक हला तो तांकर रंगस्वामी नाटा कौन अच्छी टे हाई बड़ अच्छी आ बहुत भल लगुच माने लगुच नाटा तेणु से मैंने चूज कले रंगस्वामी की है प्रेसिडेंट बोली इंडियन क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन रे फर्स्ट वुमेन प्रेसिडेंट तेणु आप मन रखिए रंगस्वामी है संता रंगस्वामी अन्न गुड़ा एलिमिनेशन कले छोट छोट ना गुड़ा तेणु यहाँ बड़ नाटा मन रखिदेवे नेक्स्ट What is the name of the mission launched by the Indian government to promote high yield cotton cultivation? That is कपास क्रांति मिशन ओके कपा हला आपनकर कॉटन क्रांति मिशन हला जेतु टिके एरा कोन कराई जे हिंदी दिया जे कपास क्रांति मिशन बुझ पहले नेक्स्ट which system was launched at gift city to eliminate forex settlement delays सेटा कोन होय छै ना रियल टाइम फॉरेन करेंसी सेटलमेंट सिस्टम दा कोन कराई छै ना लॉन्च करा जाय छै Next, what major retail sales milestone was recorded in India during the 2025 festive season? 5.4 lakh crore. Operation Fire Tail aims to stop illegal smuggling of which item? Firecrackers. Operation Fire Trail aims. Operation Fire मन करिपारिबे कोन firecrackers. Next. The Graded Responsible Action Plan GRAP framework target which environmental issue है air pollution air pollution Graded Responsible Action Plan. Okay, next. Who is the Nobel laureate physicist that passed away in October 2000? She was Chen Ning Yang. Okay. Next is how many crimes cases were registered in India in 2023? 6.24 million. What was the crime rate for lakh pollution in India 2023? 444.83. Okay. What percent did cybercrime rise in India 2023? 31.2%. What is India's current global rank within a 4.3 share in global service export? 7th. How many special trains has India Railways successfully operated between 1 to 19 2025? 3960. Railway the question. Where will President Draupadi Murmu unveil the statue of former President K.R. Narayana on October 23? Thiruvananthapuram जेहेतु के नारायण आपणकर के नारायण आपणकर तिरुवनंतपुरम थिले सेटु तिरुवनंतपुरम सेटा अनवेल कराइ छै ओके नेक्स्ट हाउ मेनी पैसेंजर डिड इंडियन रेलवेज एंश्योर टू ट्रैवल अप थ्रू स्पेशल ट्रेन बिटवीन October 1 to 19 2022 around 1 crore. Cyber security incident in India increased from 10.29 lakhs in 2020. How many lakhs in 2000? Around कितने थिला 2022 रे 10.29 लाख थिला 2024 केते होय ना 22.68 लाख 22.68 लाख अराउंड केते परसेंट बढ़ गेला अपन नीचे कैलकुलेट कर परिबे ओके नेक्स्ट launched on August 15 2025 the fast tag annual pass has crossed how many lakh users within 2 months 25 lakh Approximately how many million mobile phones are produced in India annually? Around 330 million. Okay. ଏଇଟା ସବୁ ଆପଣ ମନେ ରଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। କୌଣସି OSSC ଏକ୍ଜାମ୍ରେ ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ପଚାରିଲା ନାହିଁ, ଯଦି ଏସେ ପଡ଼ିଲା ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣ ଲେଖିବା ପାଇଁ ସୁବିଧା ହେବ। ଏସବୁ ଡାଟା ମନେ ରଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ। India Shipbuilding Development Scheme provides support to shipbuilders building cluster with an outlay of approximately how many crore rupees? Around 2000 crore rupees. The National Electronics Policy 2019 aims to achieve revenue of 4000 billion by which year? 2025. 2019 ପଲିସି ସେମାନେ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି 400 ବିଲିୟନ କେତେବେଳେ ହେବ ନା 2025 ଏଇ ବର୍ଷ ହେଲା। ନେକ୍ସଟ, currently how many mobile subscribers are there in India? Around 1.2 billion. ତାପରେ who recently presented the formal insignia of the honorary rank of the Lieutenant Colonel to Golden Boy नीरज चोपड़ा। से होचे डिफेंस मिनिस्टर राजनाथ सिंह एटा कौन करछन ताको ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ହନରାରୀ नीरज चोपड़ा। मन रखिबा मोदी, राजनाथ सिंह, अमित शाह, द्रौपदी मुर्मू एतिकी जण जहाँ करेंगे तापर मन रखा पड़ो। नेक्स्ट, which country recently declared a 30 days state of the emergency to deal with public protest and violence? एटा होची पेरू। अच्छा एटा मन रखिबे पब्लिक प्रोटेस्ट होची प्रोटेस्ट पुणी हला वायलेंस 30 days रो आपण मन रासिया पड़ो। पेरू विल गोटे छोटो कंट्री। ओके, छोटा कंट्री पेरू। नेक्स्ट, where will the 11th edition of the India's International Science Festival IISF be held in December? चंडीगढ़। एटा भी पुणी साइंस फेस्टिवल चंडीगढ़ रे होची, मन रखितांदो एटा। नेक्स्ट, how many lakh lamps did the city of Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh light during the 9th Deepotshav, achieving a Guinness World Record? Around 26 lakh. Okay, next, which country became the 90th member country of the International Union for Conservation of Nature IUCN in October 2025? तुवालु हैला 90तम मेंबर है IUCN रे। एटा मन रखिबा आपनकर PCS रे एक थर पचारि पारे। तुवालु मन रखिबा तुवालु हैला। अच्छा, मोटा टेक्निक कोची देखंदो IUCN को जदी मु ए जो आई टा अछि ताको टी लगे देबी टू हे जी परिबो ना टू। तो आपण को जतले क्वेश्चन देखबे टी को ऊपर लगे देले टू भालू आपण करि परिबे आंसर बुझ पाइले। मेमोनिक्स ता कहि देली। नेक्स्ट, which world famous player recently won the 2025 MLS Golden Boot Award presented by OT? सेजन लियलेनी मेसी। ओके, हन मन रखिबे। तापरे आसेले आपनकर which country has India launched the Ramanuja Junior Research Program named after mathematician Srinivasa Ramanuja? ब्रिटेन ने कराइछि। ओके, रामानुजा ब्रिटेन ने कराइछि। हम इंग्लिश माने कोन रामानुजा मानकर ये ऊपर ब्रिटेन ने करछन्ति। नेक्स्ट, how many lakh crore rupees worth of goods are traded in India from Navratri to Diwali? 5.4 lakh crore. After the year 2025 marks which anniversary of the India's Germany strategic partnership? 25th. Okay, according to the recently published report, what is India's global rank in terms of forest area? 9th. एटा मन रखिबे ज्योग्राफी रिलेटेड पचारिबा बहुत चांसेस अछि ना। India's global rank total forest area रे 9th अछि ना। नेक्स्ट, according to the latest data from the RBI, India's gold reserve have exceeded how many billion dollar for the first time? Around $100 billion. Which Gulf country recently announced plans to abolish the kafala labor system? Saudi Arabia। kafala labor system को किए एबे कोन करबो abolish करबो kafala labor system। एटा के साउदी अरेबिया। मन रखिया पड़ेबा कोन कंट्री तो यदि किछि कोड मते मिलुनी हल कहि दिथाने परे केतल नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आसबे कहि देबे। बट एटा kafala labor system साउदी अरेबिया। नेक्स्ट पिला माने जदि आपन चैनल भल लागै निश्चय में लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करंतु। हम सहित थोड़े पार्टनरशिप करजनी सनडे लाइब्रेरी जोटा कि भुवनेश्वर अवेलेबल अच्छी है आपण मानक ये लोकेशन दिखाई आपण मैंने विजिट करेंगे से ऑफर कर कौन ना आपण मानक ग्रुप सी रु आरंभ करके ISOS लेवल पर्यटन सब बुक से अवेलेबल अच्छी फ्री वाईफाई से दौरान हॉलटा पूरा एसी अच्छी सहित आपन को मेंबरशिप प्लान जस्ट स्टार्टिंग 699 रु होची बुझिपारे कॉन्टाक्ट नंबर दिया 9114000110 को आप कॉन्टाक्ट करके विजिट करेंगे। नेक्स्ट रहा आपण मानकर OPSC जदि आपंकर 02 रही दरकार कि 1200 स्मार्ट प्रैक्टिस क्वेश्चन दरकार ये क्यूआर कोड अच्छी क्यूआर कोड अच्छे क्यूआर कोड स्कान कर नहीं पारे आदि OSSC OSSC जदि ये दरकार आप डिटेल्स लिखाई आपने पढ़ी दुटा क्यूआर कोड स्कान कर नहीं पारे स्टिल जब किसी असुविधा अच्छी ये मो नंबर अच्छी 99371904 नंबर मेसेज करेंगे स्टिल किसी असुविधा अच्छी ये जो वीडियो चलती तले गोटे कमेंट सेक्शन अच्छी से कमेंट सेक्शन में सब लिंक दिया आप क्लिक करेंगे। Which Indian state will be officially declared the free from extremely poverty on 1st November 2025? केरला 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 प्रायतः सब सब पॉवर्टी एजुकेशन थाए जी मैंने पेपर पढ़ुते मन रही। नेक्स्ट which city recently became the first to launch a real-time flood forecasting system? सी चेन्नई कर चेन्नई पाखे आपर कौन समुद्र अच्छी समुद्र थी से कौन कर गोटे लंच कर रियल टाइम फ्लोड फोरकास्टिंग सिस्टम यहाँ अपनी फास्ट टाइम मन रखिए। The number of airport in India has increased from 74 in 2014 to how many in 2025 माने 2014 था 74 एबे हे कौन सेटा 163 मन रखे बेटा। नेक्स्ट है where did defense minister Sri Rajnath Singh release the defense procurement manual 2025 at a function held on October 23 2025 न्यू दिल्ली रे हेचरा डिफेंस प्रोक्यूरमेंट मैनुअल के करछन डिफेंस मिनिस्टर करछन ला कोड ना न्यू दिल्ली। नेक्स्ट व्हेन इज द अनमैन्ड गगनयान G1 मिशन एक्सपेक्टेड टू लॉन्च एटा डिसेंबर 2025 रे हबा एटा ऑलरेडी स्पीडी वीडियो पेपर में पढ़ी जाथिबे। नेक्स्ट which former Indian women's team captain was recently elected president of the Indian Cricketers Association ICA सोचनी संता रंगस्वामी ऑलरेडी क्वेश्चन थिला पुणी अवतार आसीगला ठीक अछि अपन मन रखिबे बेटा मु तो टेक्निक कहि दितली। नेक्स्ट हाउ मेनी कोल ब्लॉक्स हैव बीन ऑर्डर्ड अंडर द कमर्शियल कोल ब्लॉक एक्शन ऑन October 23 2023 by October 2025 over how many crore documents have been verified on the blockchain platform? 34 crore. Okay, 34 crore blockchain platform. And how many lakh people does India's aviation sector currently employ? 77 lakh. India is currently the third largest startup hub in the world. In how many lakh startup? 1.59 lakh. Where will the India International Rise Conference BIRC 2025 be held on October 30 to 35 30 to 31 sorry 2025 कोड होना न्यू दिल्ली हवा कोन ना इंडिया इंटरनेशनल राइस कॉन्फ्रेंस भारत माने राइस ऊपर गोटे कॉन्फ्रेंस हो हला सेटा कोड होना न्यू दिल्ली रे हवा मन रखिएरा। Recently, the Defence Acquisition Council approved the proposal worth approximately how many crore rupees to enhance the capabilities of the armed force? 79,000 crore. Where the 14th Indian Bhutan Border Management and Security meeting recently held. थिम्पू रही जेटा आपनकर border भूटान border management हेडा कोडी थिम्पू रही मन रखिएरा। How many lakh rupees have been announced to be awarded to the writer for designing the logo of the green hydrogen mission? 1 lakh crore rupees तांको कोन अवार्ड दिया जिवो जो माने लोगो बनेबे ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन पे। ओके 1 lakh दिया जिवो तांको। By which year does the central government aim to increase the number of airport to 350 to 400 around 2047? बहुत दूर चिंता कर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। ओके नेक्स्ट इंडिया स्पेस इकोनॉमी has currently grown to over how many billion dollars? 8 billion dollars. In the bio manufacturing sector India rank Third in the Indo-Pacific region, and what is its global ranking? 12th. Among the world's largest rice producers, India supplies rice to how many countries? 172 countries. How many indigenously warship and submarines have Indian shipyard delivered to Navy from 2014 to 2025? 40. What date is celebrated every year as Jammu Kashmir Accession Day? That is 26 October. How many additional Center of Excellence have recently been reorganized by the Ministry of Mines under the National Critical Mineral Mission? That is 2. According to the Deloitte, India's Indian economy outlook report, what percent of India's GDP is projected to grow in financial year 2026? 6.7 to 6.9. The National Biodiversity Authority has released rupees 18.3 lakh to the Biodiversity Management Committee of which state? Uttar Pradesh and Sikkim. It is very important. Uttar Pradesh and Sikkim. Next. And currently more than what percent of the rural household are receiving clean tap water under the Jal Jeevan Mission? 81%. Where will President Srimati Draupadi Murmu inaugurate Yashoda Medicity on 2000 October 26, 2012? ଗାଜିଆବାଦରେ ୟଶୋଦା ମେଡିସିଟି ବୋଲି ଗୋଟେ କ'ଣ ହସ୍ପିଟାଲ ଇନୋଭେସନ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି. ନେକ୍ସଟ, ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ's foreign exchange reserve reached by $4.5 billion to how many billion dollar in October 2025? ସେଟା 702 billion ବା 702 billion କୁ କ'ଣ ହେଇଛି? increase ହେଇଛି. Next, India's 6G roadmap sets a target for this sector to contribute approximately 1.2 billion trillion to GDP by when? Around 2035 ନିଆଯାଇଛି 6G roadmap. ତାପରେ who recently became the first Indian to climb 9 peaks over 8,000 meter? ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଭାରତ ଥେମିନେନି. ଏଇଟା ମନେ ରଖିବେ. ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଫାଷ୍ଟ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ୍ ପୁଣି 8,000 ମିଟର ଇଏ କରିଛନ୍ତି, ତାଙ୍କ ନାମ ହେଉଛି ଭାରତ ଥେମିନେନି. ନେକ୍ସଟ, which ministry recently signed an MOU with 17 leading institutions under the Gyan Bharatam initiative? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି Ministry of Culture. The total port capacity has increased. The total port capacity has currently doubled from 1.4 billion metric tons to how many crore metric ton? 276 crore. Bharat Jain developed advanced text-to-text and text-to-speech translation models for how many scheduled language? 22. मन रखिए एटा important मन रखिए. The number of maritime workers in India has increased from 1.25 lakhs to how many lakh? 3 lakh. Next, which bank recently received the world's best consumer bank and best bank in India award for the year 2025? State Bank of India. Where was the 22nd Asian Indian Summit held on 26 October 2025? Kuala Lumpur ହେବ. Asian Indian Summit 26 October ହେଇସାରିଲାଣି. ଏଇଟା କେଉଁଠି ହେବାର ଥିଲା ନା କୁଆଲା ଲମ୍ପୁରରେ. ମନେ ରଖିବା ଏଇଟା କୁଆଲା ଲମ୍ପୁର. Okay, next ଆସିଲା PM Narendra Modi called upon citizens to participate in the run for unity to commemorate which birth anniversary of Sardar Patel? ସେଟା 150. Okay, 150ତମ ତାଙ୍କର ବାର୍ଥ ଆନିଭର୍ସରୀ ପାଇଁ ରନ୍ ଫର୍ ୟୁନିଟି ଗୋଟେ କରିଥିଲେ କିଏ? PM ମୋଦି. Which country recently became the 11th member of ASEAN? ASEAN 11th member କିଏ ହେଲା? Timor Leste. Okay, ମନେ ରଖିବା ଏଇଟା 11th country Timor Leste ହେଲା. Next ଆସିଲା ଆପଣଙ୍କର which year has been designated as the Asian Indian Year of Maritime Cooperation for a partnership in the blue economy 2026? Which episode of Man Ki Baat program did the Prime Minister recently address? 127th. Okay, where is the India's first glass suspension bridge being built? Rizikesh. ମନେ ରଖିବେ ग्लास गोटे कौन सस्पेंशन ब्रिज गोटे कोटे ना अपन ऋषिकेश रे which award has the government of India announced to promote excellence in science technology and innovation एटा होची आपनकर नेशनल साइंस अवार्ड 2025 एटा टिके आपण मार्क करिवे शांति स्वरूप पटनागर पढिथिबा साइंस ऊपर अछि एटा डिलीट मारिवे एटा मनर सबळ भाबिवे जदि एटा आबा आंसर भूल हिजो एटा चेंज करिवे नेशनल साइंस अवार्ड 2025 एटा हिचेन हला नेक्स्ट नुवा बनाइ ओके आपण सब डिटेल कहि देली चैनल जदि भल लाଗୁଛି यूट्यूब चैनल जदि हमर भल लाଗୁଛି निश्चय लाइक से सब्सक्राइब करंतु हम सहित कोलैबोरेशन करछन सनडे लाइब्रेरी भुवनेश्वर रे अवेलेबल अछि लोकेशन आपन लिखि देछि कांटेक्ट नंबर लिखि देछि से माने ऑफर करछन आपन को ग्रुप सी लेवल रो आईएसओएस लेवल वर्जन बुक्स अवेलेबल अछि फ्री वाईफाई अछि आपन को भाई गोटे हॉल अछि सेटा पूरा फुल्ली एसी अवेलेबल अछि ता सहित मेंबरशिप प्लान आपन को 699 ने मिलुछि त बहुत भलो सुयोग अछि आपन माने निश्चय हाथ छोड़ा करंतु कांटेक्ट करंतु 9114001110 कांटेक्ट करंतु ओपीएससी जदि 02 ईबुक दरकार किंबा 1200 स्मार्ट कार्ड डिस्कशन दरकार डिटेल्स पढंतु आ आपनकर क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करि नै जानतो ओएसएससी और ट्रिपल एसएससी रो जदि आपनको ईबुक दरकार डिटेल्स पढंतु आपन क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करि नै जानतो किछ जदि असुविधा अछि एई जो वीडियो चलछि ए वीडियो तळे आपनकर गोटे कमेंट सेक्शन अछि एठी मु लिंक दे देछि आपन क्लिक करि ए सब ईबुक गुडा एक्सेस करि परिबे किछ असुविधा अछि 9937193244 नंबर व्हाट्सएप कर परिबे आज वीडियो के लागला निश्चय लाइक से सब्सक्राइब करिवे थैंक यू सो मच हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज हम देखिबा फर्स्ट नवंबर रु 10th नवंबर पर्यंत टॉप बेस्ट करंट अफेयर्स all competitive exams जेमते आपनकर एसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी ओएसएससी और ट्रिपल एसएससी टीचिंग जेकोन से एग्जाम पे आपन को हेल्पफुल रहइबो किंतु आज कोन वॉइस बहुत प्रॉब्लम अछि ठीक है बेसी जोर रे माने करि परिबेनी जे ट्राई कर जे बट कोन ना जेहेतु मते ना 50 बनेवार अछि आपनकर 20 गोटे सरप्राइज अछि सरप्राइज रिवील कर दउजी 20 रे आपनकर ए जो मेटल अछि कोन आपनकर कैप्सूल जोडा आर्यन बाहर छी 2025 रो नुवा बुक ए छोटे जगह बुक को कवर करिवार अछि मते ता पे पीपीटी बने अछि केना ता पे ना काम चलछि तेनु ए जो 10 डेज रो जिकेड करंट अफेयर जोडा रहउछि सेडा मु आपन मान को कहि दउछि हला मेमोरी जोटी हबो चेष्टा करबी आ तापर बाकी रहला आपनकर कोन कहले जेतल परीक्षा किछि पाखरे आसीबो मु जेतिक सब मेमोनिक्स थिबो इंपोर्टेंट मेमोनिक्स थिबो जोडा मन रखया योग्य हेतिबो आ जोडा बहुत इंपोर्टेंट थिबो परीक्षा रे डाम श्योर पडला बडिया सेडा आपन कहि देबे हला एबे खाली आपन जानि रखनु कोन कोन पॉइंट पर एबे हेछि हला चलो स्टार्ट करिया प्रथम क्वेश्चन व्हिच स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लॉन्च्ड द सेकंड फेज ऑफ द चीफ मिनिस्टर्स पिलग्रिमेज स्कीम सेडा होछि पंजाब हला एटे केमते मन रखिबे देखो पिलग्रिमेज हला पिलग्रिमेज होछि कोन आपनकर तीर्थ यात्री तनो आर इंग्लिश होछि पी रो आरंभ तनो पी पर पंजाब पी पर पिलग्रिमेज मन रख परिबे नेक्स्ट फ्रॉम वेयर विल इंडियाज हाईएस्ट कम्युनिकेशन सैटेलाइट CMS 03 will be launched on 2nd November 2025 एटा होछि आपनकर श्रीहरिकोटा देमकिन मन रखिबे देखंतु CMS चीफ मिनिस्टर्स हला चीफ मिनिस्टर एस पर होछि स्पेशल चीफ मिनिस्टर हला स्पेशल चीफ मिनिस्टर तेणु एस जदि अछि ना आपन देखि देबे सेडा श्रीहरिकोटा को हिथिबो सतीश धवन स्पेस सेंटर हला एस मन रखि देला आपन ऑटोमेटिक श्रीहरिकोटा आखि पड़ेबो नेक्स्ट where was the first regional meeting of urban development minister of southern state and UTs held Bangalore Rajada who was honored as the top agri food pioneer by 2025 by the World Food Prize Foundation से चीफ संजीव कुमार एटा मन रखता आपण रणवीर बरार भी अछंती से बहुत भलो ये ऋतुलाल मियामी अछन विकास खन्ना अछन बट एठी जेहेतु 2025 रे आपण सान्न बेळु मु कहूची सान्न बेळु माने आपण 90s भी कथा कहंतु कि आपणकर 2000 कथा भी कहतु आप मैक्सिमम टाइम देखिए संजीव कपूर ये सब फूड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करती आ प्राइज भी पाते है मैक्सिमम है मैक्सिमम टू मैक्सिमम संजीव कपूर ही था ऑप्शन को आखि बुझी मारे। नेक्स्ट, इन व्हिच कंट्री डिड द वर्ल्ड्स ओल्डेस्ट प्रेसिडेंट पाउल भैया एज्यूम ऑफिस ऑफ द 8 टाइम्स से होची केरमन कैमेरन कैमेरन रो से होजने कोन oldest president. Okay, next actually, who was appointed chairperson of the 8th Central Pay Commission? रंजना देसाई मन रखिए। अच्छा एटा केन मन रखिए आपण कोन लिखि ना पे कमिशन पे हला देखुन पे माने होची कोन प्राप्य हला प्राप्य रंजना हला अच्छा आपणकर धन अर्जन करवा अर्जन है ना कौन धन आहरण करवा ताले सेठी सेंट्रल पे जो अर्जन करवा सेठी रंजना ही थे है अर्जन करवा अर्जन करने रंजना ही रही तेणु देसाई रंजना देसाई। ओके, नेक्स्ट, फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमण विल विजिट व्हिच कंट्री फ्रॉम 30 अक्टोबर टू 2 नवंबर 2020? भूटान जीवे मन रखा पड़ेगा। Where did the Union Agriculture Minister lost the National APO Conclave 2025? Delhi. Okay, next. Which company recently became the world first to reach the market value of $5 trillion? Nvidia. SEBI has proposed geotagging rule exemptions for which category? NRIs, non-resident industry. Which state police launched the cyber jaco program for students in government school at पंजाब पुलिस करछि। आपण गोटे टेक्निक कहितली मैक्सिमम जिंस गोटे गोटे वीक रे समान हाइलाइटेड थाते एबे पंजाब अछि या पूर्व थिला तेलंगाना ता पूर्व थिला केरला हला एबा टिके आपण मन रखिले आइडिया करके मंथ हला जिंस आपण मन रख परिबे। नेक्स्ट, वेयर वाज द थर्ड एडिशन ऑफ प्रवासी परिचय organized by the Indian Embassy from 20th October to 3rd November, Saudi Arabia. Next, which state archaeologist Professor Ravindra Kori Settar was selected for a Rajyotsava Award? So the Karnataka. Okay, एटी मन रखे आपण से तांकर ये रो पाइचंती कारी सेट्टार जो लिखा है के पर कर्नाटक मन रखते है। नेक्स्ट, सॉरी, वेयर वाज द आदर्श युवा ग्राम सभा इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च रिसेंटली? न्यू दिल्ली। प्राय तो न्यू दिल्ली न रही न्यू दिल्ली में न्यूज रहउची हला। Nvidia recently unveiled an AI chip order worth how many $billion? Around $500 billion. How many crime cases were registered in India 2023? 6.2 per million. What is the denomination of special commemorative coin used for Sardar Vallabh Patel's 150th birth anniversary? 150 rupees. How many crore tons of cargo were handled through the India's major port by Peninsula 2024-25? 85.5 crore. What is India's rank in the global pharmaceutical industry in terms of production value? 14. Which Indian city was recently recognized as a UNESCO Creative City of Gastronomy? Lucknow. गैस गैस जो है गैस्ट्रोनोमी दीजिए आपको गैस अच्छी तेणु गैस हूँ गैसटा जोड़ा आपणकर अच्छी है आपड़ से कौन जो आप गैस यूज करटा हूँ गोटे कौन आपणकर नाव आप जोड़ा घर यूज कर सिलिंडर से गोटे कौन एवं यूज कर नाव तेणु से सब चलिए लक थी लखनऊ गैस है। नेक्स्ट, what is India's current global honey exporting rank? Second, how many Guinness World Record has been achieved under the Healthy Women Strong Families campaign? 3. Where was the 8th regional consultation marketing on facility in R&D held? Thiruvananthapuram. Which country successfully launched the Sezhou 21 crewed spacecraft recently? China. Who is celebrating the Tribal Pride Year fortnight from November 1 to 15, 2025? Minister of Tribal Affairs. India's shipbuilding development scheme provides support to shipbuilding cluster with an outlay of approximately how many crore rupees? 20,000 crore rupees. The National Electronics Policy 2029 aims to achieve the revenue of $400 billion by which year? 2025. Currently, how many mobile subscribers are there in India? 1.2 billion. Where will India host 3 major international maritime events in February 2026? Visakhapatnam. Who launched the Indian Navy GSAT-7R CMS 0.3 communication satellite in second number? ISRO करतेला. Okay. How many tons of natural honey worth $177.55 million did India export financial 2024? 1.7 lakh metric tons. Who won the ICC Women's ODI World Cup? India, defeated by South Africa by 52 runs. Who was named player of the match and player of the series in the 2025 Women ODI World Cup final? She was the player of the match on Sepali Verma. Player of the series was Dipti Sharma. She was Sepali, he was Dipti. Okay. सी होचन वर्मा ये होचन शर्मा या को भी चेंज कर दे पारे ऑप्शन दे मन क्लिक करिवे which prominent New Zealand cricketer recently announced his retirement from T20 international Kane Wilson. Okay, तो पहला which advanced communication satellite India's highest to date did in ISRO launch for the Indian Navy on November 2nd 2025? GSAT-7R CMS-03. Which launch vehicle was used to launch the GSAT-7R satellite? LVM-3 launch vehicle Mark 3. Okay, next. The year 2025 marks which anniversary of the Indian-Germany strategic partnership? 25th. According to a recently published report, what is India's global land in terms of total forest area? 9th. According to the largest data from RBI, India's gold reserve have exceeded how many $billion for the first time? $100 billion. According to the recent ICMR study, what percent of the patients tested in India were found to be suffering from an infectious disease pathogen? 11.1%. आमर चैनल जदि भल अच्छे निश्चय आप लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करेंगे आमर सहित पार्टनरशिप कर सनरे लाइब्रेरी जो कि आपने गले आपन को फुल एसी हॉल मिलूँ फ्री वाईफाई मिलूँ आप चाहूबा ग्रुप सी आरम्भ करके आईएएस लेवल पर्यटन बुक अवेलेबल अच्छी यहाँ लोकेशन कॉन्टाक्ट नंबर 9111001110 कॉन्टाक्ट करेंगे मेंबरशिप जस्ट मैंने 699 स्टार्ट हो ओके नेक्स्ट जदि आप माने आपनकर अंडर 2/7 जति ओडिशा मैप करने जाउछन जोथि कि आपन ओएसएससी ओपीएससी ओपीएससी पुलिस एसआई एसएसबी टीजीटी बीडीआई जीटी टीचिंग बैंकिंग रेलवे सब जगह एग्जाम पे गोटे मदर बैग जोथि कि आपन को बिग प्राइस टॉप मिलु छै ना डबल वैलिडिटी मिलु छै 100% रिफंड आपन को हे जबो जदि आपन को ए प्राइस दे के आपन किनुछन आ जे कोन छोटे एग्जाम लगाले आपन ए प्राइस आपन को रिफंड हो जाउछि त से डाटा मीडिया भी अवेलेबल अछि आपन यूज करिवे वाईफाई 95 कोड ओके नेक्स्ट रहला यदि आपन ओसीएस रा मेंस क्लास कोर्स यूज कर माने ये करबे चाहछन आंसर राइटिंग बैच ताले आपन को 18 नवंबर तो स्टार्ट होबा माने आसन तक स्टार्ट होजे तो पसे बाद आपन माने बैच ने पे वाईफाई 9.4 यूज करिवे जदि ओटीटी एंट्रेंस एग्जाम दोजन पेपर 1 के पेपर 2 18 नवंबर आसन तक तो क्लास स्टार्ट होची माने फास्ट ट्रैक बैच रे जॉइन कर करिवे यूज कोड यूज करिवे वाईफाई 95 ओके नेक्स्ट रहला आपन को हाउ मच प्राइज मनी वाज announced by BCCI to the Indian women's cricket team for winning the World Cup. 51 crore. Who was the head coach of the 2025 World Cup winning Indian women's cricket team? Amol Majumdar. Next, what is the name of the parent company of the stockbroking firm Grow, whose IPO was launched recently? ସେ ହେଉଛି Bilino Brains Grage Venture Limited. Next ଆସିଲା what was the India's manufacturing PMI recorded at October 2025? 59.2. President Draupadi Murmu praised which state for implementing the Uniform Civil Code UCC in accordance with the spirit of Article 44 of the Constitution? उत्तराखंड एटा ऑलरेडी उत्तराखंड ହେଇଥିଲା ବଟ୍ ଏଟା କ'ଣ କରିଛନ୍ତି ପ୍ରେଜ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି କି ଦ୍ରୌପଦୀ ମୁର୍ମୁ. Next, which wing of the Home Ministry is responsible for dealing with cyber crime like digital arrest? ସେ ହେଉଛି Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center I4C. Okay, the SAR 2.0 process has been launched in how many states and union territory covering around 51 crore voters? 9 state and 3 union territory. मन रखिथांतु एटा श्योर OPSC UPSC किंवा आपनकर OSSC एग्जाम आसीबो. Next, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met the Foreign Minister किए Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Jayani of which Gulf country? Bahrain. Next, which book will be released in hockey centenary celebration? 100 years of Indian hockey. Which state has been declared India's first extreme poverty free state? Kerala. Which state has become the first state in India to partner with Elon Musk company Starlink for satellite broadband? Maharashtra. Which roadmap has been recently launched by the Niti Aayog to promote agri-tech innovation? See Regimening Agriculture, a roadmap for frontier technology-led transformation. The Employees Provident Fund Organization EPFO has signed a memorandum of understanding MOU with which bank to provide doorstep life certificate JPC facility for EPs 95 pensioners. Indian Post Payment Bank. Which famous football legend has recently been honored with the title of Sir? David Beckham. Okay. Where will International Conference on Green Hydrogen ICGS 2025 be held? New Delhi. Which player has become the number 1 batsman in the latest ICC Women's ODI ranking? She was on the Laura Waldet. She was in South Africa. Next, in the biomanufacturing sector, India ranks third in the Indo-Pacific region. And what is its global ranking? 12th. Among the world's largest rice producers, India supplies rice to how many countries? 172. How many indigenous warships and submarines have Indian shipyards delivered to the Navy from 2014 to 2025? 40. What is the name of the joint NASA ISRO satellite recently declared operational, which will scan the entire Earth every 12 days? NISAR. Which country has overtaken India in terms of the highest number of universities in the ranking according to the QS World University Ranking Asia 2026? So it's in China. Okay. Which Indian agency was praised by the Financial Action Task Force FATF for its role in asset recovery? Enforcement Director ED. Which National Biodiversity Authority has released the 18.3 lakh rupees to the Biodiversity Management Committee of which state? Uttar Pradesh and Sikkim. Who has been appointed as the test vice captain for upcoming series against South Africa? Rishabh Pant. The reserve job work policy being considered by the government is related to special economic zone and gems and jewelry industry. Okay, what is the name of the new survey vessel that was recently commissioned into service by the Indian Navy at the Kochi Naval Base? ISAC मन रखिबा हला important पड़िबा परीक्षा रे. The Marathon Expo is being organized by which of the following as part of the preparedness for the Jammu BSF Marathon 2025? ହେଉଛି Border Security Force Jammu Frontier Headquarter. ତାପରେ ଆସିଲା which Indian cooperative have secured the top 2% as per ICA World Cooperative Monitor 2025 report? ସେ ହେଉଛି Amul ranked first and IFCO ranked second. ତାପରେ ଆସିଲା according to the QS World University Ranking 2026 which Indian institute is ranked top in the country? IIT Delhi. The total port capacity has recently doubled from 1.4 billion metric ton to how many crore metric ton? 276 crore. President Draupadi Murmu is going on a 6-day visit to which country? Which two countries? Dita country jaଉଛନ୍ତି. Which will be the first visit by any Indian head of the state to those countries? ହେଉଛି Angola ଆଉ Botswana. ତାପରେ ଆସିଲା what is the name of the two new mobile application launched for testing phase of the India's first digital census 2027? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି Digital Layout Map DLM and Census 2027 House List App. Okay, one rଖିବାଟା ପଢିବାର damn sure question. Recently, who has created history by becoming the first Indian para athlete to be selected for the able-bodied national junior athlete team? ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଶୀତଲ ଦେବୀ. one rଖିବାଟା important. Which state became the first in India to approve 1 day of paid menstrual leave per month for all women employees covering both government and private sector? এটা ହେଉଛି କର୍ଣ୍ଣାଟକ. ଏଇଟା ମନେ ରଖିବା ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ. ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଅଲରେଡ଼ି ଛୁଟି ଦେବା ପ୍ରଦାନ କରିଛି, ଇଏ କିନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କର ଏବେ ପେଡ୍ ଦେଉଛନ୍ତି, ପଇସା ଦେଉଛନ୍ତି. ନା ମନେ ରଖିଥିବା ଏଇଟା. Which stadium has been shortlisted to host the final of the ICC T20 World Cup 2026? The Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. Okay. What is the name of the new app launched by the Postal Department for services like parcel tracking, receipt and complaining filing? Tax Seva 2.0. In which district of Uttar Pradesh a 65 million year old fossil was discovered, which has been identified as the nasal horn of the Triceratops dinosaur? And also Saharanpur near the Saharanpur river. What are the route of the 4 new Vande Bharat Express train recently inaugurated by the Prime Minister? Banaras to Khajuraho, Lucknow to Saharanpur, Firozpur to Delhi and Ernakulam to Bengaluru. According to the recent CHSL report, the price of vegetation thali decreased by how much % in October 2025 as compared to the previous year? 17%. After Kochi, which three cities in Uttar Pradesh are planning water metro services? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ବାରାଣସୀ, ଅଯୋଧ୍ୟା and ପ୍ରୟାଗରାଜ. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଅଛି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବେ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ. ଆମ ସହିତ ଆସୋସିଏଟ୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସନରାଇଜ୍ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ, ଯେଉଁଟାକି ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ରହୁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ୱାନ୍ ଷ୍ଟପ୍ ସଲ୍ୟୁସନ୍ ହେଇପାରେ. ଲୋକେସନ୍ ମୁଁ ଏଠି ମେନସନ୍ କରିଦେଇଛି. ଆପଣ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ ନମ୍ବର 9114001110 ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଅଫର୍ କରାଯାଉଛି ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ AC ହଲ୍, ଗୋଟେ ଫ୍ରି ୱାଇଫାଇ ଏଠି ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ଅଛି. ତା ସହିତ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ସି ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିକି ISOS ଲେଭେଲ୍ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ସବୁ ବୁକ୍ସ ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ଅଛି. ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ ଆସିଲା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯଦି ଆପଣ OPSC 2026 ପାଇଁ ଆପଣ 0 to Hero ନେବା ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି କିମ୍ବା 1200 ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍ ନେବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ତାହେଲେ ଏଠି ଠିକ୍ QR କୋଡ଼୍ ଅଛି, ଆପଣ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରିପାରିବେ. ଆଉ ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ OSSC OSSC ଯଦି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଇବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣମାନେ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି ଆପଣମାନେ QR କୋଡ଼୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ ନେଇପାରିବେ. ଯଦି କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ହେଉଛି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଆପଣମାନେ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଚାଲିଛି ତା ତଳେ ଗୋଟେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନ୍ ଅଛି, ସେଠି ଆପଣ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିବେ, ସବୁ ଯାକ ଇବୁକ୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଓପନ୍ ହେଇଯିବ, ସେଟା ଆପଣ ଦେଖିପାରିବେ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ କ'ଣ ଅଛି. ଓକେ, आउ जदि किसी असुविधा अच्छे 9937198111 व्हाट्सएप कर आपको गाइड शेयर करी। ओके आज कंटेंट ये अपकमिंग आम काली गोटे बुकअप क्लास आसो नेक्स्ट गोटे गोटे कौन क्लास रोचे स्टार्ट है 20 रू स्टार्ट होकर नुआ आर्यन सीरीज। ओके थैंक यू सो मच लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब निश्चित करें। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 11 रू 28 नवेम्बर 2025 बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर गुड़ाक है चलते स्टार्ट करवा। Which payload of India's Aditya L1 mission recently made the first spectroscopic observation of a coronal mass injection CME in the visible wavelength range? The answer of a visible emission line coronography. Okay, BELC. Next, recently the cabinet of which state has approved a bill banning polygamy, which proposes stringent punishment of 7 years. Assam. Which cricketer from Meghalaya recently created a new record for the fastest first-class half century in just 11 balls? Akash Kumar Chaudhary. Who won the silver medal in the men's 25-meter rapid fire pistol event at the ISSF World Championship held in Cairo, Egypt? Answer was Anis Banwala. In the e-Tatkal ticket scam recently exposed by the Railway Police Force to the RPF, some gangs were found using boot software named which to book ticket in second. That was BrahMos, Tesla, Dr. Dom and the Avengers. Okay, next. The central government has allowed the export of how much sugar for the 2025-26 season? 15 lakh tons. What is the name of the joint military exercise between India and Sri Lanka that is scheduled to be held in Pelagavi, Karnataka? Mitra Shakti. Who set a new Guinness World Record for the most push-up 847 in an hour while carrying a 27 kg backpack? Rohtas Chaudhary. In a major operation, Jammu and Kashmir police boosted an interstate white-collar terror module linked to which terror group, recovering around 2900 kg of explosives? Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwat-ul-Hind. Which 1020 megawatt hydropower project built with Indian collaboration was inaugurated during the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Bhutan in November 2012? Answer Punath Sanguchu 2 hydraulic project. Which constitutional amendment act provide for 33% reservation for women in Lok Sabha and state legislative assembly, which was recently discussed in the Supreme Court? 106th constitutional amendment. The Union Health Ministry recently amended the rules to promote cornea donation by removing the mandatory requirement of which equipment of transplant center? Clinical spectacular equipment. The Madhya Pradesh government has recently approved increasing the monthly allowance under the Ladli Behna scheme to how much amount? 1500 per month. What is the name of the two new mobile applications launched by the Union Minister of Corporation to enable digital payment and loan for urban cooperative bank? Sahakar DigiPay and Sahakar DigiLoan. Which recently inaugurated international airport in Maldives was renovated with the corporation and Financial Assistant of India. ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ହାନି ମାଧୋ International Airport. What is the theme of the 44th India International Trade Fair IITF 2025? एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत. Where is the annual border talk between the security forces of India and Nepal SSB and APF being held? New Delhi. India's Indigo Airlines has signed an agreement for code-share partnership with which Chinese airlines? China Southern Airlines, who has been appointed as the new trustee of Tata Group's Doraji Tata Trust. STTT जोड़ा सेटा होची नावेली टाटा एंड भास्कर भट्ट. Where is Adani Group setting up India's largest battery energy storage system BESS facility with capacity of 1126 megawatt? Khabda, Gujarat. Next, in which country has Tata Power announced the purchase of 40% stake in the 1125 megawatt Darjeeling hydropower project? Bhutan. Which author has won the prestigious Booker Prize for year 2025? David Seigela for the Nobel Prize. According to the recently released India Skill Report 2026, what is the total employability of India? 56.35%. Which state received the Best State Award at the 6th National Water Awards? Maharashtra. What was India's retail inflation in October 2025, which is at a 10-year low as per National Statistical Office NSO data? 0.25%. The Union Cabinet has approved a new export promotion mission EPM with a total outlay of how much for 6 years? 25060 crore rupees. The Union Cabinet approved new royalty rate for which important mineral including graphite and zirconium? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି ଗ୍ରାଫାଇଟ୍ 4%, CGM ହେଉଛି 2%, rubidium ହେଉଛି 2% and zirconium ହେଉଛି 1%. Which state government has been ranked as top achiever state in ease of doing business? Business Reforms Action Plan 2024 Haryana. The government has reduced the application fee for the geographical indication GI to what amount? 1,000 from 5,000. Okay, 5,000 is 1,000. Okay, next, which company's parent Billion Brains Garage Ventures became India's most valued listed broker with a market capital near 80,000 crore rupees upon its market debut. Grove. Next, the Janajatiya Varsa is being celebrated to the mark of 158th birth anniversary of which tribal icon Birsa Munda? Which state government is planning to introduce a disturbed areas act on the lines of the Gujarat to prevent communal polarization? Rajasthan. To mark the release of the installment of PM Kisan Samman Nidhi by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare has decided to celebrate November 19 as which day? Kisan Utsav. Which prominent New Zealand cricketer recently announced his retirement from T20 internationals? Carney Wilson. Okay. The Supreme Court has recently directed the Jharkhand government to declare 31,468.25 hectares of which forest as a wildlife sanctuary? Saranda Forest. Which state government has approved a policy to provide government job on compensate grounds to the dependents of the victim of the 1984 anti-Sikh riots, Delhi? The Assam government has decided to make public the Tewari Commission report related to which massacre in the assembly season of November 25, 1983, Nelle massacre. What is the name of the new credit guarantee scheme launched by the center to facilitate credit for exporters? Credit Guarantee Scheme for Exports (CGSC). What is the estimated economic growth rate of the India by Modi's rating by 2027? 6.5%. Indraprastha Gas Limited (IGL) has signed an agreement with a construction company for which country to develop natural gas network in industrial cities there, Saudi Arabia. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଆମ ସହିତ ଆସୋସିଏଟ୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସନ୍ରେ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ। ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱରରେ ଗୋଟେ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏଇ ଜାଗାକୁ ଭିଜିଟ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ହେଲା ଲୋକେସନ୍ ମୁଁ ଦେଇଦେଇଛି, କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେ 9114000110ରେ। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ AC ହଲ୍ ମିଳିବ ପଢ଼ିବା ପାଇଁ, ଫ୍ରି ୱାଇଫାଇ ରହିବ, ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ସିରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିକି ISOS ଲେଭେଲ୍ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ବୁକ୍ସ ରହିବ। membership just 699 available ଅଛି, ଆପଣମାନେ କଲ୍ କରିକି ବୁଝିପାରିବେ। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଅଡ୍ଡା 247 ସହିତ ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନ୍ ରଖିଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଆପଣ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ମହାପ୍ୟାକ୍ ନେବା ପାଇଁ, ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣ OSSC OSSSC OPSC ପୋଲିସ SI PO SSB ଯେକୌଣସି ଏକ୍ଜାମ୍ ସବୁର ମଦର ପ୍ୟାକ୍ ହେଉଛି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ମହାପ୍ୟାକ୍, ଆପଣମାନେ ନେଇପାରିବେ। ସେଥିରେ ଆପଣ ଲାଇଭ୍ କ୍ଲାସେସ୍ ମିଳିବ, ଭିଡ଼ିଓ କୋର୍ସେସ୍ ମିଳିବ, ଟେଷ୍ଟ ସିରିଜ୍ ମିଳିବ, ଇ ବୁକ୍ ମିଳିବ। ଆପଣ କ'ଣ କରିବେ ନା ୱାଇଫାଇ ନେଟ୍ ପାଇଁ କୋଡ଼ ୟୁଜ୍ କଲେ ମ୍ୟାକ୍ସିମମ୍ ଡିସ୍କାଉଣ୍ଟ ପାଇବେ। କିଛି ଯଦି ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି ନମ୍ବର ଅଛି ତାଙ୍କୁ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେ, ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠା 3.0 OCS ଫାଉଣ୍ଡେସନ୍ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ 2025-26 ସେଥିରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ପ୍ରି ମେନ୍ସ ଇଣ୍ଟରଭ୍ୟୁ ପାଇଁ ପ୍ରିପାରେସନ୍ କରାଯିବ। ଆପଣ ୱାଇଫାଇ ପାଇଁ କୋଡ଼ ୟୁଜ୍ କରିକି ଅଟା ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନ୍ରୁ ଅଧିକା ଡିସ୍କାଉଣ୍ଟ ନେଇପାରିବେ। କିଛି ଡାଉଟ୍ ଥିଲେ ଏଇ ନମ୍ବରରେ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଅର୍ଡ଼ର RI ମିନ୍ସ SFS and ICTS ମିନ୍ସ କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟ୍ ଫାଉଣ୍ଡେସନ୍ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି, ଆପଣମାନେ ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନ୍ରେ ୱାଇଫାଇ କୋଡ଼ ୟୁଜ୍ କରିବେ, ମ୍ୟାକ୍ସିମମ୍ ଡିସ୍କାଉଣ୍ଟ ନେଇପାରିବେ। କିଛି ଡାଉଟ୍ ଥିଲେ ଏଇ ନମ୍ବରରେ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେ। ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେବ 9 ଡିସେମ୍ବରରୁ। ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ OSSCGL ଫାଉଣ୍ଡେସନ୍ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ 2026 ପ୍ରିଲିମ୍ସ ମେନ୍ ପାଇଁ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣମାନେ ୱାଇଫାଇ କୋଡ଼ ୟୁଜ୍ କରିପାରିବେ। ଏ ଯେଉଁ ନମ୍ବର ଦିଆଯାଇଛି ଆପଣମାନେ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରିକି ଡିଟେଲ୍ ବୁଝିପାରିବେ। ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେବ 6 ଡିସେମ୍ବରରୁ। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ What is the name of the new data piracy rules recently notified by the central government? Digital Personal Data Protection (DPDP) Rules 2025. Who are the participating states in 40 in India International Trade Fair? Bihar, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, and Uttar Pradesh. Where is the 7th NSN level meeting of the Colombo Security Conference being held? New Delhi. Who has been named the new CEO of Walmart in the place of Doug McMillan? Se heଉଛନ୍ତି John Furner. Next, which country recently seized the oil tanker named Talara in the Strait of Hormuz? Iran. Which 3 Indian state-owned refineries have signed the past long-term agreement with Chevron, Phillips 66 and Total Energies to import US LPG? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି IOC, BPCL and HPCL. ତାପରେ which city was the 30th edition of CII Partnership Summit 2025 organized by the Confederation of Indian Council CII? କୋଉଠି ହେଇଛି? ବିଶାଖାପଟନମ ହେଇଛି। ତାପରେ which e-commerce company recently launched the zero commission model for product valued under 1,000? Flipkart. The Indian Army has planned to induct women soldiers in the first time in which unit? Territorial Army. ICMR scientists discovered with discovered which genetic switch that helped embryo implantation, HOXA10 and twist. Assam government is signing an agreement with British Museum to bring back which historical textile? Rauji Brindavani Vistra. Who became the second Indian and fourth all-rounder to score 4,000 runs and take 300 wickets in Test? Ravindra Jadeja. Who will chair the 32nd meeting of the Northern Zonal Council? Amit Shah. Which edition of the bilateral air exercise in Garuda 25 is being held? 8. Who received the Monorama Newsmaker Award 2024? Susan Suresh Gopi. Where was the 4th National EMRS Sports Competition organized? Rourkela Birsa Munda Athletic Stadium. What is the name of the operation launched by the Tamil Nadu police against Myanmar-based cyber scam? Operation Blue Triangle. Which cafe was inaugurated to provide employment to former Maoist in Naxal affected Chhattisgarh? Savji Pandum Cafe. The new military station of Dhubri, Assam. Assam is named after which warrior? Lachit Boraphu-Khan. ISRO planned to launch the Chandrayaan-4 sample return mission in which year? 2028. A powerful CME was detected using the Loeffler telescope on which red dwarf star? STKM 1-1262. Which government portal for resolving consumer complaint has resolved 1.36 cases? E-Jagriti. Who was honored with the icon of Indian cinema at the Jagrana Film Festival 2025? Ramesh Sippy. Pratik Gandhi Best Actor. The Patra Lekha Best Actress won JFF 2025 for which film? Phule. India state-owned oil companies signed a 2.2 million ton LPG import deal with which country? America. Which country's International Crimes Tribunal sentences former PM Sheikh Hasina to death? Bangladesh. Which country signed an agreement with France to purchase 100 Rafale fighter jets? Ukraine. Who is the chairman of 16th Financial Commission? Arvind Pangaria. India's trade deficit climbed to record high of how much in October 2025? $41.68 billion. Who launched India's first intelligent power platform on a chip? Arca GKT-1. Shioji Achimut AI and Shigent Semiconductors. Who won the ATP Finals 2025 title? Janik Sinner. Who has been awarded the Indira Gandhi Prize for Peace, Discernment and Development 2024? Michelle Bachelet. Which player has been selected for the International Tennis Hall of Fame? Roger Federer. Which country has been designated as a major non-NATO ally by the US recently? Saudi Arabia. Which is the smallest country by population to qualify for the FIFA World Cup 2026? Curacao. How many new entities has RBI added to its alert list of unauthorized forest trading platforms? 7. NVIDIA will use which type of chips to reduce AI server cost? LPDDR. ISRO successfully tested the bootstrap model of which cryogenic engine for LBM-3 rocket CE-20. The Supreme Court recently struck down key provisions of which Act of Unconstitutional Tribunal Reform Act 2021. ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ୍ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଆମେ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଆମ ସହିତ ଆସୋସିଏଟ୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟା ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ। ଆପଣମାନେ ତାଙ୍କର ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ଲୋକେସନ୍ ଦିଆହେଇଛି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ଯେଉଁ ରହୁଛନ୍ତି ଯାଇକି ଆପଣମାନେ ଭିଜିଟ୍ କରିପାରିବେ। ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି, ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି ତାଙ୍କୁ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରି ଯାଇପାରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ, ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ OPSS 2026 କିମ୍ବା ତାର ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର, ତା ସହିତ ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍ ଦରକାର, ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ି ନିଅନ୍ତୁ। ତାପରେ ଆପଣମାନେ QR କୋଡ଼ ଦେଖେଇକି ଆପଣମାନେ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରିକି ନେଇପାରିବେ। OSSC ଅପକମିଂ ରିକ୍ରୁଟମେଣ୍ଟ ଓ SSC ଅପକମିଂ ରିକ୍ରୁଟମେଣ୍ଟ, ତା ପାଇଁ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ି ନିଅନ୍ତୁ, ସିଲାବସ୍ ପଢ଼ି ନିଅନ୍ତୁ, କ'ଣ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ପଢ଼ିକି ଆପଣମାନେ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରି ନେଇପାରିବେ। ଷ୍ଟିଲ୍ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି, ଏଇ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ତଳେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନ୍ ମିଳିବ, ସେଠି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ମିଳିବ, କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିକି ଆପଣମାନେ ପାଇପାରିବେ। ଷ୍ଟିଲ୍ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି, ମୋ ନମ୍ବର ସବୁଆଡ଼େ ଦିଆଯାଇଛି, ସେଠି ଆପଣମାନେ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିକି ପାଇପାରିବେ। ଓକେ, ଆଜିର ଭିଡ଼ିଓ କେମିତି ଲାଗିଲା ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଆକ୍ସେସ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସୋ ମଚ୍। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपको बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 21 टू 30 नवेम्बर पर्यंत जो सब करंट अफेयर गुड़ा अच्छी बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट गुड़ा सब देखा। कल पुणी आपंकर क्लास नोट सीरीज चलो ना। चलो स्टार्ट करिए, बेसी लेट करें कहीं वीडियो बहुत लंबा हो जाए, मो पे प्रोब्लेम हो लैपटॉप पे स्पेस रोनी। चलो स्टार्ट करिए। नीतीश कुमार विल टेक ओवर द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ बिहार फॉर व्हिच टाइम? 10th. Which countries will host the 2026 Men's Under-19 Cricket World Cup? Zimbabwe and Namibia. Which West Indies batsman holds the record for the scoring century against 12 international teams? Say Hope. Then which ministry launched the Our Toilet Our Future campaign on the World Toilet Day 2025? Minister of Jal Shakti. Which actress has been appointed UNICEF, India's new celebrity advocate for child rights and mental health? Kirti Suresh. Which state cabinet has approved the right to seat proposal for employees? Uttar Pradesh. The US has approved the sale of which missile system worth $93 billion to India? Javelin anti-tank missile in Excalibur artillery projectiles. India has signed the TOR for an FTA with which country to increase the bilateral trade tenfold by 2032? Israel. Which country was included as a full member in the 7th NSA level Colombo Security Conclave? CHSL. What is the name of the cheetah that gave birth to 5 cubs in Kuno National Park? Mukhi. Indian Railway will run special train to which place to mark the 350th Manitrodome of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, Sri Anandpur Sahib. Who won the title of Miss Universe 2025? Fatima Post. Which country has banned the use of Chinese developed artificial intelligence system? Taiwan. Which security force recently celebrated its Diamond Jubilee? Border Security Force (BSF). Where is the Ministry of Minority Affairs organizing the National Hajj Conference? Mumbai. What is the name of the simplified registration facility launched under the SIMS for small importers? Saral SIMS. Which Indian Airforce aircraft crashed during the Dubai Air Show 2025? Tejas. Which force has been appointed by the central government as a security regulator for all 250 plus seaport? CHSL. What is the name of the IAF wing commander who died in Dubai Air Show accident? Wing Commander Namansa CHSL. RBI has signed an agreement with ECB to link UPI with which European Instant Payment System TIPS target instant payment settlement? What is the proposed base year for the new GTP series to be released in February 2026, 2022-23? What is the theme of the G20 Summit 2025 held in South Africa? Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. India has announced the launch of air cargo service with which country? Afghanistan. How many central labor laws have been merged into the new four labor codes? 29. Who has been named as the 53rd Chief Justice of India? Justice Suryakant. Where did President Draupadi Murmu inaugurated the second edition of Bharatiya Kala Mahotsav? Secunderabad Rashtrapati Nilayam. With which country has India announced a technology and innovation partnership? Australia and Canada. The government has listed a bill to bring which union territory under the Article 240 of the Constitution. Chandigarh. Who will lead the Constitution Day celebration in the Central Hall of the Old Parliament House on November 26? President Draupadi Murmu. The Uttar Pradesh government has directed the set of what in every district for identifying and deploying infiltrators, temporary detention centers. Which Indian industrialist has been awarded for a honorary doctorate by the University of London? Kumar Mangalam Birla. Which Indian shooter won the gold in the Deep Olympics held in Tokyo? Mohit Sandhu. Which country won the Blind Women's T20 World Cup 2025? Indian Women's Cricket Team. Which country did the India defeat in the final of the Blind Women's T20 World Cup 2025? Nepal. Where will the second WHO Global Traditional Medicine Summit be held? New Delhi. The president of which country recently spoke to the Vladimir Putin to restart the Ukraine peace effort and Black Sea deal? Turkey. Leaders of which three countries participated in the IBSA meeting during the G20 summit? India, Brazil, South Africa. Which Indian Navy ship arrived at Port Victoria, CHSL for Indian Ocean Surveillance? INS Savitri. Which Indian player won the men's single title at the Australian Open Badminton 2025? Lakshya Sen. Who has been appointed as the new chairman of the Indian Trainer Promotion Organization ITPO? Javed Ashraf. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଅଛନ୍ତି ହିସାବରେ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଆମ ସହିତ ଆସୋସିଏଟ୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସନ୍ରାଇଜ୍ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ। ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ରହୁଛନ୍ତି ତାହେଲେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ଫେସିଲିଟି ଯଦି ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏହି ଲୋକେସନ୍କୁ ଯାଇକି ଭିଜିଟ୍ କରିପାରିବେ। କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ ନମ୍ବର ଦିଆଯାଇଛି 9114000110। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଫୁଲ୍ AC ହଲ୍ ମିଳିବ, ଫ୍ରି ୱାଇଫାଇ ମିଳିବ। ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ସି ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିକି ISOS ଲେଭେଲ୍ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ବୁକ୍ସ ବି ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ଅଛି। ମେମ୍ବରସିପ୍ 699 ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ହେଉଛି। ସେମିତି ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଅର୍ଡ଼ର ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନ୍ ୟୁଜ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ତାହେଲେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ମହାପରିଚାଳନା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ସେଇଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସବୁ ଏକ୍ଜାମ୍ ପାଇଁ ହେଲ୍ପଫୁଲ୍ ହେବ। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ୱାଇଫାଇ 95 କୋଡ଼ ୟୁଜ୍ କଲେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ମ୍ୟାକ୍ସିମମ୍ ଡିସ୍କାଉଣ୍ଟ ମିଳିବ। ଆଉ ନହେଲେ 7978147538 ନମ୍ବରରେ କଲ୍ କରିକି ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ଜାଣିପାରିବେ। ସେମିତି 40*3.0 OSSC ଫାଉଣ୍ଡେସନ୍ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ 25-26 ପ୍ରି ମେନ୍ ଇଣ୍ଟରଭ୍ୟୁ ପାଇଁ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ୱାଇଫାଇ 95 କୋଡ଼ ୟୁଜ୍ କଲେ ଅଧିକ ଡିସ୍କାଉଣ୍ଟ ପାଇପାରିବେ। ସେମିତି ଯଦି ARI ଆମିନା SFSIT ICDS ମେନ୍ର କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟ୍ ଫାଉଣ୍ଡେସନ୍ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି 9 ନଭେମ୍ବର ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେବ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍। ୱାଇଫାଇ 95 କୋଡ଼ ୟୁଜ୍ କଲେ ଆପଣମାନେ ମ୍ୟାକ୍ସିମମ୍ ଡିସ୍କାଉଣ୍ଟ ପାଇପାରିବେ। ଆପଣମାନେ ଏଇ ନମ୍ବରରେ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରିକି ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ବିଷୟରେ ବୁଝିପାରିବେ। ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ OSSC ଫାଉଣ୍ଡେସନ୍ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ପ୍ରିଲିମ୍ସ ମେନ୍ସ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେଉଛି 6 ଡିସେମ୍ବରରୁ। ୱାଇଫାଇ 95 କୋଡ଼ ୟୁଜ୍ କଲେ ବହୁତ ଅଧିକ ଡିସ୍କାଉଣ୍ଟ ପାଇପାରିବେ। ଏଇ ନମ୍ବରରେ କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କଲେ ଆପଣମାନେ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ବିଷୟରେ ବୁଝିପାରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ଦେଖିବା ଦ ସେଣ୍ଟ୍ରାଲ ଏମ୍ପାୱାର୍ଡ କମିଟି ECC has recommended the creation of a new tiger reserve in which state? Goa. Eruption of the Halili Gobi, volcano of which country may affect air travel in India? Ethiopia. India and Canada have agreed to restart a negotiation on which agreement is on CEPA, a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. Gavi and UNICEF have signed an agreement to increase the availability of the vaccine for which disease malaria R21 matrix M vaccine. What is S&P global rating estimated GDP growth rate in India for financial year 2026 6.5. Which Indian defense PSU has signed an agreement with France Safran to manufacture Hammer missile? Bharat Electronics Limited B. According to Crib High Mark, what is the share of public sector bank in home loan market? 50%. SEBI has approved IPO of which Indian AI solution company? Fractal Analytics. What is in India's INDRS estimated of India's GDP growth rate for financial 2025-26 7%? Who has been appointed as the brand ambassador of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026? Rohit Sharma. Which stadium is the final of T20 World Cup 2026 supposed to be played? Narendra Modi Stadium, Ahmedabad. Where was the Samudra Utkarsha seminar of Indian Navy held? New Delhi. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi paid tribute to the martyrs of the which operation at the National War Memorial, Operation Pavan, 1987 Sri Lanka. What was released by PM Narendra Modi on the 350th Martyrdom Day of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, special coin and commemorative stamp? Which state introduced a bill to ban polygamy? Assam. According to CREA, which is the most polluted state or UT in India, PM 2.0 concentration was in Delhi. Which Indian city has been formally named as the host for the 2030 Commonwealth Games? Ahmedabad. CBSE has made skill education compulsory from which class 2026 6 to 8. On Constitution Day, President Draupadi Murmu addressed the function of the central hall of the which building? Constitution House, Old Parliamentary House. RIL plus Book 5 plus Digital Reality will build a GW data center in which state? And Andhra Pradesh, Visakhapatnam. What educational qualification has SEBI approved for becoming an investment advisor for research analyst? Graduation in any subject. A 3.5 billion year old crater on Mars has been named after which Indian geologist? M.S. Krishnan. Which NASA rover discovered evidence of the electrical activity in the Martian atmosphere? Perseverance rover. After how many years has South Africa owned its assets in India? 25 years. India's first private orbital rocket unveiled by PM Modi is Vikram 1. IAU has named crater on Mars after which place in India? Valiamala, Thumba, Bikal, Baskar and Periyar. Anti-mosquito detergent has been developed by which institute? IIT Delhi. Talks between India and Indonesia have been advanced on which missile did? BrahMos. The disputed map on new 100 rupees note was printed by which country? Nepal. IMF has given what credit to India's national account statistics? C. The government of India approved which scheme for textile sector innovation? Tax ramps. Tesla opened its first all-in-one center in India, Gurugram. What is the GDP growth rate in India in quarter 2 July to September financial year 25-26? 8.2%. How many consultant master direction has RBI issued recently? 244. How much amount has government announced for modernizing the semiconductor laboratory? Wali 4500 crore. Which operation has India lost to help Sri Lanka affected by cyclone Ditwa? Operation Sagar Bindu. Which police station has been declared the best police station in India at the DGP IGP conference in Raipur? Gazipur police station, Delhi. With which country has India signed a 7995 crore deal for MH6TR Seahawk helicopter maintenance in America, USA? What is India's rank in the Asia Power Index 2025? Third. Where will the Indian Navy conduct the International Fleet Review in February 2026? Visakhapatnam. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଲା ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଆମେ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଆମ ସହିତ ଆସୋସିଏଟ୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସଣ୍ଡେ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ। ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱରରେ ରହୁଛନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଏଇ ଆଡ୍ରେସ୍କୁ ଯାଇପାରିବେ। କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ ନମ୍ବର ଦେଇଦେଇଛି, କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେ। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ AC ହଲ୍ ମିଳିବ, ଫ୍ରି ୱାଇଫାଇ ମିଳିବ, ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ସି ଆରମ୍ଭ କରି ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ କ'ଣ IS ଲେଭେଲ୍ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ବୁକ୍ସ ବି ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ହେବ। ମେମ୍ବରସିପ୍ ମାତ୍ର 699। ଆପଣ ଯଦି OPSC 2024 ପାଇଁ 0 to Hero ବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର ମାନେ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି ନେଇପାରିବେ। ଭାରତ ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ କୋଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ଦରକାର ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି ମାନେ ଏଠୁ QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରି ନେଇପାରିବେ। OSSC OSSC ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଦରକାର ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି ଆପଣ QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରି ନେଇପାରିବେ। କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି ମୋ ନମ୍ବର ସବୁଆଡ଼େ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି, ଆପଣମାନେ ନେଇପାରିବେ। 9937193111 ମୋତେ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ସଆପ୍ କରିପାରିବେ। ଷ୍ଟିଲ୍ କିଛି ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ୍ ଅଛି ଏଇ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଯେଉଁ ଚାଲିଛି ତା ତଳେ ଗୋଟେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନ୍ ଅଛି, ସେଠି ମଧ୍ୟ ସବୁ লিঙ্ক আড্রেস দিয়ে দিয়েছি, আপনারা ক্লিক କରିକି এই ଗୁଡ଼ାକୁ ଆକ୍ସେସ୍ କରିପାରିବେ। ଆଜିର ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଏତିକି। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସୋ ମଚ୍। ହ୍ୟାଲୋ ଡିୟର ଫ୍ରେଣ୍ଡସ୍, ବିଜନେସ୍ ହେଲ୍ପଲାଇନ୍ ଚ୍ୟାନେଲକୁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ସ୍ୱାଗତ। ଆଜି ଆମେ ଦେଖିବା 1st to 10th ଡିସେମ୍ବର 2025ର ବେଷ୍ଟ ଅଫ୍ ଦ ବେଷ୍ଟ କରେଣ୍ଟ ଆଫେୟାର ଯେଉଁଟାକି ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଆଉ ଇଣ୍ଟରନ୍ୟାସନାଲ୍ ରହିବ। କାଲି ଆମେ ଯେଉଁଟା ଡିସ୍କସନ୍ କରିଥିଲେ ସେଇଟା ହେଉଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଓଡ଼ିଶା ରିଲେଭେଣ୍ଟ ଆଉ କିଛି ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ରିଲେଭେଣ୍ଟ, ବଟ୍ ଆଜି ଆମେ ପୁରା ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଇଣ୍ଟରନ୍ୟାସନାଲ୍ ପୁରା ଡିସ୍କସନ୍ କରିବା। ଆପଣ ଯଦି SSC, ରେଲୱେ, OPSC, OSSC, OSSC ଟିଚିଂ ଯେକୌଣସି ଏକ୍ଜାମ୍ ପାଇଁ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ହେଲ୍ପଫୁଲ୍ ରହିବ। ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିବା। ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଗୁଡ୍ ନ୍ୟୁଜ୍, ଆପଣଙ୍କର OSSC CGLର 1500 ସମଥିଙ୍ଗ ଭ୍ୟାକେନ୍ସି ପଳେଇ ଆସିଛି। ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣମାନେ ଆଗକୁ ଜାଣିବେ, ଆ ବିଷୟରେ ଟିକେ ମୁଁ ବି ଡିସ୍କସନ୍ କରିଦେବି। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, who has been appointed as the new chairman of CBIC ଯେଉଁଟାକି ସେଣ୍ଟ୍ରାଲ ବୋର୍ଡ ଅଫ୍ ଇନଡାଇରେକ୍ଟ ଟ୍ୟାକ୍ସ ଆଣ୍ଡ କଷ୍ଟମ୍ସ, ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ବିବେକ ଚତୁର୍ବେଦୀ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ହେଲା, who has been appointed as the new president of FICCI ଯେଉଁଟାକି ଫେଡେରେସନ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଚାମ୍ବର୍ସ ଆଣ୍ଡ କମର୍ସ ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଫର୍ 25-26, ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଅନନ୍ତ ଗୋଏଙ୍କା। What is the name of the fourth project 17A silt bridge handed over to the Indian Navy? সেটা হচ্ছে INS Taragiri. Next, CSIR NAL lost the production version of which aircraft? ସେ ହେଉଛି Hansa 3NG. Next আসলা, where will the 4th edition of Kasi Tamil Sangamam be held from 2nd December 2025? से होची वाराणसी हब। तापर राजभवन of which state has been renamed as लोक भवन, सेटा होची ओडिशा। एटा हम गतकाली डिस्कशन करथिली। How many products of Uttarakhand recently received GI tag? से होची 18. India has been re-elected to the council of which international organization for 26-27 से होची International Maritime Organization जोटाकि IMO. which cyclone affected Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry and Sri Lanka recently? सेटा होची दित्वा। तापर आसला, who recently broke Sachin Tendulkar's record for most international centuries? से होची विराट कोहली। which Indian player broke Shahid Afridi's record for most ODI sixes? से होची रोहित शर्मा। who won the Sultan Aljalan Shah Cup by defeating India in the final? से होची बेल्जियम। who won the women's doubles title at Said Modi India International 2025? से होचंदी त्रिशा जोली and Gayatri Gopichand. which organization gave India's national account statistics a C grade rating? से होची International Monetary Fund जोटाकि IMF. where was the 12th CII Big Picture Summit 2025 held? से होची मुंबई। तापर where was the Saras Ajivika Mela inaugurated by the Shivraj Singh Chauhan? New Delhi. where has the 14th edition of Indian Maldives Joint Military Exercise Ibu Rain begun? सेटा होची तिरुवनंतपुरम केरला. DOT has made it mandatory to pre-install which security app on all smartphones? होची संचार साथी. Which agency has been tested by the Supreme Court to investigate digital arrest scam nationwide? Central Bureau of Investigation (CBI). S. Jaishankar addresses a conference on the 15th anniversary of which treaty? Biological Weapon Convention. Who has been awarded the Polyosmart Gorgeous Award 2025? Dr. Tessie Thomas. Which ward has been selected as Oxford Ward of the Year 2010? Rage Bait. India will sell its 6% stake in which public sector bank? Bank of Maharashtra. Which legendary Italian tennis player and Davis Cup record holder passed away at 92? Nicola Pietrangeli. News important OSSC chilpai. What is the name of the new PMO complex being constructed? Seva Tirth. Which government ride hailing app will be launched in 2025? Bharat Taxi. Where has the Indian Army launched its first community radio station? Radio Dirang. Arunachal Pradesh. What is the name of the giant spiral galaxy discovered by Pune researchers? Alaknanda. Which IIT developed the smart polymer gel for automatic building temperature control? IIT Bhilai. DRDO successfully tested which system for fighter pilot safety? Fighter jet escape system. Who became the youngest player 14 years to score a century in Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy? Vaibhav Suryavanshi. Who has been elected unopposed as the new Speaker of Bihar Assembly? Dr. Prem Kumar. India has withdrawn the order for mandatory pre-installation of which mobile security app? Sanchar Sathi. Okay. Which country blocked immigration applications from 19 nations including Afghanistan and Somalia? America, USA. Which steel company announced a 50-50 joint venture with Japan's JFE Steel, JSW Steel? The reusable rocket Juku-3 that failed its landing test belongs to which country? China. Which Indian cricketer recently announced the retirement from all format? Mohit Sharma. The legendary badminton player known as Queen of Deception who confirmed retirement is Tai Chu in Chinese Taipei. Which 3-year-old from Madhya Pradesh became the world's youngest rated chess player? Saragya Singh Kushwaha. Who recently resigned as the chairman of Prasar Bharati? Navneet Kumar Sehgal. तापरे आपण मन जदि ई चैनल भल लागछ निश्चित भाव में लाइक से सब्सक्राइब करंतु आम सहित एसोसिएट होछनी सनडे लाइब्रेरी जदि आपण भुवनेश्वर रहउछंडी आ आपण को गोटे भल लाइब्रेरी नीड अछि तार निश्चित भाव में आपण ए लोकेशन मुदी देजी आपण सेठी जाके विजिट करंतु 699 मेंबरशिप आपण माने फुल एसी हॉल फ्री वाईफाई ता सहित बहुत गुडे बुक्स आ बहुत गुडे जिनिस आपण पाई परिबे मैगजीन भी पाई परिबे कांटेक्ट करंतु 9114000110 रे नेक्स्ट जदि आपण अड्डार एप्लीकेशन यूज करछंदी तल अपकमिंग 2 इयर्स रे अराउंड 1 लाख समथिंग वैकेंसी आसीबो कारण सबटो बेस्ट होचे अड्डार ओडिसा मापेक आपण यूज कर परिबे आपण OPSC OSSC OSSC टीचिंग बैंक SSC रेलवे जी कोन से एग्जाम पे हो आपण क्लासेस नहीं पारे जोटा कि लाइव क्लासेस रोचे वीडियो कोर्सेस रोचे टी सीरीज रोचे ई बुक रोचे एबे कहया गले बहुत लोएस्ट प्राइस रोचे लोएस्ट प्राइस तो आपण वाईफाई 95 जोटा कोड यूज करिवे मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट पाइबे किछि असुविधा अछि ए नंबर कांटेक्ट कर पारे लक्ष्य ओएसएससी सीजीएल फाउंडेशन बैच प्रीलिम्स प्लस मेंस जोटा कि 6 डिसेंबर स्टार्ट हेची आज 12 डिसेंबर रे ओएसएससी सीजीएल रो कोन हला आपनकर नोटिफिकेशन बाहर सालानी तेणु आपण माने Y595 कोड यूज करके आपण माने बैच नहीं पारिबे किछि असुविधा ले रवि सर को कॉल कर पारिबे डिटेल से आपण को गाइडेंस करिवे बुझ पाइला नेक्स्ट OSSTET पे एग्जाम रो जति कंप्लीट बैच हो जति विथ प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन MCQ डिस्कशन 12 डिसेंबर माने आज टू बैच स्टार्ट हेची Y595 कोड यूज मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट पाइबे संकल्प 4.0 ओडिशा एसएसबी टीजीडी फाउंडेशन बैच 23 डिसेंबर स्टार्ट होगा मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट पे Y595 कोड यूज करबे नेक्स्ट देखना स्वराज कौशल फॉर्मर गवर्नर ऑफ व्हिच स्टेट पास्ट अवे रिसेंटली से मिजोरम यूनियन मिनिस्टर अन्नपूर्णा देवी लॉन्च्ड हाउ मेनी डेज अवेयरनेस कैंपेन फॉर चाइल्ड मैरिज फ्री इंडिया 100 डेज तापर पार्लियामेंट पास्ड व्हिच बिल टू लेवी ड्यूटी on the tobacco product after GST compensation chase ends सेटा होची सेंट्रल एक्साइज अमेंडमेंट बिल 2025 which state has banned radical and jihadi literature linked to the banned terror groups सेटा होची असम BNHS Bombay Natural History Society will release 6 critical endangered vulture in which state in January 2026 Assam तापर where is 23rd Indian Russian annual summit being held सेटा होची न्यू दिल्ली तापर the largest bank of which country तापर कोन शेयर बैंक announced expansion of branches in India से होची रूसिया रेडा शेयर बैंक रेडा नेक्स्ट असला who won the Jerusalem Master Chess Tournament 2025 Arjun Irigayasi तापर India and Russia have set the target of $100 billion bilateral trade by which year 2030 तापर लोकसभा passed which bill to impose the special cess on pan masala product सेटा होची health security national security cess bill 2025 which chief minister was recognized by World's Book of the Record London for taking oath for the 10 times so Nitish Kumar Bihar next how many agreements were signed during the Vladimir Putin's India visit 16 agreement which university became the overall campaign in Khelo India University Game KIUG 2025 Chandigarh University 67 medals 42 golds okay next who has been awarded FIFA's first peace prize Sarojani Donald Trump US president the 11th Indian International Science Festival IISF is being held in Panchkula Haryana रही what is the theme of the year summit 2025-26 empowering rural innovation for global change okay एटा मन रखिए important तापर मुख्यमंत्री कन्या विवाह योजना 51,000 assistant has been lost by which state Odisha एटा हम कल डिस्कस करतली आज पर सेरा जोटा कि सेंटर फॉर रिसर्च ऑन एनर्जी एंड क्लीन एयर report which was India's most polluted city in November 2025 से होची गाजियाबाद where was the Quad Center Tourism Working Group meeting held से होची न्यू दिल्ली तापर who won gold in women's 10-meter air pistol at ISSF World Cup finale जोटा कि दोहारे से एटा होची सुरुचि सिंह India defeated which country in 2-1 to win the ODI series recently South Africa who won gold in women's 25-meter pistol at ISSF World Cup final in Doha से होचे Simranpreet Kaur Brar तापर which country is hosting the 20th UNESCO ICH Governmental Committee session December 2025 से होचे India तापर the theme of the International Civil Aviation Day 2025 7 December 8 लाडा on a sustainable future together for the next 80 years then asla the 920-meter long Seoul tunnel was inaugurated which state सेटा होची लद्दाख तापर who won the 2025 Formula 1 drivers championship Lando Norris. Which country defeated India in the semi-final for the FIH Junior Men's Hockey World Cup 2025? Germany. तापरे which team owned Indian Pickable League title? सेटा होची मुंबई Shamshers. तापरे discussion in parliament was held on the 150th anniversary of which national song? सेटा होची Vande Mataram. Objective of the Tiger Outside project सेटा होची move tigers from the buffer zones to core zones. Okay. Which country hosted the 4th annual Quad HADR जोटा कि Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Response Meeting सेटा होची USA. Under the operation of Sagar Bandhu, which country received 300 metric ton emergency relief supplies? होची श्रीलंका. तापर which country will launch an online visa application system for Indian from 22nd December 2020? होची China. New MRO facility for C-130J Super Hercules aircraft will be established at Bengaluru. तापर EC has asked recognized political party to submit updated party constitution within 30 days. Application for the inclusion UNESCO ICH intangible cultural heritage जोटा के list is under review for which Indian festival? सेटा होची Diwali. Venue of its first T20 between international between India and South Africa सेटा होची Katak. Which country is hosting Global AI Show 2025? से होची UAE Abu Dhabi. Silp Guru Award 2024 metal craft was awarded to Subhas Arora. तापरे last question, 7th season of the United Nations Environment Assembly is being held at Nairobi, Kenya. आपण जदि कंटेंट भल लागे निश्चय लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करंतु हम सहित एसोसिएट अछंती संडे लाइब्रेरी आपण जदि भुवनेश्वर रे रहउछंती गोटे पीसफुल एनवायरनमेंट चाहउछंती निश्चय भाबरे संडे लाइब्रेरी जॉइन करंतु कांटेक्ट नंबर दिया छै 9114000110 कांटेक्ट करंतु आपनको फुल एसी हॉल फ्री वाईफाई ता सहित विभिन्न टाइप रो बुक्स अवेलेबल मिलेबो आ आपनको बहुत जिन सब मिलु थारे कॉल करके आपण मन डिटेल इनक्वायरी कर परिबे नेक्स्ट आपण जदि ओपीएससी एएसओ 2026 रो जीरो टू हीरो स्टडी बुक चाहउछन ताले निश्चय भाबरे डिटेल्स पढ़ी नियंतु क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करके ई बुक आपण नै परिबे बारे स्मार्ट क्लास प्रैक्टिस क्वेश्चन दरकार आपनको ओपीसीएस तो डिटेल्स पढ़ी नियंतु क्यूआर कोड स्कैन कर नै परिबे एबे आपण ओएसएससी जेल ऑलरेडी नोटिफिकेशन बाहर सारानी आपण देखुन सिलेबस मु जहा लिखिथिली ऑलरेडी सेही जिंस ही अवेलेबल है ना सिलेबस रहै छै हला तनो ऑलरेडी हम बाकी ऑलरेडी हम बाकरे ई बुक अवेलेबल छै आपण मन डिटेल्स पढ़ी के क्यूआर कोड स्कैन कर नै परिबे और ट्रिपल एसएससी जदी आपनको जो अपकमिंग 10,000 वैकेंसी बाहर ता पई जदी आपण ई बुक डिटेल्स पढंतु आपण मन क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करने पे ए वीडियो जेतल कंटिन्यू चलछि ता तळे गोटे कमेंट सेक्शन अछि ए जिते सब मु हम ई बुक कहली आपण फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट आपण माने सेडा पाई परिबे आपण माने क्यू आपण माने तळे कमेंट सेक्शन में लिंक पाइबे क्लिक करिवे आपण माने देखि परिबे हला ता सहित एआरआई रो डेटा मॉक टेस्ट भी फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट म आपण दोछि माने सेडा अटेंड करंतु ओके आज कंटेंट के लगला इसमें निजर मत जणावे थैंक यू सो मच लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करिया बोलिबे थैंक यू हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज हम देखबा 11 तो आरंभ करके 28 डिसेंबर 2025 रो बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट टॉप करंट अफेयर जदि आपण एसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओटीपीएससी टीचिंग और जेकोन से एग्जाम में प्रिपेयर करछन निश्चित भाव में आपण मन को हेल्पफुल होबा चलो स्टार्ट करिया प्रथम क्वेश्चन हला व्हिच कंट्री इंप्लीमेंटेड द वर्ल्ड्स फर्स्ट लॉ बैनिंग सोशल मीडिया फॉर चिल्ड्रन अंडर 16 आंसर हला ऑस्ट्रेलिया यूएस प्रेसिडेंट डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प threatened to impose tariff on which Indian import rice. Microsoft announced how much investment for cloud and AI infrastructure in India, $17.5 billion. Which airlines has been ordered to cut flights by 10% by MOCA? Indigo. Next is Indian Solar Observatory that played key role in May 2024 solar storm discovery Aditya L1. Next is which Indian festival was included UNESCO ICH list Diwali. India is deploying which indigenous system to protect NCR from aerial threats multi-layer integrated air defense weapon system जोटाको कहउछन्ती IADWS. Next asla who received the global humanitarian award for animal welfare? Anant Ambani. Government campaign for retrieval of financial assets एटा होची your money your right. Madras High Court judge facing impeachment notice होची Justice G.R. Swaminathan. Which state cabinet approved creation of youth higher education civil aviation department Bihar? Which state government recently introduced the hate speech and hate crime prevention bill 2025 in the state assembly? Karnataka. Which state government has announced that it will withdraw criminal cases filed against surrendered Maoist? Chhattisgarh. Which e-commerce giant has announced an investment of rupees $35 billion in India by 2030? Se hochi Amazon. Which team did India defeat to win the bronze medal at the Men's Junior Hockey World Cup 2025? Argentina. Who won the Major League Soccer MLS Most Valuable Player award for the second consecutive time? Se hochi Lionel Messi. Which Indian player secured the first position in the latest ICC ODI betting rankings? Se housandi Rohit Sharma. Which Indian player secured the second position in the latest ICC ODI betting ranking? Se housandi Virat Kohli. What percentage of open cleared the civil service examination in 2023 as per Ministry of Personal Data? 35%. Which Indian IT company signed an agreement to acquire the American Palm Coastal Cloud for $700 million? Se hochi Tata Consultancy Service or TCS. Which country will host the first Commonwealth Kho Championship in March 2026? India. With which country's Olympic Committee has the Indian Olympic Association IOC signed an MOU for Sports Corporation Italy? Which state government issue a policy to provide contractual government jobs to family affected by 1984 anti-Sikh riots? Haryana and Appalachia. Which country's Senate approved increasing import tariff by 50% on goods from India and other Asian countries starting from January 2026? Mexico. The Delhi cabinet increased the number of revenue districts from 11 to how many to improve the administrative efficiency? 13. 11 13. According to the National Crime Record Bureau NCRB, the rate of student suicide has increased by approximately 1% over the past 12 years, 65%. According to the NABARD survey, what percent of rural household monthly income is now being spent on consumption? 67.3%. The American satellite Bluebird will fly abroad, which ISRO rocket LBM-3. What is the name of the AI-based framework developed by the Indian researchers to study cancer cell growth and predict behavior? Oncomark. তারপরে taekwondo player Rupa Bayo, who reached the 8th place in the largest world rankings, belongs to which Indian state? Se housandi Arunachal Pradesh ke Rupa Bayo. Next, with two cricketers have had stands unveiled in their names at the Maharaja Yadavendra Singh International Cricket Stadium, New Chandigarh. Yuvraj Singh and Harmanpreet Kaur. Next, from which Indian station was the e-bike rental service launched to provide last mile connectivity in Kerala? Se hochi Kozhikode railway station. Where was the third General Assembly meeting of the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management held? New Delhi. Where is the 30th International Film Festival of Kerala being held? Thiruvananthapuram. Which country has jointly launched 7D carbonization project with India in the steel and cement sectors? Sweden. Which Indian origin fintech innovator was included in the Forbes under 30 list in December 2020? Arkin Gupta. Where was the Statue of Freedom fighter Minang Dabadar Savarkar unveiled recently? Bijapuram earlier पोर्ट ब्लेयर जोटा है पोर्ट ब्लेयर को ना को चेंज कराके विजयपुरम कराई ओके हाउ मच मनी हैज द यूनियन कैबिनेट अप्रूव फॉर द सेंसस 2027 11,718.24 crore ओके मन रखते बेटा इंपोर्टेंट पढ़िबा परीक्षा which bill proposes the formation of a single regulatory body to replace UGC and AICT for higher education सेटा जे विकसित भारत शिक्षित अधीक्षण बिल है विकसित भारत शिक्षित अधीक्षण बिल है सेटा UGC AICT में इना लागू होबा एटा है मन रखते बेटा which new window has been approved for the seamless and transparent use of coal also allowing coal export सेटा होची कोल सेतु आपण जने हम कंटेंट भल लागछि निश्चित भाबे आपण मन लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करंतु हला ता सहित आपण माने हम सहित एसोसिएट अछंदी सेंट्रल लाइब्रेरी जदि आपण भुवनेश्वर रहउछंदी आपण चाहछन गोटे बहुत पीसफुल जगह रे पाठ पढिबे एवं आपण जति मॉक टेस्ट रहउछि वीडियो अछि सब आपण से देखि परिबे पूरा विदाउट आपनको इंटरफेस रे ता सहित फुल एसी हॉल सेटी अवेलेबल अछि फ्री वाईफाई अछि ता सहित आपनकर सब लेवल रो आज पर्यंत जिते सब ISOS लेवल भी बुक्स अवेलेबल अच्छे आप नहीं पढ़ी पारे लोकेशन कही दौर आपको ये लिखी देती है कंटाक्ट करके 9114000110 जाके कंटाक्ट कर बुझीपारे आपन को मेंबरशिप मात्र 699 स्टार्ट होची ओके नेक्स्ट जदि आपन वर्क करे जदि आपन अंडर 2% एप्लीकेशन अच्छे रखी मोबाइल रे जदि प्लान करछन किछि गोटे आपण माने एग्जाम करिया पई ताले निश्चित भाबरे ओडिसा माप एक नंतो OSSC आरंभ करिकी रेलवे SSC बैंक सब एग्जाम सेठी आपनकर पूरा बैच सब बेले आपनकर 2 वर्ष पर्यंत आपण सेट लागि रहिबे से बैच गुडा तासे लाइव क्लासेस मिलिबो वीडियो कोर्सेस मिलिबो टेस्ट सीरीज मिलिबो ईबुक मिलिबो आपण वाईफाई 95 कोड जदि यूज करिवे जोटे रविशान को कोड आपण मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट मिलिबो आपण जदि किछि डाउट अछि ए नंबर रे कांटेक्ट कर परिबे ओके नेक्स्ट आपनकर लक्ष्य OSSC सिजिल फाउंडेशन बैच प्रीलिम्स और मेंस टी जक मिसी की आपनकर जो पढ़ाबो 250 वाला क्लास रहबो ता सहित 25 प्लस टेस्ट भी मिलिबो 23 डिसेंबर ऑलरेडी बैच स्टार्ट हला माने आज स्टार्ट हेलानी हला और माने वाईफाई 95 कोड यूज करले मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट पाई परिबे सेमती प्रतिष्ठा 3.0 ओडिशा सिविल सर्विसेज फाउंडेशन बैच 25 से प्री मेंस इंटरव्यू पाई अवेलेबल अछि आपण वाईफाई 95 कोड यूज करले मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट पाइबे किछि डाउट थले ए नंबर कांटेक्ट करी आपण सब डिटेल बुझ परिबे ता सहित चाणक्य 2.0 ओडिशा एजुकेशन सर्विस जोटा OES फाउंडेशन बैच 13 जनवरी बैच स्टार्ट हो आपण जदि ड्रीम अछि जे म आपण गोटे OES हेबे ताल निश्चित भाबरे ए बैच जॉइन कर परिबे आपण कोड यूज करिवे वाईफाई 95 कोड किछि डाउट थले ए नंबर कॉल करके आपण पचार परिबे ए विषय रे हला ये हला आपनकर अंडर डिटेल्स तला नेक्स्ट हमें which bill allows private sector participation in the nuclear energy sector se hoche Shanti bill और next the Indian cabinet approved the increasing the FDI limit in the insurance sector from 74% to what percentage सेटा 100% हे वाला 100% ला 100% हे तापरे which US led strategic alliance on critical minerals and semiconductor supply chain does not include India सेटा होची पैक्स सिलिका तापरे what minimum support price जोटा MSP कहउछंती has been set for mining copra for the 2026 session सेटा होची 12,027 per quintal kg हला per quintal rupees हला नेक्स्ट असला which former Lok Sabha speaker and union home minister passed away at the age of 90 से होछंती शिवराज पाटिल कांग्रेस होछंती नेक्स्ट the kakam CAQM formed an expert committee to reduce vehicle pollution under whose chairmanship से होछंती प्रोफेसर अशोक झुनझुनवाला IIT Madras से okay which Argentinian footballer legend started his visit to India under the code India Tour 2020 Lionel Messi who won the gold medal in the women's 55 kg category at the senior national wrestling championship से होछे अंतिम पनगल Which Indian wrestler announced a return after 16 months targeting the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics? Houston Venus Pogott. তারপরে আসলে দিল্লি ইউনিভার্সিটি approved the renaming its faculty of the arts auditorium as which hall? সেটা হচ্ছে বন্দে মাতরম হল. According to an Oxford University study, approximately how many species are at the risk of the extinction by the end of this century? সেটা হচ্ছে about 8,000 species. Preparedness were reviewed for which annual USR of Kajwa Sahib in Najim সেটা হচ্ছে 14th URS. তারপরে who has been awarded the SIES National Excellence Award for Public Leadership সে হচ্ছে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা. SIES National Excellence Award পেয়ে গিয়ে না হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা. তারপরে which senior storyteller has been selected for the IPCO সাহিত্য সম্মান 2000 সে হচ্ছে Maitreyi Pushpa. Next, for the first time after partition, Sanskrit courses have been started in the University of which city in Pakistan, such as Lahore. Which country recently released several political prisoners, including Nobel Peace Prize winner as Bailey Kaskai? Such as Belarus. By which year has the Union Home Minister set the target to make India completely free from nationalism and myojim? March 2026. Panduru Khadi, which recently received a GI tag, belong to which state? Andhra Pradesh. According to the NTPC data, which state recorded the highest number of tiger deaths in 2020? Madhya Pradesh. Who won the gold medal in the women's skate event at 68th National Scooting Championships? Reija Dhillon. In which border district of Jammu and Kashmir did the Indian Army lay the foundation stone for a 105-feet national flag? Poonch. Boston National Olympics 2025, in which surrendered nationalist also participated, was organized Mr. Roger Chhattisgarh. Who has been appointed as the new Chief Information Commission of India? Rajkumar Goyal. Which state government announced a complete ban on students bringing mobile phone to the school from the next academic year? Himachal Pradesh पूरा ban कर दिया. Next, which initiative has launched by the Maharashtra government to nurture football talent, which participation from Lionel Messi? Project Mahadev. In which city is the Global Chess League being organized? Mumbai. Which state has claimed to record zero stubborn incident during the winter season of 2025? Delhi. Who has the Bharatiya Janata Party BJP recently appointed as national working president? Nitin Nabin. Important data. Which country did India defeat to win the Squash World Cup for first time? Hong Kong. Who won the women's and men's single title at the Odisha Masters Badminton Tournament 2025? Unnati Huda and Kiran George. Which Indian Navy sailing vessel will travel to Oman to explore ancient maritime trade routes? NS Kondinya. Okay. Which tiger reserve of Madhya Pradesh has been approved as the third cheetah habitat in the state? So, Virangana Durgavati Tiger Reserve, Nouran Dehi. Next, Chief Minister of which Indian state will attend the World Economic Forum WEF meeting in the Davos next month? So, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and Madhya Pradesh. Next, which robot is planned to be sent into space by the ISRO under the Gaganyaan mission? Biomitra. Which state has announced the launch of snow leopard tourism based on the Ladakh model? Uttarakhand. Which new MH-60R helicopter squadron will be commissioned by the Indian Navy on 17 December 2012 जे INS 35 ହେଲା OSSC. Okay, next. Prime Minister Narendra Modi began a visit to which three country from 15 December ଯାଉଛି Jordan, Ethiopia and ଏଇଟା ମୁଁ already ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କହିସାରିଥିଲି ହେଲା. Next. In the honor of which Tamil Emperor did the Vice President release a commemorative postage stamp ସେଟା ହେଉଛି Peru di Midugu Mathurayar 2. Okay, मन लगे difficult difficult है मुझे. Next. Which African country has started legalizing and regulating cannabis farming after decades of the illegal cultivation? Morocco. Last question. Under the proposed GRMG bill, how many days of the statutory employment guarantee will rural families receive annually? 125. Okay. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଆମ ସହିତ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟା ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ। ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ରହୁଛନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ଜାଗା ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ପାଠ ପଢ଼ିବା ପାଇଁ ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ 699 ଅଫିସରେ ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରାଇମ୍ ଲୋକେସନରେ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ ନମ୍ବର ଦିଆଯାଇଛି, ଆପଣମାନେ ଯାଇକି ବୁଝିପାରିବେ। ଫୁଲ୍ AC ହଲ୍ ରହିବ, ଫ୍ରି ୱାଇଫାଇ ବି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ମିଳିବ। ତା ସହିତ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ସିଟ୍ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରି IAS ଯେକୌଣସି ବୁକ୍ ଆପଣ ଦରକାର ସେଇଟା ଆପଣ ନେଇକି ପଢ଼ିପାରିବେ। ତା ସହିତ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ OPSC 2026 ଯଦି 0 to hero ଷ୍ଟଡି ବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର ତାହେଲେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଆପଣ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି QR କୋଡ଼ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରି ନେଇଯାଆନ୍ତୁ। 1200 ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍ ଦରକାର OPSCର ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି ଆପଣ QR କୋଡ଼ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରି ନେଇଯାଆନ୍ତୁ। OSSC CGL ଯଦି କମ୍ବାଇନ୍ ଗ୍ରାଜୁଏଟ୍ ଲେଭେଲର ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର ସିଲାବସ୍ ସେଠି ଦିଆଯାଇଛି ବା ଲାଟେଷ୍ଟ ସିଲାବସ୍ ମାନେ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି QR କୋଡ଼ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରି ଇ ବୁକ୍ ନେଇଯାଆନ୍ତୁ। OSSC OSSCର ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଦରକାର ଅପକମିଂ ଯେଉଁ 5000 ଭ୍ୟାକେନ୍ସି ଆସିବ ତା ପାଇଁ ଆପଣ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି ଆପଣ ଏବେଠୁ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କରିପାରିବେ। ଇ ବୁକ୍ ନେଇପାରିବେ। ଏଠି QR କୋଡ଼ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରି ଯଦି କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଚାଲିଛି ତା ତଳେ ଗୋଟେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନ୍ ଅଛି, ସବୁ ଯାକ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ମିଳିଯିବ। ତା ସହିତ RI ପାଇଁ मेंस ପାଇଁ ଦୁଇଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ପ୍ରିଲିମ୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଦୁଇଟା मेंस ପାଇଁ ସେଟ୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ फ्री ଅଫ୍ କଷ୍ଟ ଆପଣ ମିଳିଯିବ। ଆପଣମାନେ ଲିଙ୍କରୁ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିପାରିବେ। ଗୋଟେ CHSL ମଧ୍ୟ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଦିଆଯାଉଛି ହେଲା। ଆଉ ଆଜିର ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଏତିକି। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସୋ ମଚ୍। ଚ୍ୟାନେଲକୁ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସୋ ମଚ୍। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मानक बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 21 डिसेम्बर आरंभ करके 31 डिसेम्बर पर्यंत बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर्स जो कि आपण मानक एसएससी रेलवे ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओपीएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम प्रिपेयर कर निश्चित भाव आपण मानक हेल्पफुल रहिबो। चलंतु स्टार्ट करबा। चाइना रिसेंटली filed a complaint at the WTO against which country regarding the tariff on ICT product and solar subsidies? Answer hochi India. Which annual defense bill was recently signed by the US President emphasizing Quad and strategic partnership with India? NDDA 2026. Who has been appointed as the new UN High Commissioner for Refugees succeeding Pippo Grandi? Brahman Salhi. Tapare the Union Home Minister increased the reservation for ex-Agnivir Group C post in CAPF's form 10% to what percentage? 50%. Which initiative was launched by IN Space to establish space technology laboratory in Indian education institution? Antariksha Prayogশালা. India recently defected which country to win the 4-match T20 series 3-1? South Africa. Which country won the Arab Cup football tournament by defeating Jordan? Morocco. Where will the second edition of the Khelo India Beach Game be held from January 5th? Blue Flag Gogla Beach Dew. Which football club became the first Indian women's club to win the SAP Women's Club Championship? East Bengal FC. Who is the vice captain of India for the upcoming T20 World Cup? Akshar Patel. Which electoral trust was the biggest donor to political party in 2024-25? Prudent Electoral Trust. Which Indian regulation was mentioned in the US AA for alignment with global standards, nuclear liability norms. India's first forest university will be opened in which city? Gorakhpur. Which global bank will set up Asia's largest GCC in Mumbai? JP Morgan. Which festival was inaugurated in Mysore on 21st December 2025? Flower Show. Who won the World Tennis League WTL 2025? Axis Mavericks Kites. The Shanti Bill Nuclear Energy Bill 2025 allows the private participation in which sector? Civil nuclear sector. IN Space was proposed to set up space laboratory in how many educational institutions? 7. Who won the Amateur Golf Championship of India 2025 held in Noida? Sukhman Singh. Who won the women's and men's title at the CCI Western Indian Squash Champion 2025? Josna Chinappa and Veer Chotrani. Which smartphone operating system scored the highest for AI-powered protection as per Counterpoint Research? Android. The Rashtra Prerna is located in which city? Lucknow. Which Indian startup will launch satellite for the missile tracking from space? Digantara. Indian Railways increase ordinary class fare by how much for journey above 215 km from 26 December 2025? 1 paisa per kilometer. Who has been given additional charge as chairman of AICTE? Professor Yogesh Singh. Which anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft was handed over to the Indian Navy by GRAC INS Ajandeep? India Optel Limited signed a pact with Safran of which country? France. Which aviation startup began ground testing of its electric flying taxi in Bengaluru? Sarla Aviation. Which team won the Under-19 Cricket Asia Cup by defeating India in final? Pakistan. Who won the gold medal in men's 10-meter air rifle at the 68th National Shooting Championship? Kiran Ankush Yadav. Which country finished 2025 as the number one team in FIFA's men world ranking? Spain. What was the growth rate of India's 8 crore industry in November 2025? 1.8%. Where is India's first zero waste model e-waste park being established? Holambi, Kalan, Delhi. Which organization launched a new sustainable energy policy on National Energy Conservation Day? DMRC. Vinod Kumar Shukla, who passed away recently, was associated with which field? Literature. Which country replaced the H1B visa lottery system with a wage and skill based priority system? United States. Which Indian cricketer became number one bowler in ICC Women's T20I ranking December 2025? Dipti Sharma. Who has been appointed captain of Delhi Capitals for WPL 2026? Jai Maha Rodriguez. Which team won the third edition of the Global Chess League GCL? Okay. Alpine SG's Piper. Okay. Next. Which IIT developed the AI agent ILA for the atomic force microscopy research? IIT Delhi. ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଚ୍ୟାନେଲର କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ଭାବରେ ଲାଇକ୍ ସେୟାର ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ता सहित आपण आम सहित एसोसिएट होइतिबा सनरे लाइब्रेरी सहित आपण भी निजर जर्नी स्टार्ट करें। लोकेशन होची आपनकर भुवनेश्वर रे। लाइब्रेरी कहू गले आपण मेंबरशिप पड़वा 699 रुपीज। कांटेक्ट करतो 9114000110 नंबर रे आपन को मिलेबा फुल एसी हॉल, फ्री वाईफाई, ता सहित ग्रुप सी रो आरंभ करके आईएएस लेवल पर्यंत बुक्स, ता सहित बहुत गुडे फैसिलिटी आपण माने पढ़ी के निजे जानि पारिबे। नेक्स्ट जीवा आपण जदि आपण को पाखरे गोटे अड्डा 247 एप्लिकेशन रखिछन ताल निश्चित भाव प्लान करंतु ओडिशा मैप नबा पे। आपण एसएससी ओएसएससी रेलवेज जेतिकी सेंट्रल लेवल एग्जाम छडा आपण स्टेट लेवल एग्जाम जहा आसुची 2 वर्ष पई जेतेटा रिक्रूटमेंट आसीबो सेतेटा आपण को कोर्स आपण को फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट आपण को ओडिशा मैप पे मिलिबो। जेमति लाइव क्लासेस मिलिबो, वीडियो कोर्सेस रहइबो, टेस्ट सीरीज रहइबो, ई बुक रहइबो। तेणु आपण माने गुटे स्थान रे कांस्टेंट लेके पाठ पढ़ी परिबे। सेतबे आपण वाईफाई 95 कोड यूज करिवे। स्टिल किछि प्रॉब्लम जदि आपण मन को अछि, डाउट अछि, ताले ए नंबर जो दिया जायछि सेते आपण कांटेक्ट करि परिबे, हैना। कांटेक्ट करके आपण माने डिटेल्स सेटू बुझ परिबे। ता सहित प्रारंभ ओपीएससी ओसीएस फाउंडेशन बैच 2026 प्री मेंस इंटरव्यू पई आपण मन को जो नीड अछि बैच स्टार्ट होछि 7 जनवरी। आपण माने स्टार्ट करि परिबे। आपनकर यूज करिवे कोड Y595 कोड। ओके, नेक्स्ट आसला आपनकर आपण मान जदि इंडिविजुअल किछि कोर्सेस नवा पाइ जाउ जे इंडिविजुअल कोर्स हला ताले आपण इंडिविजुअल कोर्स पे नै परिबे। जेमति आपनकर एबे आसीछि एसएससी, आपनकर ओएसएससी सीजीएल, आपनकर OSSSC रो आरआई एआरआई अमीन किंबा आपनकर फॉरेस्ट गार्ड सेही कोर्स गुडा भी आपण माने नै परिबे हला। नै कि आपण माने इंडिविजुअल कोर्स जाउ से नै परिबे, सेटा मध्ये आपण नै पाठ पढि परिबे। तेणु सेटा पाई भी अड्डा पाखरे अवेलेबल अछि कोर्स। आपण माने केवल कोड यूज करिवार अछि Y595 कोड हला। आपण यूज करले मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट पाइबे, ता सहित सांक गाइडेंस भी पाइबे। ओके, आपण माने एबे ही स्टार्ट करंत निजर जर्नी। आ किछि जदि असुविधा अछि निश्चित भाबरे आपण माने कमेंट सेक्शन आपण मानकर इनक्वारी जणे पारिबे। अच्छा, देखिबा हमें नेक्स्ट who became the fastest batter to score 16,000 run in list A cricket, breaking Sachin Tendulkar's record. Virat Kohli. Which state team created a world record by scoring 574 upon 6, the highest list a total ever? Bihar. Who has been recommended for the Major Dhyanchand's Khel Ratna Award 2025? Hardik Singh. Who set a Guinness World Record by throwing 490 full extension punches in 1 minute? Dipankar Yadav. What position did India secure in the medal tally at the Asian Youth Para Games Dubai 2025? 7th. In which state has the newspaper reading has been made mandatory in school assembly for class 6 to 12? Uttar Pradesh. Where were 100 Atal containers launched offering meals at 5 rupees on Good Governance Day? Delhi. Who has been appointed as the first female Chief Secretary of Odisha? Anup Garg. The Constitution of India was recently released in which language using the OY Chiki script? Santli. India's first tsunami ready village are being developed mainly in which state? Odisha. Which AI based tool has NatGrid developed for facial recognition and data analysis to fight terrorism? Gandhi. Who has been elected as the new president of Honduras? Nasari Asafura. In which city did Amit Shah inaugurate the NIA Anti-Terrorism Conference, New Delhi. According to GTRI, India's exports in financial year 2025-6 are estimated to reach $850 billion, who became the youngest player 14 years to score a least century by Bob Suryavanshi. Which disease caused the highest number of deaths, 36.4% in India as per MCCD 2023 report? Circulatory disease. Which young cricketer from Bihar received the Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Bal Puraskar 2025 by Bob Suryavanshi? How many children were conferenced with the Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Bal Puraskar recently? 20. Who was awarded the honorary fellowship by the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, IRCSI? Professor Dr. Mahesh Verma. Which PSU won 8 national awards from the Public Relations Society of India, PRSI? SAIL. Who won the gold medal in senior men's 25-meter rapid fire pistol for the National Shooting Championship? Suraj Sharma. In which state was the presence of a tiger confirmed after 36 years, making it home to the lions, leopard, and tigers? Gujarat. From which naval port will President Draupadi Murmu undertake a submarine sea sortie on 28 December? Karwar. Who authored the book Evolution of Temple Architecture in Tamil Nadu? J. Ramnan and Brinda Ramanan. Which country became the first in the world to officially recognize Somaliland as an independent nation? Israel. Thailand recently signed a ceasefire agreement with which neighboring country to end border fighting? Cambodia. Which country successfully tested a superconducting maglev train targeting speed of 1000 km per hour in vacuum tubes? China. Which special operation was launched by Delhi police against organized crime? Operation Agahat 3.0. Scientists developed a broad spectrum antivenom using antibodies from which animals? Camels and lambs. BIS has notified India's first standard for which product? Agarbattis. Who won the 2025 World Athlete of the Year Men's Award? Armand Duplantis. President Draupadi Murmu undertook a sea voyage in which cavalry class submarine? INS Bhagasir. Who won the women's singles title at 87th Senior National Badminton Championships in 2025 held in Vijayawada? Surya Charishma Tamiri. Who won the men's single title at 87th Senior National Badminton Championship 2025? Ritvik Sanjeevi. Which Indian chess player won the bronze medal at the World Rapid Chess Championship 2025 in Doha? Koneru Humphrey. Which Indian female cricketer recently completed 10,000 runs in international cricket? Smriti Mandhana. In which country was the International Kettlebell Marathon Championship held, where India won 25 medals? Hungary. Who won the Veda Fired Rapid Ratings Chess Tournament held in Greater Noida? Jagriti Mishra. In which state did India successfully conduct the first test of Pinaka long-range guided rocket LRGR 120 সেটা হচ্ছে ওড়িশা। Next, the Defense Acquisition Council DAC recently approved procurement proposal worth how many crore for the armed forces? 79,000 crore rupees. Okay. ଆପଣମାନେ ଯଦି ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଆମ ସହିତ ଆସୋସିଏଟ୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସଣ୍ଡେ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ। ସଣ୍ଡେ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ହେଉଛି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରିମିୟମ୍ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ଯେଉଁଥିରେକି ଆପଣମାନେ 699 ରୁପିଜ୍ରେ ଆପଣ ନିଜର ମେମ୍ବରସିପ୍ ନେଇପାରିବେ, ଯେଉଁଥିରେକି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଫୁଲ୍ AC ହଲ୍ ମିଳିବ, ଫ୍ରି ୱାଇଫାଇ ମିଳିବ, ତା ସହିତ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ସିରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିକି ISOS ଲେଭେଲ୍ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ବୁକ୍ସ ବି ମିଳିବ। ଆପଣମାନେ ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ପିସଫୁଲ୍ ଏନଭାୟରନମେଣ୍ଟ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଆମେ ସଣ୍ଡେ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ଜଏନ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ, କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ କରି ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ 9114000110 ନମ୍ବରରେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ଆପଣ ଯଦି OPSC ASO 2026ର ରିକ୍ରୁଟମେଣ୍ଟରେ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ପାର୍ଟିସିପେଟ୍ କରିବାର ଅଛି, ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ଯେଉଁଥିରେକି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କର ସବୁ ରିକ୍ରୁଟମେଣ୍ଟ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁ ଜିନିଷ ଲାଖୁଟା ରହିଛି ତାକୁ ଆପଣ ଫୁଲଫିଲମେଣ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେ, ତାହେଲେ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ି ନିଅନ୍ତୁ। ପଢ଼ି ନେଇକି ଆପଣମାନେ QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରିକି ଇ ବୁକ୍ଟି ନେଇପାରିବେ। ସେମିତି 1200 ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ କୋଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ଯଦି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଦରକାର OPSCର ଆପଣ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରିକି ବୁକ୍ ନେଇପାରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ OSSC CGL ଯେଉଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଏବେ ଆସିଛି ତାର ଲାଟେଷ୍ଟ ସିଲାବସ୍ ଦେଖି ନିଅନ୍ତୁ। ଯାହା ଯାହା ସିଲାବସ୍ ଅଛି ତାକୁ ନେଇକି ଆମେ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ବନେଇଛୁ। ଆପଣମାନେ ଚାହିଁଲେ ଫିଚର୍ସ ପଢ଼ିକି ଇ ବୁକ୍ର QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରି ନେଇପାରିବେ। ତା ସହିତ OSSSCର ଯେଉଁ ରିକ୍ରୁଟମେଣ୍ଟ ବାହାରିଛି ତାର ବି ଆପଣ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ନେଇପାରିବେ QR କୋଡ୍ ସ୍କାନ୍ କରିକି। ଯଦି କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି ଏଇ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ତଳେ ଗୋଟେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନ୍ ଅଛି, ସେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନରେ ସବୁ ଲିଙ୍କ ପାଇପାରିବେ। ତା ସହିତ ଆଡିସନାଲି ପ୍ରିଭିୟସ୍ RI ଯେଉଁ ଚାଲିଛି ରିକ୍ରୁଟମେଣ୍ଟଟା ତାର ଯଦି ଦୁଇଟା ମକ୍ ଟେଷ୍ଟ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ମେନ୍ସ ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ପ୍ରୋଭାଇଡ଼ କରୁଛୁ। ତା ସହିତ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ OSSC CGL ମଧ୍ୟ ଦୁଇଟା ମକ୍ ଟେଷ୍ଟ ବି ଫ୍ରି ଦେବୁ। ତାର ବି ଲିଙ୍କ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ ମକ୍ ଟେଷ୍ଟ ବନେଇଛୁ, ତାର ଲିଙ୍କ ଦେଇଦେବୁ, ମାନେ ସେଟାକୁ ପାଇପାରିବେ। ଆଜିର କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ କେମିତି ଲାଗିଲା ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଆପଣମାନେ ଲାଇକ୍ ସେୟାର ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରିବେ, କାହିଁକିନା ଟାଇମ୍ର ଅଭାବ ଯୋଗୁଁ ଆମେ ବେଶୀ ବେଶୀ ଆମେ ଲେଣ୍ଡି କରୁନୁ। ଏଇ କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଗୁଡ଼ାକ ଆମେ ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟଲି ପଢ଼ି ଦେଉଛୁ, ଆନ୍ସର କହିଦେଉଛୁ, ଆପଣ ଖାଲି ତାକୁ ଘୋଷିବା କଥା। କାହିଁକିନା ଜିକେ ହେଉଛି ରିଟେନସନ୍ ପାୱାର, ଯେତେ ଆପଣ ଘୋଷିବେ ପଢ଼ିବେ ମନେ ରଖିବେ ଆପଣ ମନେ ରହିବ। ଓକେ, ତାକୁ ଏମିତି କିଛି ନାହିଁ ଯେ ଆପଣ ବହୁତ ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ଡାଟା ଖୋଜିକି ପଢ଼ିବେ, ସେ ଟାଇମ୍ ନାହିଁ ଏତେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ। ମ୍ୟାଥ୍ କରିବେ କେତେବେଳେ, ରିଜନିଂ କରିବେ କେତେବେଳେ, କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର କରିବେ କେତେବେଳେ, ବୁଝିପାରିଲେ? ଜିକେ ଯାହା ମିଳିଲା ପଢ଼ି ନେବେ। ଓକେ, ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସୋ ମଚ୍। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपको बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा फास्ट रु आरंभ करके 10 जनवरी 2024 बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर देखा। जदि आपण मैंने एसएससी रेलवे OPSC OSSC OSSC टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम प्रिपेयर कर निश्चित आपको हेल्पफुल रहा। चलो स्टार्ट करवा। According to the latest government data, which country has India surpassed to become the world's fourth largest economy? Japan. From January 14, 2026, how much discount will be given on booking unreserved ticket via the Rail One app? 3%. The IPCO Youth Literature Award will be presented to whom for the work Orekisan? Ankita Jain. HAL has successfully conducted the maiden flight of which new civil helicopter in Bengaluru? Dhruv NG. Who won the gold medal in junior women's trap at the National Shooting Championship? Ade Katayal. Where was the valedictory function of Kasi Tamil Sangamam 4.0 held, attended by the Vice President Rameswaram? Where will the Developed India Young Leaders Dialogue 2.0 with PM Modi be held on National Youth Day? Bharat Mandap, New Delhi. Khalija Jia, who passed away recently at the age of 80, was the first female Prime Minister of which country? Bangladesh. Which indigenous quasi-ballistic missile was successfully test fired twice from the Abdul Kalam Island, Odisha by DRDO? Pralay. ISRO successfully conducted the static test of which stage of the small satellite launch vehicle SSLV at Sriharikota, third stage SS-3. What is the strike range of the prelim missile tested by DRDO? 150 to 500 km. Who has been appointed as the new Director General Police DGP of Haryana? Ajay Singhal. Who took over as the first woman Chief Secretary of West Bengal? Nandini Chakraborty. Which Indian cricketer became the leading wicket taker in women's T20 cricket after the series against Sri Lanka? Dipti Sharma. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired which milestone meeting of the Pragati platform recently? 50th meeting. According to the RBI's Financial Stability Report, what is the projected GNPA ratio for scheduled commercial bank by March 2027? 1.9%. Who has assumed charge as the Director General of the Border Roads Organization, that is BRO? Lieutenant General Harpal Singh. Who has been sworn in as the 112th Mayor of the New York City, become the first South Asian to hold the post? Joharan Mamdani. Who has been appointed as the chairperson of National Pension Scheme NPS Trust Board? Dinesh Kumar Khara. India's first Vande Bharat sleeper train will run between which two stations? Guwahati to Kolkata, Howrah. Which country became the 21st member of the Eurozone by adopting the euro currency on January 1st, 2026? Bulgaria. Which ambitious air defense initiative was highlighted by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh on DRDO 68th Foundation Day? Sudarshan Chakra. On January 1st, 2026, India and Pakistan accessed the list of the nuclear installation for the dash consecutive year, 35th. Which city will host the AI Impact Summit in February 26, New Delhi? Who has been appointed as the new Chief Justice of Jharkhand High Court? Justice Mohesh Shraddhachandra Sunak. Who has taken charge as the Director General of Doordarshan News DD News? Mamta Verma. Who has been reappointed as the Chief Coach of the Indian Women's Hockey Team? Suder Margine, Netherlands. In which city will the Army Day Parade 2026 be held on January 15? Jaipur, Rajasthan. Where did CDS General Anil Chauhan inaugurated the upgraded runway for the Indian Air Force? Car Nicobar Air Base, Andaman Nicobar Island. Which mobile app will replace the UTS mobile app for unreserved ticket booking from March 1st, 2026? Rail One app. Which edition of the Indian Pharmacopoeia IP 2026 released by the Indian Minister J.P. Nadda? 10th edition. Researchers have presumed the galaxy frog to be extinct in which region due to terrorism? Western Ghat. Where will the Khelo India Beach Games 2026 be organized starting from January 5th, 2026? Gohala Beach, Diu. Who became the most expensive player in the auction of the 2026 edition of the Pro Wrestling League? Yui Susaki. Who won the gold medal in the men's 10-meter air pistol event at the 68th National Shooting Championship? Ajay Kumar, Army. Jonathan Gavin Attorney, who was in the news recently, is associated with sports shooting. Which state government announced the launch of the assured pension scheme? Tamil Nadu. Which state assembly passed a bill to remove the two-child norm for consenting local body election? Telangana. The Kalai 2 hydroelectric project recently in the news due to environmental concern is located in which river? Lohit River, Arunachal Pradesh. Which 14-year-old girl from Assam was selected for the Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Bal Puraskar for the innovation in the waste management? OSSC Bora. ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ୍ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି, କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି, ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ତା ସହିତ କମ୍ପିଟେଟିଭ୍ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ବଣ୍ଡଲ୍ ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। ଏଇ 16ଟା ଯାକ ବୁକ୍ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ତାର ସାମରି ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣମାନେ OSSC ଓ SSSCର ଯେକୌଣସି ଗୋଟେ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ପରଚେଜ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ତା ସହିତ ଆମକୁ ଫ୍ରି ମିଳୁଛି। ଏଥିରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର OSSCର ଯେମିତି ଆମର ଲାଟେଷ୍ଟ ସିଲାବସ୍ ଅଛି ସେସବୁ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। OSSCର ଯେମିତି ଲାଟେଷ୍ଟ ସିଲାବସ୍ ସେସବୁ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଫିଚର୍ସ ଅଛି ଇ ବୁକ୍ରେ, ଆପଣମାନେ ପଢ଼ିପାରିବେ। କେମିତି ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଡାଉନଲୋଡ଼ କରିବେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ। ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ଯେକୌଣସି ଗୋଟେ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ହେଲା, ତା ତଳକୁ ଆପଣ ଯିବେ, ତଳକୁ ଗଲେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନରେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଲିଙ୍କ୍ସ ଗୁଡ଼ା ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। ଲିଙ୍କ୍ସରେ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିବେ, ଆପଣ ଇ ବୁକ୍ ପାଇପାରିବେ। ଓକେ, ତା ସହିତ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଏକ୍ଜାମ୍ର ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ ମୁଁ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ କରିଦେଇଛି, ଆପଣମାନେ ଦେଖିପାରିବେ। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ ଦେଖିବା। Which is the first indigenously built population control vessel of the Indian Coast Guard commissioned in Goa? Samudra Pratap. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi departed on the two-day official visit to which country to enhance military cooperation? United Arab Emirates, UAE. How many years has the Tejas light combat aircraft completed since its successful maiden flight? 25 years. Which country has India's surplus to become the world's largest rice producing country in terms of total production? China. How many new high yielding super seed variety of 25 crops were released by the Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan? 184. Who has been appointed as the new captain of the UP Warriors of the Women's Premier League 2026 season? Meg Lanning. Which young Indian table tennis player won the under-17 title at the WTT Youth Contender 2026? Cinderella Das. Which cricket board requested the ICC to shift its T20 World Cup matches from India to Sri Lanka due to security concerns? Bangladesh Cricket Board. Who will be the chief guest at the India 77 Republic celebration on January 26, 2020? Ursula von der Leyen and Antonio Costa. Okay. What is the name of the German Chancellor who will visit India on January 12, 2026 for his first bilateral visit to an Asian country? Frederick March. Who has become the youngest Indian to reach the South Pole? Kamaya Karthikeyan, 18 years old. Which former world billiards champion and former head coach of the Indian team recently passed away? Manoj Kothari. Which country has recently banned the broadcasting of the Indian Premier League IPL? Bangladesh. Which national job creation initiative was launched by industry leaders including NASCOM co-founder Harish Mehta? 100 million jobs, 10 million jobs around. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan released 55 reality works in 5 classical languages published by which institution? Central Institute of Indian Languages. The Mimba effect recently studied using the supercomputer-based stimulation by the Indian scientists report to which phenomenon? Hot water freezing faster than cold water. Who won the men's and women's double trap title respectively at the National Shooting Championship? Mohammad Ashraf and Anushka Singh Bhatti. According to Niti Aayog's Trade Watch quarterly report, which sector recorded a 47% year-on-year growth in export? Electronics. Where was India's first PM Vishwakarma store inaugurated under the One Station One Product scheme? New Delhi railway station. Which two states are the theme state for the 39th Surajkund Mela? Uttar Pradesh and Meghalaya. Which state in or Union Territory won the Vijay Merchant Trophy under 16 cricket for the first time recently. Jammu and Kashmir. Indian player Anahat Singh, who reached the under-19 final of the British Junior Open, is assured which sports squash. What GDP growth rate has India Rating and Research projected for India financial year 2026-27? 6.9%. On which route is the trial run of the India's first hydrogen-powered train being conducted? Jind to Sonipat, Haryana. According to the first advanced estimated FAE released by the NSO, what is India's estimated real GDP growth rate for financial year 2026? 7.4%. Which countries has become the first in the world to develop bitumen technology from the stubble prali for the commercial road construction? India. Which launched vehicle will ISRO use for the EOS N1 Earth observation satellite mission scheduled for January 2026? PSLV C-62. Which two countries will co-host the ICC Men's T20 World Cup in February-March 2026? Sri Lanka and India. Who has been nominated as the new US ambassador to India by the US President Donald Trump? Sergio Gore. Where will the International Conference on the Democratic and Election Management IIICDEM be organized in January 26, Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi? In which ocean region did the US seize the Russian flagged of tanker Mariana, formerly Belawan, North Atlantic Ocean? Where will the 53rd World Book Fair 10 to 18 January be organized? Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi. Madhav Gadgil, who passed away recently, was a renowned expert in which field? Ecology and environment. Madhav Gadgil. In which city will the Sports Governor Conclave be organized to unveil India's 10-year medal strategy? Ahmedabad. Which city are hosting the 4th edition of the Women's Premier League WPL 2026? Navi Mumbai and Vadodara. Who will lead the 18-member Indian team as the 12th Asian Indoor Athletics Championship in Tianjin, China? Taijendra Singh Tour. Which ministry has signed MOU with 15 states under the Tax Ramps scheme to promote the startup and research? Ministry of Textile. In which state is India's first PM Mitra Bank being established? Madhya Pradesh. The Munger gun factory is being revived under the Defense Corridor project are located in which state? Bihar. Recently, the US announced its withdrawal from the how many international organizations including the International Solar Alliance ISA 66. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଭାବେ ବି ଲାଇକ୍ ସେୟାର ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରିପାରିବେ। ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଅର୍ଡ଼ର ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନ୍ ରଖିଛନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ନେବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ୱାଇଫାଇ 95 କୋଡ଼ ୟୁଜ୍ କରିକି ମ୍ୟାକ୍ସିମମ୍ ଡିସ୍କାଉଣ୍ଟ ନେଇପାରିବେ। ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ଶୋ କରିଦେଇଛି, ଆପଣ ଏଇଟା ପଜ୍ କରିକି ଡିଟେଲ୍ ଦେଖିପାରିବେ କ'ଣ କ'ଣ ବେନିଫିଟ୍ ଅଛି, ଫେସିଲିଟି ଅଛି ହେଲା। ଆଉ ଆଜି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଯଦି ଭଲ ହେଲା ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସେୟାର ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରିବେ। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସୋ ମଚ୍। हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स, बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आप बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज आम देखा 11 टू आरंभ करके 28 पर्यंत 20 जनवरी पर्यंत बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट 80 करंट अफेयर्स जोटा कि आपण मान कंपेरेटिव एग्जाम जेकोसी एग्जाम दौरान आप एसएससी रेलवेज ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओपीएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम दौरान आपंपाई हेल्पफुल रहा। चलो स्टार्ट करें। एक नंबर क्वेश्चन, यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह इनागुरेटेड NIDMS in New Delhi. What is the problem NIDMS? National Improvised Explosive Device Data Management System. Next, the Indian Railways has decided to discontinue which attire as its official formal dress code, जोटा कि black coat और बंदगला. Next, which new platform has been launched by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting on DD News to promote digital creators? Creators Corner. who won the Rapid Open title at the Tata Steel Chess India 2026 tournament. Nihal Sarin, who won the women's title at Tata Steel Chess India 2026 tournament. Katerina Lagno. Which city is hosting the final of the second Women's Hockey Indian League? Ranchi. Where was the 70th Distinguished Railway Service Award 2025 ceremony held? New Delhi. In which city is the 50th Senior National Kho-Kho Championship being organized? Kajipet, that is in Telangana. Next, which three countries have decided to collaborate on the building an energy exchange by laying underwater power cables? India, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz is on his first bilateral visit to India. Which two Indian cities will he visit? Ahmedabad and Bengaluru. Which state government has launched a clean water campaign using robotic technology and GIS mapping to monitor drinking water pipelines? Madhya Pradesh. Who won the gold medal in the men's 60 kg category at the National Boxing Championship? Mohammedan Hasamuddin. Which cough syrup was banned by the Telangana Drug Control Administration due to the ethylene glycol contamination? Almond kid syrup. Which state's chief electoral officer launched the book A Call facility for voters to directly speak with booth level officers? BLOs. Uttar Pradesh. Which country will host the BRICS summit in 2026? India. Pakistan and United States recently started which joint anti-terrorism exercise in Punjab province? Inspired Gambit 2026. Which cricketer has become the fastest player to score 20,000 runs in international cricket? Virat Kohli. Who won the women's single title at the Brisbane International Tennis Tournament 2026? Aryan Sabalenka. What is the name of the ISRO's first mission of the year 2026 to launch the Earth Observation Satellite EOSN-1 PSLV C62? Prashant Tamang, who passed away recently, was the winner of which reality show? Indian Idol Season 3? Who is the author of the biography The Life and the Legacy of Arun Jaitley? Sumant Batra. Which state government has decided the year 2026 as Krishak Kalyan Varsh? Madhya Pradesh. Under proposed telecom scrutiny requirements, the central government asked smartphone companies to provide access to what for testing in Indian labs? Source code. Which missile with high-level attack capability on moving target was recently tested by DRDO? Man Probable Anti-Tank Guided Missile MPATGM. Pax Silica recently in news is a strategic alliance led by which country for cooperation on semiconductors, critical minerals and AI? United States of America. Which state election commission stopped the advanced disbursal of the Ladki Bahin scheme, citing in the Model Code of Conduct? Maharashtra. As per the SBI report, what is the credit deposit CD ratio in Indian banks as of December 2025? 82%. Which Indian city is hosting the Yonex Sunrise India Open Super 750 badminton tournament in January 2026? New Delhi. What new facility has Germany announced for the Indian passport holders? Visa-free transit. A satyagraha rally against the policies of the center was recently organized by the Chief Minister of which state? Kerala. Which state military civilian integration exercise was conducted by the Indian Army under the Southern Command? Sanjay Shakti. Which Indian Airlines has recently become a member of the International Air Transport Association IATA? Akash Air. Which major lunar mission does NASA plan to launch in February 2026 with 4-member crew? Artemis 2. Which state government or UT government has approved a carbon credit monetization framework to generate revenue from the green initiatives? That is Delhi. The Bihar government announced cashless treatment up to what amount for victim of road accident on highway and rural roads? 1.5 lakh rupees. Which central ministry prohibited quick commerce platform from the using the 10-minute delivery claim? Ministry of Labour and Employment. Who launched the drug-free campus campaign at Delhi University? Vice President C.P. Radhakrishnan. Okay. The Bihar government launched home-based property re-registration for senior citizens above which age? 80 years. Who has been appointed as the head coach of the Indian men's boxing team for a third stint? C.A. Kuttappa. Which university has been granted the status of the Center of Excellence in Disability Education by the Rehabilitation Council of India? Jamia Millia Islamia. Okay. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବେ ଚ୍ୟାନେଲକୁ ଲାଇକ୍ ସେୟାର ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ତା ସହିତ ଆପଣ ଯଦି 16ଟା ଇବୁକ୍ର ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ଇବୁକ୍ର ଗୋଟେ ସିଷ୍ଟମରେ ନେବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣମାନେ OSSC କିମ୍ବା OSSSC ଯେକୌଣସି ଗୋଟେ କୋର୍ସ ଆପଣମାନେ କ'ଣ କରିବେ ପରଚେଜ୍ କରିପାରିବେ ଆମଠୁ ହେଲା। ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଲାଟେଷ୍ଟ ସିଲାବସ୍ ଅନୁଯାୟୀ ଆମେ ସବୁ ଡିଜାଇନ୍ କରୁଛୁ। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଫୁଲ୍ ଗାଇଡାନ୍ସ ମିଳିବ, ଟେଲିଗ୍ରାମ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ମିଳିବ, ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ କୋର୍ସେସ୍ ବି ମିଳିବ, ଏଭ୍ରିଥିଙ୍ଗ ଆଭେଲେବୁଲ୍ ଅଛି। ଆପଣ କେମିତି ପାଇପାରିବେ ଏଇ କୋର୍ସ ଗୁଡ଼ାକୁ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ। ଏଇଟା ମନେକର ଆପଣ ଆମ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି, ତା ତଳକୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ପଳାଇବେ। ପଳେଇଲା ପରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଏଇଠି ଗୋଟେ କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନ୍ ଦେଖାଯିବ, ସବୁଠି ଆମେ ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ଗୁଡ଼ାକୁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଦେଇଦେଇଛୁ। ଆପଣ ଖାଲି କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିବେ ପାଇଯିବେ। ତା ସହିତ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଏକ୍ଜାମ୍ ଗୁଡ଼ା ବି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଫ୍ରି ଅଛି, ଆପଣମାନେ ଟ୍ରାଏ କରିପାରିବେ। ଓକେ, ନେକ୍ସଟ। Who has been appointed as the new Director General DG of the Border Security Force BSF? Praveen Kumar. Which traditional Indian street chief recently completed a voyage from the Porbandar, Gujarat to Muscat, Oman? INSP Kaninya. Next. Which two countries are hosting the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026? Zimbabwe and Namibia. Which state government announced the Mukhyamantri Sehat Yojana to provide cashless treatment up to 10 lakh? Punjab. Who has been appointed as the Director General of National Investigation Agency? NIA, that is Rakesh Agarwal. Who is the newly appointed Chief of the Indo-Tibetan Border Policy ITBP? Satyajit Singh Kapoor. In which city was the main parade of the 78th Army Day held? Jaipur. Who has been appointed as the Chief Justice of the Calcutta High Court? Justice Sujoy Paul. Which team won the men's and women's title respectively at the 50th Senior National Kho-Kho Championship 2026? Railways men and Maharashtra women. Where did Union Home Minister Amit Shah lay the foundation stone for the India's first state-funded BSL for Biotechnology Research Center, Gandhinagar, Gujarat? MS Dhoni has been appointed as the brand ambassador of which cycling event? Bajaj Pune Grand Tour. Who won the gold medal in the women's long jump at the 85th All India Inter-University Athletic Championship in Mangaluru? Mubasina Muhammad. Pritam Singh, an Indian origin leader, was removed as the leader of the opposition in which country's parliament? Singapore. Which state launched the second phase of the Pidane de Pehdar scheme to curb drug trafficking? Punjab. Due to the medical emergency, astronauts of which NASA mission were called back to Earth prematurely? Crew 11. The Asola Bhatti Wildlife Sanctuary is located in which state or UT? Delhi. Who has been appointed as the new Vigilance Commission in the Central Vigilance Commission? Praveen Vasishtha. Where is the world's largest green ammonia plant being developed in India? Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh. Which state's sports university will host the first season of the Kabaddi Championship League starting from January 2026? Haryana Sports University of Haryana. Next, the central government celebrated the 10th anniversary of which initiative on 16 January 2026? Startup India. Who is the author of the book Tourism and the Soft Power Diplomacy Reflection of India's G20 Presidency? Dr. Aishwarya Singh Raikwar. Venezuela opposition leader Maria Corina Machado presented her Nobel Peace Prize medal to whom? Donald Trump. India announced to rupees $60 million aid for renovation of the Kansikanthurai port of which country? Sri Lanka. Former President Yono Sungelo sentenced to 5 years in the prison in the martial law case belongs to which country? South Korea. Where will Biennial Aviation Exhibition Wing India 2026 be held? Begumpet Airport, Hyderabad. Next, who became the first Indian woman to win a medal at the World Karate Series A? Alisha Chaudhary, bronze medal. Which newly raised commander battalion will be showcased for the first time in the Republic Day Parade 2026? Vairab Battalion. The joint military exercise Inspired Gambit 2006 was conducted between the United States and which country? Pakistan. Pulses and legumes imported from which country to have been subjected to 30% import duty by India, United States of America? Which Indian origin leader has been appointed as the US-led Gaza Border of Peace? Ajay Banga. Who has been re-elected as the president of Uganda for the 7th consecutive term? Yoweri Museveni. Who is the author of the Odar Mohan? Amrita Saha. Which state government announced the Semoji Ikakia Viruddha Classical Language Literature Award for the best worker in non-Hindi languages? Tamil Nadu. Which team won the Vijay Hazare Trophy 2025-26 for the first time? Vidarbha. Who won the men's single title at the India Open Super 750 Badminton Tournament 2026? Li Junyi, Chinese Taipei. Where did Defense Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurated a medium caliber ammunition manufacturing facility? Nagpur. Where is the name of the anti-terrorist operation launched by the Indian Army in Kishtwar district of Jammu Kashmir? Operation Tasti 1. Which state will launch a mass quantum skilling course in collaboration with IIT Madras and IIM Andhra Pradesh? In which city is the 86th All India Presiding Officers Conference AIPOC being held? Lucknow. Who won the women's single title at the Indian Open Super 750 Badminton Tournament 2026? And say young. ओके आपण जन चैनल भल अच्छे निश्चय लाइक सब्सक्राइब करूँ ता सहित आपण मैंने जदि किसी भी बुक किना चाहते आपण मैंने यही नंबर मत व्हाट्सएप करेंगे नेक्स्ट आपण जो पाखे जो अड्डा आप्लिकेसन अच्छे निश्चित भाव में तार इम्पोर्टान्स बुझु आप जल्दी 2 वर्ष मध्य गोटे गवर्नमेंट एग्जाम क्रैक करने चाहते निश्चित भाव में ओडिशा मैप के नहीं जातु सब अवेलेबल से अच्छी आप वाईफाई 95 कोड यूज करेंगे मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट पाइबे है किसी डाउट अच्छी आप मतलब कंटाक्ट करेंगे ना मोबाइल नंबर लिखी दूसरी आप से सार को कंटाक्ट करके डिटेल्स बुझीपारे ओके आज कंटेंट केम लगला निश्चय लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करेंगे थैंक यू सो मच हेलो डियर फ्रेंड्स बिजनेस हेल्पलाइन चैनल को आपण मान को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज आम देखा टॉप बेस्ट ऑफ बेस्ट करंट अफेयर जोटा कि आमर 21 रु आरंभ करके 31 जनवरी 2024 पर्यंत आपड़ जदि एसएससी रेलवेज ओपीएससी ओएसएससी ओटीपीएससी टीचिंग जेकोसी एग्जाम प्रिपेयर कर निश्चित भाव आपको हेल्पफुल रहा। चलते स्टार्ट करिया। Which Indian city hosted the country's first UCI 2.2 multi-stage cycling race, the Bajaj Pune Grand Tour 2026? Answer होची पुणे। Where will India's Energy Week 2026 be held? Answer होची गोवा। With which group is India about to sign a comprehensive trade agreement known as the mother of all deals? Answer होची आपनकर यूरोपियन यूनियन EU. Which neighboring country has extended the ban on the use of its airspace for Indian flights until February 2026? Pakistan. Which fintech company has recently received a SEBI approved to launch an IPO? PhonePe. Type 096 Tang class ballistic missile submarine belongs to which country? China. Which state police force has launched an Operation Prahar to dismantle gangster networks? Punjab Police. Which union territory recently declared the striped tiger butterfly as state butterfly? Chandigarh. In which city was the Indian Army annual artillery firing exercise Tapchi 2026 held? Nasik, Maharashtra. Which country has assumed the chair of the International Institute of the Democracy and Electoral Assistance International IDA for the 2026? India. Who will replace Depinder Goyal as the CEO of the Eternal Limited Parent Company of Zomato and Blinkit from February? Sivajani Albinder Dinadesa. Okay. Next, who became the first tennis player to win 100 plus matches in 3 different Grand Slam tournament? Novak Djokovic. Delhi police has partnered with which company to develop smart glass for identifying criminal in crowds? Anja Lens. India will celebrate the year 2026 as the year of the culture, tourism and AI. Which country? Spain. Which country will host the BRICS summit in 2026? India. Who has been appointed as the DIG of the CRPF? Ravi Shankar Chavi. Which new system will be introduced for the attendance of the MPs from the Lok Sabha budget session 2026? Digital attendance system. Japan recently started a reactor at which of the world's largest nuclear power plants? Kashiwazaki Kariwa. Which new scheme was launched by the Union Minister Amit Shah to promote traditional food of district in Uttar Pradesh? One district, one cuisine. Which hypersonic missile will DRDO showcase for the first time at the 77th Republic Day parade? Long range anti-ship hypersonic missile LRASHM. Under which operation did security forces eliminate 15 Marxists in Jharkhand Saran the border strategy? Operation Meghbur. Which country replaced Bangladesh in the T20 World Cup 2026 after its withdrawal? Scotland. Kamla and Pusa DST are new genome edited variety of which crop? Paddy. How many questions will be asked to the citizen in the first page of census 2027? 33. Which institution was selected for the Subhash Chandra Bose Disaster Management Award 2026? Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority. Who received the Subhash Chandra Bose okay. Who received the Subhash Chandra Bose Disaster Management Award 2026 in the individual category? Lieutenant Colonel Sita Osak Silke. Then world's oldest rock art was discovered on the Munna Island on which country? Indonesia. Which AI-based robot has been deployed by the East Coast Railway at the Visakhapatnam station for the security surveillance? SC Arjun. From which city did PM Narendra Modi launch the PM Sannidhi credit card for state vendor? Thiruvananthapuram. Which institution successfully performed India's first laparoscopic Pal surgery? Aims New Delhi. Researchers from the which institution created the first 3D map of magnetic field inside the sun? IIT Kanpur. What was the theme of the Uttar Pradesh Day celebrated from January 24 to 26, 2026? Mixed Bharat, Viksit Uttar Pradesh. Which tennis player set a world record by the winning age 400 Grand Slam match at the Australian Open? Novak Djokovic. Who was honored with the Ati Visist Rail Seva Puraskar 2025 for rescuing over 1,500 children from the human trafficking? Mm, Chandana Sinha. Chandana Sinha. Okay, next. In which state has the Sardar Patel Industrial Area Scheme launched to establish employment zone in every district? Uttar Pradesh. Which indigenous stock breeding of the Indian Army be included in the Republic Day Parade 2026 for the first time? সেটা হচ্ছে মুধুল হুন্ডু, রামপুর হুন্ডু, চিপ্পাপারাই, কোমাবারাই and Rajapalayam. Okay, next. What is the official name of the National Voters Day 2026? My India, My Vote. Which writer from the West Bengal will receive the Padma Shri 2026 for contribution to Santali in literature? Rabilal Tudu. Which two Indian cricketers have been selected for the Padma Shri Award 2026? Rohit Sharma and Harmanpreet Kaur. Which coach was posthumously awarded for the Padma Shri 2026 for contribution to sports? Hauchi Vladimir Mesteviris-Lily. Okay. ଆପଣ ଯଦି କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ଭଲ ଅଛି ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଲାଇକ୍ ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସବୁଟା ବୁଝତେ ହେଉଛି ଆପଣ ଏତେ ନ ପଢ଼ିକି ଆପଣ ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଯେଉଁ OSSC OSSC ଇ ବୁକ୍ ଆମ ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ଅଛି ଆପଣମାନେ ସେଟାକୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଚାଲୁଛି ଆପଣମାନେ ସେଠୁ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଭିଡ଼ିଓ ଆପଣ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ଟିକେ ତଳୁ ତଳୁ ଖସିଯିବେ ଆପଣ ଦେଖିପାରିବେ ସେଠି ଆପଣଙ୍କର କମେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ସନରେ ବୁକ୍ର ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଇଏ ଅଛି ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ଅଛି ଆପଣ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରିକି ଆପଣମାନେ ଡାଉନଲୋଡ଼୍ କରିକି ଦେଖିପାରିବେ। ଓକେ ନେକ୍ସଟ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଦେଖିବା ତା ସହିତ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଟେଷ୍ଟ ସିରିଜ୍ ବି ଲିଙ୍କ୍ ବି ଦେଇପାରିବେ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ହ୍ୱାଟ୍ ୱାଜ୍ ଦ ଥିମ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦ 77 ରିପବ୍ଲିକ୍ ଡେ ପ୍ୟାରେଡ୍ 2026? ସେଟା ହେଉଛି 150 years of ବନ୍ଦେ ମାତରମ୍। ତାପରେ ହ୍ୱିଚ୍ ଫର୍ମର ଚିଫ୍ ମିନିଷ୍ଟର ଅଫ୍ କେରଳ ୱାଜ୍ ଆୱାର୍ଡେଡ୍ ଦ ପଦ୍ମଶ୍ରୀ ପଦ୍ମବିଭୂଷଣ ପୋଷ୍ଟମର୍ଟମ ସେଟା ହେଉଛନ୍ତି B.S. ଅଚ୍ୟୁଥାନନ୍ଦନ। ନେକ୍ସଟ Which Indian tennis legend received the Padma Bhushan in 2026? ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ବିଜୟ ଅମୃତରାଜ। Mark Tully, who passed away at the age of 90, was associated with which profession? ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି journalism. Okay, former PBC bureau chief ଥିଲେ। ତାପରେ which Indian hockey goalkeeper was awarded the Padma Shri in 2026? Savita Punia. And which international organization had two of his top leaders attended Republic Day Parade 2026 as chief guest for the first time? European Union. ତାପରେ which two women officers of the Indian Navy were awarded for the Surya Chakra? Lieutenant Colonel Dylan K and Lieutenant Colonel Rupa A. Okay, next is which AI model released by the NASA confirmed 370 new expo planets? Exominor plus. Which team won the Hockey India League HIL 2026 titles? Kalinga Lancers. Which ministry's tableau showcased the theme 150 years of Vande Mataram at the Republic Day Parade? Ministry of Culture. तापरे Hemilyxium indicum recently discovered in the Indian Himalaya region is related to which category? Mushroom. तापरे which state officially declared the Bacillus tabacis as the state microorganism? Kerala. तापरे which corps of the Indian Army represent its animal contingent during the Republic Day Parade? সেটা হচ্ছে remote and veterinary corps. Which historic Mir Alam reserve is located in the which city? সেটা হচ্ছে হায়দ্রাবাদ। তারপরে সেপা হিলজাট wildlife sanctuary is located in which of the state? Tripura. তারপরে which is the IUCN Red List status for the pygmy hog? সেটা হচ্ছে critically endangered. তারপরে which foreign military contingent participated in the past time in the 77 Republic Day Parade? European Union. তারপরে India recently concluded a negotiation for a historic free trade agreement called the mother of all deal with which union European Union तापर which is state celebrate the first anniversary of the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code IUCC on 2000 January 26 Uttarakhand. तापर what is the unique feature on the census 2026 regarding the data collection past digital census. Professor B. Kama Koti recently awarded the Padma Shri in the director of which institute IIT Madras. Hindalco Industry announced a $3.2 billion expansion project for an aluminum smelter in the western Odisha. The Delhi government signed an MOU with which entity to provide collateral-free loans up to 10 crore for MSME, CGT, MSc. After which school won the first prize in the National Youth Model Youth Gram Sabha Award in JNB category, that was JNB UNA Himachal Pradesh. Taପରେ which school won the first prize in the EMRS category of the Model of the Youth Gram Sabha Award? EMRS Kusambadura, Chhattisgarh. Taପରେ Mir Haji Kasam recently awarded the Padma Shri is associated with musical instrument Dholak. According to the All India Football Federation, the I League will be renamed as Indian Football League IFL. Which new mobile app was launched by the UDI for age verification without sharing excessive personal data? Aadhaar app. Which state launched India's first dedicated menopause clinic in government hospital, Maharashtra? Who was appointed as the Supreme Court as the mediator for the 120-year-old Sri Devaraj Swami temple dispute in Tamil Nadu? Justice Sanjay Kisan Kaul retired generally. Which new rules were notified to replace the decade-old waste management regime? Solid waste management SWM rules 2026. According to the Economic Survey 2025-26, what is the projected real GDP growth rate for India for financial year 2026-27? 6.8 to 7.2%. Who is the Chief Economic Advisor SDEA of India under whose supervision Economic Survey 25-26 was prepared? B. Ananta Nageswaran. Who has been elected as the new mayor of the Chandigarh Municipal Corporation? Saurabh Joshi. Which two states signed an MOU to supply Yamuna River water underground pipelines? Haryana and Rajasthan. Michael Knopps, who recently passed away, was the former head coach of which Indian national team? Men's hockey team. Which new UGC rules designated to prevent caste-based discrimination were recently stated by the Supreme Court? UGC Promotion of Equity in Higher Education Institution Regulation 2026. Which Indian Manipuri film was nominated in the Best Children and Best Film category for BAFTA Film Awards 2026? Bong. Which new health-linked pension scheme was P.Ed recently launched out NTPC स्वास्थ्य पेंशन स्कीम. आपन कंटेंट भल लाଗୁଛି निश्चय लाइक सब्सक्राइब करନ୍ତୁ एई इबुक कोड आपन नवा पई आपन जर चाहउछ निश्चय नाम रे मते 99379311 नंबर मते व्हाट्सएप करि परिबे ता सहित ओडिसा महापैक जदि आपन चाहउछनी ताले निश्चय नाम रे अडा एप्लीकेशन नै पारंती वाईफाई नेटवर्क प्रोड्यूस करले मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट पाइबे वीडियो पोस्ट करी आपन डिटेल्स पढि नंतो कोन कोन आपन को ओडिसा महापैक रे मिलिबो आज कंटेंट जदि भल निश्चय नाम लाइक सब्सक्राइब करिवे थैंक यू सो मच.